Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tarek Skubal takes them on tonight as the Tigers open up a 3-game series with the Angels at Comerica Park. Tigers have lost 4 of 6 entering the weekend, just 6 games up now on the Guardians in the Central. Manager A.J. Hinch, is your team pressing? The veteran Kyle Hendricks starts for the Angels tonight. That first pitch 7-10 over on WWJ. The Lions take the field in Atlanta tonight against the Falcons for their second of 4 preseason games. Devastating injury news announced by the team yesterday. Second-year corner Ennis Rakestraw out for the season with a shoulder injury. He suffered it during practice on Sunday when he went down during a drill. It comes after Rakestraw played just 8 games last year with a hamstring injury. Veteran corner Avante Maddox, who's fighting for one of the final roster spots, could be called upon to help during Rakestraw's absence. The Detroit native who went to King High School could not be happier to be home. The roster battles will heat up against the Falcons tonight, namely the battle for the backup quarterback spot between Henden Hooker and Kyle Allen. Head coach Dan Campbell is not ruled out playing rookies Tyleek Williams and Tate Ratledge tonight, but all the regulars are expected to watch this one from the sideline. That kickoff 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists last night, becoming the first player in WNBA history to post 3 straight triple-doubles, and 4 teams remain in the Junior League World Series in Taylor. Tomorrow, Chinese Taipei faces Panama for the International Championship. Georgia takes on Texas for the U.S. Championship. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a Friday, and dare I say, a football Friday. Good morning, 97.1.
They're all football Fridays from here on out. Greg's shaking his head like it can't possibly be. It is. We have Detroit Lions football tonight. It is a Friday. By definition, it's football Friday. Please argue.
I think even Heather's not sold. She doesn't have a chance to make picks and kick our ass this Friday, so...
Oh, that's ending. That's over.
Oh,
Last
yeah?
year is over. Oh, yeah. Bring it on.
Sure. We'll see about that.
Is the trophy still...
We'll see about that.
It sure is.
Yeah. We'll see about that.
We will.
Right.
Picks will be back before you know it. Lions playing tonight. Good morning.
Can we start now?
Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. We'll have the cookie jar today. We'll check in with a Lions player at 6:35. Corner Amik Robertson. Great interview. And wait to hear what his favorite movie is.
Yes.
We got to chuckle out of that.
I think we broke news to him.
We did. The joke went over his head, but
yeah,
you'll hear it.
He got it, yeah.
6:35. Let's start with the Lions, and then we'll get into the Tigers. They didn't play last night, so let's focus on the game tonight. Henden Hooker's, fighting for a job, right?
Oh, there's no question he's fighting for a job, and when Kyle Allen gets in there later in the game, he's fighting for a job. There's a lot of other guys, but all the focus is going to be on Henden Hooker.
He gets the start.
He was a third-round draft pick. He was hurt. We saw him briefly. We talked about Teddy Bridgewater at the end of the year.
He's not available now?
No. But there are other guys, Carson Wentz, that are available if he doesn't get the job done. And tonight, he gets the start. He's going to have the first 10 plays, first 15 plays, first drive scripted. And they've been rehearsing that, and every single scenario has been crafted for him and this offense to find success early in the game.
If he struggles, you do not sit around and wait till the end of the preseason to address backup quarterback.
You can't.
Don't be the last in line. You got a leg up by playing a game already. You'll have 2 games of tape. He's got to look a hell of a lot better than both how he looked in the Hall of Fame game and, to be honest, in practice. And, John, I say that as someone who hasn't seen every rep, but we have been out there numerous times.
Yeah.
I was talking to some of the beat writers. The last time we were out there, I said, okay, every time I watch, I'm not seeing it. And they said, you're not missing anything. He has not looked good since maybe very, very early in this offseason program. He needs a big spot tonight.
Well, and there were some positives coming out of last preseason when we saw him. Oh, well, he can move around, and that's where it kind of started. I know Jamar and Westland, right? It's the mobility that he provides. He does have a strong arm, but can he operate this offense? It's much different. And I know we talked about Tennessee being a single read, and he's in his third year. If you've had plenty of time to sit and learn and process, and it's not for everyone. There's a lot of guys that have come out of college as very high draft picks that can't figure out how to play quarterback at an NFL level. And whether it's as a 1, as a 2, as a 3, it doesn't matter. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's not for everyone. So we'll find out tonight, is he a guy that is showing progress? How much progress is kind of what the Lions, what we don't know. How much progress do they need to see in him?
If it's shades of gray, if it's not clear cut, like he looks not like a total disaster, but he throws a touchdown, maybe 2, throws a pick, or you just don't see him full field reads, but he makes a couple wow plays, and you're like, I don't know what to do with him. That's the no man's land. Because, John, I do think his athleticism is a bonus, but I think this is often something we see with athletic quarterbacks, the willingness to just take off if the first read's not there rather than get to that third read, that second and then that third read. Let's see him process. Let's see him make plays within the offense and not have to do everything out of script.
And for a young player, when you know your job's on the line, like he does, and he admitted last week it was a 0 out of 10. You go in there and all of a sudden you're trying to win the job on every single play.
Yeah,
you're trying to have that wow moment. And hopefully he realizes he doesn't have to have the wow moment.
Correct.
All that we're looking for, and I'm sure all the Lions are looking for, same thing Brad Holmes told us when we interviewed him, is you've got to be able to go in there and operate the offense. You got to be competent in the offense and put us in the best play possible. If it's an unsuccessful play, which a lot of them are in the preseason because you've got rookies, you've got unproven players all over the place. But as a quarterback, if you put us in the right play, but it's somebody else's fault that it's not successful, you did your job.
When they drafted Henden Hooker, it was kind of a polarizing pick. Goff had not been extended at the time. Some people thought Hooker had, first-round grades before his injury.
I think if he wasn't hurt,
he would have gone before the third.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody would have taken him in the first.
I looked at it as insurance. Car insurance, home insurance, whatever it is. You hope to never use it, right?
Yeah.
You hope you don't get in a big wreck or your house catches on fire. You still want to make sure you have insurance, but if you never have to use it, that's great. What we're running into, though, is what kind of coverage do I have with Henden Hooker? Is this going to be full replacement cost of the car? Probably not. Is it any replacement cost, right? That's what they're figuring out in the preseason is if they don't trust him to play, and they didn't in the playoffs last year, if they don't trust him if Jared Goff goes down, then it's like you don't have insurance. Then there's no point in having him on the team, and then that's when we talk about practice squad or somebody else's roster. He's playing for a spot.
Yes, and I mean, so it's as basic as can he take a snap from center? Like, is there any CQ exchanges? And again, it doesn't have to be the quarterback's fault, but is there a CQ exchange? The handoff, the fakes, is he following through? And then obviously everybody wants to know the most important thing for a quarterback. Can you deliver the ball, him being point A to receiver point B?
Because this offense is really quarterback friendly when you break it down. I mean, they've had a strong line for years. That's a question. But they've got playmakers. Gibbs, Montgomery, get it to Laporta, get it to J-Mo, get it to St. Brown. I mean, they're going to have 4 to 5 high-end playmakers around the quarterback at all times. And, John, the quarterback's got to make those plays. Now, my question, the other question for tonight. You heard in the update, we may see the rookies. What's your preference on Ratlich and Tyleik Williams, who have been getting rave reviews in practice? Do you want to see them play tonight in the preseason?
Oh, Ratlich, Mahogany. Yeah, they both do. I still put Mahogany in that rookie category.
Okay.
You got to play him. And I think you have to play. You've got 3 opportunities now left to play him, and they'll get some great work in the scrimmages that they'll have with the Dolphins. But the last 2 games are at home. I want to see those guys on the road. I want them to be it's not going to be
hostile.
No, it's not going to be hostile, but it's not the friendly confines of Ford Field. It's not looking around going, "Whoa, there's a lot of Honolulu blue here." It is different. Games are different than practices, and even if it's a preseason game, road games are different than being at home. It's not going to be, I can't hear the quarterback. I would be shocked if they ever had to go silent cloud in the preseason.
Right.
That's not going to happen. So I don't really care about that. It's just simply a different feel, a different environment, and you need to expose rookies to all the new stimuli that you possibly can so that they are ready come week one. I don't want that to be the first time a rookie goes out there.
Terry and Arnold played a little in preseason last year, right?
Yeah, he played a little bit, and I think it's even more so in the trenches because there's some communication, there's lineup, there's snap count, there's just a little bit of a different anticipation at the snap of the ball than there is, at other positions. And I will say this about all rookies. All rookies should see the field in the preseason. Some more, some less.
In all preseason games, Hall of Fame games kind of a bonus, but the next 3 preseason games, you want to see Ratledge and you want to see Tyleek, in addition to Tesla and all the other rookies.
I don't know that I need to see them in all 3.
Okay.
I need to see them tonight, and then I'll determine if I need to see them in both or in one of the next preseason games. But I'm not going to.
The last one is probably the one that you don't need to see them, right? Those are the guys you're making final cuts on. The last preseason game.
Sure.
Yeah.
But until I know what I'm getting tonight.
You may make the assessment they need it. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if they go out there and they fall on their face, I'm not gonna be concerned about it. I want to know then, just like Henden Hooker, who's in year 3, goes out there, falls on his face, how does he respond? I want to learn that about them as well. What type of character do they have? Obviously, we drafted them for a reason. We did all this research and background, and we think they have, this certain character. But until I see it, I don't really know. You don't know until you coach someone. You don't know until you see them in situations. So you need to, again, I'll use this word again, stimuli. You need to expose them to all the different stimuli at practice, at scrimmages against the Dolphins, against the Falcons, on the road, traveling, being able to travel and play. Like they did it in college. No question. It's a little bit different in the NFL.
We got open lines. We're going to be talking Lions football for a good chunk of the show today. Tiger baseball as well. Tarek Skubal on the mound tonight. They need to get things right. They used to have a campaign, Who's Your Tiger? And it was full of all these, future Hall of Famers and fan favorites. Coming up next, who's your Tiger that's going to fix this? It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on my morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
All right, they used to do Who's Your Tiger? And people, it's Miggy. Miggy's my tiger. JV's my tiger. If you're downriver, Brandon Inge's my tiger. Ladies loved him. We want to know who your tiger is that's going to fix this. The situation we find ourselves in where, yeah, John, they're still in first place in their division, but AJ Hinch is saying, hey, we got to pick it up. Who's your tiger?
Mm-hmm. This is a tough one because, I mean, the easy answer is Skubal. But Skubal always fixes it. So I'm not going to say him
kind of
in terms of who's going to fix it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know.
I know it's not only one player.
Right, that's the thing.
But I'm going to give you the chance
Riley
to
Green.
Okay.
Riley Green is the easy answer.
Okay.
Because he can't hit 200. He just cannot be that guy. And you could go through the entire lineup and say, this guy, this guy, this guy, if they did this. And I think Gleyber Torres has been consistent enough.
Yeah.
Like, there's been some slumps. Like, every major league ball player goes through slumps. Aaron Judge goes through slumps. Mm-hmm. But he's been most consistent. So I can't say him because he's kind of always been there. Now, he is the one that hit the home run against Toronto that, helped pull them out of that losing 12 of 13 games.
Yeah.
But you've got to have somebody who's not been consistent be your tiger that fixes this.
Riley Green's a good one because there's too many uncompetitive at-bats, all the strikeouts, right? Those are, you're not putting the ball in play, you're not giving your guys a chance. He's the all-star, he's the guy. I respect that one. I had one pitcher, one reliever, one hitter, and that's kind of cheating.
Okay, Stoney.
So
yeah. Wait a second. Who is your tiger? Tiger.
So it doesn't say who are.
Yeah, who are your tigers?
So what I'm going to have to do is distill it. Let me finish. I had one of each, and I know for the sake of this discussion, I can't steal everybody's thunder on the ticket text. I can't name the whole roster. I have to distill it down to one guy.
Did you just hear the angst that I went through to try and pick one?
I know. So I went with Matt Vierling.
Okay.
Because I looked at right-handed hitters on this team, and I think Torque has been fairly consistent, and Gleyber has been fairly consistent. Baez has not. Vierling was a key cog last year. He's still not to 100 at-bats. Like, he's got to get going here. He can play infield. He can play outfield. He can hit near the top of the order. He's a good base runner. He's just not on base enough. He's not providing enough oomph right now. He's a guy. He's my tiger, Matt Vierling.
Okay.
So nothing wrong with either of your selections. Riley Green has to. So to me, he's so obvious that he has to play like an all-star. Like, he's one of their best players. Your best players have to be your best players. But mine is Casey Mize, and I think it's very, very easy. He has got to be your two. He has got to help Skubal, help the bullpen for the other starters who need the bullpen. He needs to get deeper into games. He needs to give you quality starts, right? I know quality starts can be a overrated stat by some people, I think.
But 6 innings, 3 or fewer runs.
You need somebody after Skubal to give you quality starts. And I go back to the whole Jim Leyland, you're as good as your starting pitching. I think the starting pitching has really caused a lot of this. The Tigers are not built like a team that can come back from bigger deficits. They actually did it for Mize in his last start. It's time for your number one pick to step up here.
I like that. He was the starter I was going to say. And if you look at July, he was terrible. 6 ERA in the month of July. He had a quality start in his first outing in August. We were penciling him in to be the number 2 starter in the postseason rotation. He has to look like that guy the rest of the way.
Like that since that Saturday night in Cleveland, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, he has not been good, and it goes with the stat I gave you guys yesterday. I mean, this team's allowing 5.4 runs per game. What, in the last 19, I think, or 20, last 22 is what it is.
That's no way to do this.
And as poor as the hitting's been and Green's been and Vierling needs to step up, I don't disagree with any of it. I also think Parker Meadows needs to get back up here and be your center fielder.
Well, he helped spark him last year.
Yeah. I would normally argue against a pitcher because it's only one of every 5 days. But if you're talking about postseason success or even getting to the postseason, but it is if you're going to pencil in a win for Skubal, and if you are bad enough over the remainder of the season, you're going to be playing in that wild card game. What do you need? You need 2 wins.
Yeah.
So who's going to be your number 2 to get you that second win?
here's the other thing. You don't really trust a lot of the bullpen arms they added, like their projects for Feder. How about a guy that was so critical a year ago? Tyler Holton.
Yeah.
Because they can use him as an opener. They can use him for a bulk guy. They can use him as a late guy, a lefty specialist. Like if they
He's
can
had
get
a roller coaster season.
I know. It's
bad, good, bad.
And they've kind of followed.
Yeah.
That's another one. So who's your Tiger? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, former Piston Malik Beasley was evicted from his high-rise apartment in downtown Detroit on Wednesday amid his gambling investigation and mounting financial problems. So the eviction order was filed 2 months after he was sued for failing to pay rent at the Stott. That's this historic high-rise apartment building, right? It's owned by Bedrock. He was sued twice by the landlord this year for failing to pay a collective of $21,500 in rent. But to be honest, that rent is really the least of his financial problems, right? He also owes money to a celebrity barber, a lender, a marketing firm, and a dentist, among, I'm sure, others.
There's probably others,
Yeah.
Adds up quick.
Sure does. Somebody is blowing up mailboxes in Troy, and police want the pranksters to know this is no joke. It's a crime. So on the night of July 26th, 3 mailboxes were hit, and police believe the boxes were picked at random. Nobody was targeted.
Yeah.
Police basically say it's summertime. Teens, youth have a lot of extra time on their hands, and they think that this, for some reason, is funny, damaging other people's property. But they said, you know what? It's a prank to them, but it is actually a crime, and it could be a federal offense. And he said not only is it a crime, but it's also dangerous, right? And destructive. So let's not do that. Police are asking the community to look for any Ring doorbell footage they may have, any cell phone footage they may have that can help lead to whoever is responsible for this.
And you know, kids are going to brag at some point, right? If hey, we did this on Friday night.
This is Johnson's mailbox.
Somebody's going to figure out who this is.
Yep. Listen to this story, you guys. There's a man who's facing charges for pooping in a pizza box.
No.
And then, sending it to a local restaurant.
Oh, a restaurant, not to a customer.
So,
Okay.
hoping probably a customer would get it, because after this guy pooped in the pizza box, he walked into this restaurant, placed the box on the counter, and said, hey, I got the wrong order. This one's not for me. And then he was also kind of going off, swearing, saying some things.
Of course.
And so the restaurant employee opened the box, found the pizza covered in
poop.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's still standing there.
So I wonder, like, what's the goal? Are you hoping to watch somebody eat this pizza?
No one's going to eat it.
I know, but what?
Right,
what's
and
your-
you
just
take
gross
you turn it
somebody
over.
out.
Of course, they're going to open up the box and say, "Well, what's wrong with the pizza? Oh, it has poop on it."
Gross.
It's disgusting.
Pizza, that's sacrilegious. Pizza is one of our great foods. Should never happen.
So anyway, this guy is facing misdemeanor charges of open lewdness and disorderly conduct.
There you go.
Nasty. A driver was arrested in Royal Oak Wednesday night for driving over 100 miles per hour in a construction zone. So there was a Michigan State Police trooper who was on patrol, and they saw this Dodge Durango traveling obviously very fast on 696. It was in a 60 mile per hour active construction zone. This driver was tracked going 101 miles per hour before being stopped. During the stop, the driver did let the officer know that he had a handgun in a backpack in the front seat. So the weapon was seized. The driver was arrested. And now Michigan State Police are just reminding everybody that driving over 100 miles per hour in a construction zone does not only put, obviously, the driver at risk, it also dangers the workers in that zone and other drivers. So they're offering tips, which I think we all know, but minimize distractions when you're in a construction zone, obey workers and signs, don't speed or tailgate, pay attention, be patient and calm.
Yep. And use the zipper method as you entered it.
Yes, exactly. Now, this sounds gross, even to me, who you all know I am a ketchup lover, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I use ketchup with everything.
It's like a food group for you.
It is. But apparently this is pretty good. Heinz and Smoothie King just debuted a ketchup smoothie.
No.
And
No,
multiple reports are saying it's really good. So they announced it after Smoothie King teased it earlier this week with a post that said, if tomatoes are a fruit, is ketchup a smoothie? And now it's not just ketchup in the smoothie. There's actual fruit, strawberries, raspberries, apple juice, acai, sorbet, and things like that. But there's ketchup too.
Okay.
But anyway.
Well, thanks.
No.
Would you try it?
Oh, yeah, I would try it.
Of course you would. It's Heather with the news. Hey, coming up next, Amik Robertson became a fan favorite with his work against Justin Jefferson late in the season last year. He's going to play an important role for the Lions. You'll hear from him next, plus his favorite movie. Might surprise you, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and by now I'm sure you have heard me rave about my new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. I'm telling you, it has been a total game changer. My husband and I are using the hot tub in the evenings to relax. We're using it after workouts for recovery. Plus, the kids love it as well. So if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa made the entire experience a breeze. They helped me pick out a hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. Plus, they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. I'm telling you, they made everything a total breeze. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Shout out to Amik Robertson. They're going to need him, especially with the news. Ennis Rakestraw done for the season.
Yeah.
Guy can't catch a break.
No.
Well, actually, he's catching too many breaks.
Yeah, but I love the fact that we have some really good personalities on the team. Not just great players, but we like to be able to pair those together. And this team has some really good personalities. So it's been a lot of fun. It was fun for us to be down at camp. I know Carson Anderson are going to be down there next week, a bunch more during the intra-squad scrimmages between
Those are going to be a lot of fun.
They'll be a lot of fun, yeah. So hopefully they'll get some players as well. And it's just nice to be able to have some guys that you could talk to, and the answers aren't just yes, no. They give you a little bit of pizzazz with it.
This DB room's got some personality for sure. It's oozing personality. Tom is so frustrated behind the scenes today. He's like, Rakestraw, another one of these second-round picks. He's like, Henden Hooker hasn't panned out. You want to speak to some of this, how you're feeling today?
Well, I mean, Hooker's job is on the line tonight in my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I know some people don't think the backup QB is a big deal if Goff goes down, blah, blah, blah. Like, you have somebody that's serviceable that you can survive a game with. I just don't understand why they drafted him. I never did. I hated it from the beginning. He literally would drop back and make a throw like in 2 seconds at Tennessee. It was a very simple offense.
Well, they thought they could coach him. I mean, that's the thought. They thought there was
sometimes
talent.
you got to check your arrogance.
Well,
okay, but hold on.
It's
Which
not
quarterbacks?
arrogance. They were looking at trying to find value, and I know that there's a whole list of guys that they could have drafted that would have been on the field performing. It was, can we take a shot on this guy in the third round? And if he hits, then we have one of the great stories, the great values in the NFL, because we have a third-round pick that's our starting quarterback, who a lot of people did think that besides the injury, that hadn't happened, he would have been a first-round value.
Has anybody been taken later in that draft at quarterback that they should have taken instead?
Oh, no.
Like some of this was they were taking a risk.
Sure.
That Goff hadn't been extended. Yeah, they could go with a veteran backup, and at this point they probably should if Hooker can't get it done.
Yeah.
But at the time it wasn't just, we want a backup quarterback. They wanted someone with starter upside because they had not yet extended Jared Goff.
Yeah.
It made sense at the time.
I just think it could have been fourth round. You know, if you want to hit the jackpot, and the Goff thing is a great point. It is the one point to draft a QB because they still weren't sure that they were going to commit to him.
Right.
The bigger one is Rakestraw. I mean, is this guy going to ever make a play on the field for this team?
Well, we won't know until maybe next year.
26.
Right. And it's just like you sit there and you drafted a corner already in Arnold. You signed Amik Robertson. I just never understood the pick from the beginning when they were starting to get long in the tooth the offensive line. We were anticipating an early Ragnow exit. And the guy that went right after him is a starter for the Ravens offensive line, Roger Rosengarten.
Yeah.
Didn't have the best of games last night. John watched.
Yeah.
I didn't, but you told me.
Yeah.
But he was a 66.9 PFF ranking as a rookie. That's pretty decent.
Starting on a good team.
He is fit to play guard, but could play right tackle. Was it going to make Taylor Decker uncomfortable because you'd move Sewell to left, and then Rosengarten could be your right potentially? I don't know. I just thought the need was offensive line. The next corner, and he was falling, by the way, in the draft. He was projected to be potentially a first rounder. I scratch my head, and I know criticizing Brad Holmes is, you can't do that in this town, can you?
No, you can, and you should, but it's...
Thank you.
You said I had something up my butt today.
Well, I didn't put it that way,
Most
but sure.
times, when you get that alert, that's usually the case as well.
I know. You can't criticize Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
John did with his first second-round pick, Levi Onwuzurike. I mean, the second round historically for the franchise has not been good.
No, I mean, there's really only been 1 year, and that was Laporta and Branch.
It's a hell of a year to have two good second-round picks.
Yeah, that builds you a lot of cachet of being able to draft in the second round.
And they need this year's second-round pick to be the best of the bunch.
Right, and yes, we can criticize Brad Holmes. It doesn't mean we want him fired. He's still one of the best general managers, and he's still maybe one of the top three, you could say top two drafters in the NFL, because when we talk to him, like it's the side effect of drafting so well that you then have to pay all these guys. When we asked him about the salary cap, we asked him about paying Aiden Hutchinson. Like some of these are getting a little complicated because he has drafted well. And so if he can't figure out how to draft in the second round, I mean, okay. And we could always, in hindsight, look back. The one thing going into that draft that we knew, yes, we knew the offensive line was getting long in the tooth. We also knew that pass defense was horrific the prior year, and they needed help in the secondary. They did go get, Carlton Davis was brought in, and it was Amik Robertson, but then it was Terrion Arnold in the first round. You can never have too many good players in the secondary. This is a passing league, and you're in a conference, and the Bears may not be great, in the past couple of years, but one of the things that they do have is really good wide receivers. Now, quarterback's been an issue. Wide receivers with the Minnesota Vikings. There's probably only 2 or 3 other teams in the NFL that have the weapons that the Vikings have. But again, we can argue about the quarterback. And Green Bay, they are trying to be better. They just drafted a receiver in the first round. So it is a passing league. You need depth at that position. The issue with Rakestraw, and I didn't have a huge issue when they drafted him because of the need in the secondary. His issue since he's been in the league is he's following the path of Levi Onwuzurike. Can't stay healthy.
Right, and I said to Jim before the show, I don't think you heard this part. It was like Brad left the draft on autopilot. Like auto draft. It was like fit team need.
Best player available who's ever left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the thing is, too, if you take Rosengarten there, then you're probably not drafting Manu. So then who are you taking there? You see what I'm saying?
Well, like one's already starting on an offensive line in the NFL. I mean, I think that's...
Yeah, but nobody... yes, if you take Rosengarten at that time, you're probably not taking Manu.
I think I'm okay with that, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Especially seeing what we've seen to this point.
Yeah. Ticket Texture says we got to balance this out. For every Hooker, Martin, Manu, and Rakestraw, there's a St. Brown, McNeil, Joseph, and Mahogany all drafted outside the first round. And some of those guys on day 3 that have been starters, all pros, league contributors. Okay. Tom said that Henden Hooker's playing for his job tonight. Want to explore that after the update. The rookies. Will we see Tate Ratledge, whom we expect a lot of this season? Will we see Tyleik Williams? And, John, what do you think about getting these rookies in this preseason game? That's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions take the field in Atlanta tonight for preseason game number 2 against the Falcons. Head coach Dan Campbell has not ruled out playing rookies Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge tonight, but all the regulars will watch this one from the sideline just like last week. Linebacker Alex Anzalone will be one of the Lions without pads tonight. He talks about his approach to training camp. Before kickoff tonight, devastating injury news out of training camp in Allen Park. Second-year corner Ennis Rakestraw out for the season with a shoulder injury suffered during Sunday's practice. On TikTok, Rakestraw writes, "It's been a rough 2 years, but he'll be back soon." This comes after the corner played just 8 games last year with a hamstring injury. A blow to the Lions' defense, head coach Dan Campbell. Lions-Falcons preseason tune-up number 2. That kickoff 7 o'clock tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers, who've lost 4 of 6 games, begin a 3-game weekend series with the Angels at Comerica Park tonight. The Ace Tarek Skubal gets the ball. Kyle Hendricks for the Halos. That first pitch 7:10 over on WWJ. And Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley, who's currently the subject of a gambling investigation, has reportedly been evicted from his downtown Detroit apartment. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, we're calling it a Football Friday. There is football tonight. Lions are playing the Falcons. I know Heather can't kick her ass in picks, so not truly a full Football Friday. But, John, we have
that season's over.
We have ambitions of much more this year.
Oh, I can't wait.
We're excited.
Me too.
Not that I've thought about it this offseason.
That trophy sits right over your shoulder, so I see it right now.
Drives me nuts.
We need to add a new name to that this
Every
season.
day
another name.
I
just
walk
the
in
same
here.
name.
No, we need to switch it up, Heather.
Yeah, we will.
This hour, we've got the cookie jar. We have a topic that we stumbled into in the final hour of yesterday's show. A lot of meat on that bone. We'll get to that. And I didn't mean it like that. Get your head out of the gutter.
Uh-huh.
And it used to be a fun thing, Who's Your Tiger? We're going to have Who's Your Tiger to fix this situation coming up at 7:20.
That could be fun, too.
It could be fun. They definitely need someone to inject a little bit of fun into this baseball team. Mm-hmm. With the NFL tonight and the Lions playing, you have these debates in the preseason about, all right, what do I do with my guys? Like last night, Cincinnati rolled out Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Now, Detroit's not going to roll out Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Do you think they should be playing the rookies, John? I'm talking specifically Tate Ratledge and Tyleik Williams.
I've backed off on the whole got to play the veterans. I mean, if our listeners remember 2 years ago, I was adamant that we had to see Goff, we had to see this offensive line, and then they go out and they put together an NFC championship game appearance season, and they started good.
Won the division, all that stuff.
Yeah, last year it was kind of the same thing. So I've backed off on that a little bit. It's very different now because you have more of the inter-squad scrimmages. They're going to scrimmage Miami this coming week, and that's where all the veterans get the real work done. If you're watching the Baltimore game last night, they interviewed Lamar Jackson and talked about the scrimmages that they had with the Colts, all right, and the quality of work that he got in. So there always is going to be that as kind of an underlying tone to who you play in the preseason. For rookies, I don't think I'll ever back off on this, and that is you need to have the experience of playing at this level for a few reasons. One, this is the only, I know they played away for the Hall of Fame game, but that was the fourth of what normally is only three. This is the first of three, but it's their only away game. And no, please save your messages. I know it's not going to be a violent, ruckus environment down in Atlanta. But it is different. You are traveling down there. And yes, they traveled in college football. There's always some tweaks. There's some differences. And you've got to be comfortable going on the road and playing. You've got to be comfortable playing in the NFL. You've got to be able to see things with this offense in these positions. And I think it's even more important for a guy like Tyleik Williams. He played in big environments down at Ohio State. There's no question about it. And same thing with Tate Ratledge at Georgia. Played in national championship games, played in great moments. It's just different. And part of it is you got to be able to play on the road. You got to travel, play on the road. It's a different pace in the NFL. There's a bunch of different stimuli you need to be exposed to. And I don't want that to be week one for rookies. And coaches are even in these scrimmages, are typically standing right behind the huddle. Mm-hmm. And as you come back, they're going to be yelling out, or they may even run into the huddle and tell you, hey, if they line up like this, make sure you watch, keep an eye on the linebacker. You might get a pinch on this one. Defensive line, hey, you watch this formation. And, this is the situation. Coaches are there. All right. They're not going to be there in the game. You're not going to hear them, yell from the sidelines, watch the pinch, keep an eye on his body. Like, you can't hear that even if it's a preseason game. So there's not the comfort of being able to have those coaches coach you up from series to series or from play to play.
I want to push back on this, okay? And I respect where you come from, and I actually respect that you've been willing to move with the game, right? Like, you've moved on your position about, hey, I don't need Goff for 3 preseason games. John, you're right. The practices are where you're going to get specific work. It's where you get to work with Graham Glasgow if I'm Tate Ratledge. It's where I'm going to get to work with Penei Sewell. Those guys aren't going to play in the preseason game. So I question how much they're going to take out of it versus the risk of something happening to a key piece on this offensive line. If I can't run all 5 out there and build consistency and continuity, I'll do it in practice against the Dolphins. I'll do it in practice against the Titans. And if the concern is they don't start off as hot as they should, I'm okay with that because it's all about how this team finishes. If I'm going to lose a little bit of efficiency and effectiveness in weeks 1, 2, and 3 because Ratledge doesn't play all the preseason games, I'm okay with it because I need him healthy at the end of the season. And if he can't rep with Sewell and if he can't rep with Glasgow, I'm not making a big deal about seeing him. If they choose to play him, great. I hope he stays healthy. But the real test is going to be what he does in joint practices and the regular season. And with Tyleik Williams, I mean, you've said it. I mean, defense is see ball, get ball. Just be healthy, show up in the regular season, he'll get those reps.
Yeah, but there's always little things. It's the little things that make all the difference in the world. And it's not having the awareness where in practice, if you line up as a 3 technique, but you're supposed to be head up 2, that could be the difference of somebody going 90 yards on a run, or you're not getting to, and maybe it's not you not getting to the quarterback, maybe it's the linebacker doesn't get the quarterback because you didn't line up right.
But I understand
it's all of those different things because in practice, coach is going to yell out, "Hey, 2 wide!" And you're not going to hear that in a game. And
but you think
it's being able to then come to the because you then come to the sidelines. They make the corrections, and the coach says, "What were you doing?"
John, it's just
and
trade-offs.
now, yeah, it is trade-offs. And I'm telling you that from my experience playing as a rookie, if I didn't have those rookie starts in the preseason, we played Tampa Bay, and I was able to pick. And I remember this like it was yesterday. I picked up a Tampa 2 blitz and I left Simeon Rice on the edge because the most dangerous was this safety coming in. And to me, that experience of having the success of seeing that, I don't know if I would have seen it week 1 because you get to week 1, now everything is real. Everything is fast. Everything is different. And if you make that mistake in week 1 and you get your quarterback killed, now all of a sudden you're looking back going, boy, if we could have had just that experience. And maybe you get it, maybe you don't. But I'd rather have the risk of, because you could get hurt at practice.
You can.
Just the same as you could get hurt in the series or 2 that you're playing.
But at least in practice, I'm prepping and repping next to Penei Sewell and Graham Glasgow. I'm getting the continuity and working with my center and my tackle.
There is great value in that. I get that.
So it's worth the risk in that situation. It's not worth the risk to face. And John, I'll note something from your story. You went against Simeon Rice. Simeon Rice is not playing opposite Tate Ratledge. Nobody of significance is going to play opposite Tate Ratledge. So now I'm putting him out there, and he ends up in a pile, and I'm going, for what? Not to practice next to his guys, and not to play against the best, and he's also probably not seeing complex blitzes. He's probably not seeing even a Tampa 2 blitz. It's vanilla. So why am I putting him out there?
Because, and this is why I say it's even more important for the guys in the trenches, because there is individual work that you can get done. And it's being able to make those adjustments on the field when the coach isn't there. If you get beat on a play and maybe you don't get your quarterback hit, and it's not going to be Jared Goff, but it'll be Hooker and completely 2 different styles. But then all of a sudden you can make that adjustment in your head. Well, if it was Goff back there and he didn't have the mobility of a Henden Hooker, that's a sack. And now I can go back to the line of scrimmage on the next play. I've got to make adjustments. And if I get beat in that environment on TV in front of whatever crowd is there or not there, now I've got to find a way to go out there, forget about that, and move on to the next play. There are certain lessons that you need to learn as a rookie, and it's not that you learn them all in the preseason, because you're just not. Because you mentioned it, like you're not going to be going against defense 1.
No.
But you got to learn those so that you're not learning them in week 1, in week 2. You go back to 2 years ago. Do you think there were some lessons that some of the young guys could have learned, even the team, and not lost in week 2 to Seattle?
Or last year to Tampa. But I'm okay with, again, you never want to concede anything, and I'm not conceding games. I'm okay being a half step slow in week 2 if it means keeping these guys healthy, because it's really not about a slow start for the Lions. It's just not.
I don't want to take that risk.
Okay. Like I said, you got to choose.
Right. And so I'm not going to sit here and if Dan decides, hey, we're not going to play Ratledge, we're not going to play Tyleik Williams, we're not going to play Mahogany, I'm not going to show up on Monday morning and crucify him for it. And same thing after week 1. But I just believe as a rookie, there are just some steps that you have to take to be ready for an NFL season.
How much does it matter if they start with 2 division teams?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the other factor that thank you for bringing that up, because you're on the road to Green Bay to start this season, and you better be down and dirty right away, because if you lose one of those games and you look back and you go, boy, if we were just a little bit more ready, you get to the end of the season and think that one game may have decided the division.
248-539-9797. Cookie jars coming up at 7:35. The third date rule will wrap up the hour. Mixed response. We will also talk Tiger baseball coming up next. Who's your Tiger to fix this? It's 97.1.
Injury attorney David Fabinio is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he really wants is for all of us to be safe and prevent some of those accidents. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips that he has learned and he has witnessed to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
You remember the Who's Your Tiger campaign? They used to do this. Heather, you remember you're at the ballpark all those years.
Oh, I remember. That was always a question I asked the fans.
Yeah.
Who's your
Who's your
tiger?
tiger?
And what kind of answers would you get?
Well, the kids would say pause, which is always cute. And I remember one kid, this was during Verlander's days, it's called him Justin Timber. It was like it was confusing with Justin Timberlake and Justin Verlander, and it was the cutest thing.
Timberlander?
It was something. Oh, that's what it was. Justin Timberland. It was adorable. I'm thinking of all the kids. I love the kids.
Yes.
But you'd get people who would say, JV must see
Sure.
JV, or Miggy's my guy,
Yeah.
Prince Fielder eating the nachos, whoever. Brandon Inge had a cult-like following. Who's your tiger? And it evokes these joyful memories. We want to know from you guys, not who your favorite tiger is. Who's your tiger to fix what ails this team right now? And we understand it's every single position group. It's pitching, both starting and relieving. It's getting a big at-bat from a big guy. But if, John, we ask you to come up with one, start with just one, and we'll get to a bunch more.
Let's remember that we said one, Mr. Cookies.
Tiger to fix this. Who's your tiger?
I'm going to go with the most obvious. It's the all-star for 2 years. It's Riley Green. He just needs to be more consistent. And I know we enjoy the fact that he's leading the team in home runs and he's got the OPS over the course of the season, but that needs to be him in the month of August, September, and October. And you can have these, ups and downs. But when you get to the most important time of the year, and for baseball, it is definitely late August, September, and October, you need to be the all-star. You need to be the guy that gets up there. And, hey, if a pitcher has a no-hitter going into the fourth inning, you're up at plate. It's the second time you see him. You got to rake. It's starting off in that first inning of just simply getting on base, making contact. And if it's a single, that's fine. Like, don't always worry about the long ball, hitting the home run. It could be a sac fly. Like, making contact, don't strike out when there's somebody on third base.
I mean, AJ both called him and the team out about that. Stop swinging for the fences. And those are uncompetitive at bats when you strike out as often as Riley Green does.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I'm going to go Matt Vierling.
Okay.
He's not at 100 at-bats yet. He's a righty that they need a righty to step up. They didn't trade for one. Fine. Okay, fine. You've got McDonald's at home. It's got to be Vierling. He has to step up. He can play outfield. He can play infield. He is one of these demons on the base paths, and he does make their lineup longer. He can bat near the top of the order when he's actually clicking. Mm-hmm. Vierling's the tiger that has to step up. Tom, who's your tiger?
Sorry. Casey Mize. I think it's him. Look, Riley Green has to be an all-star, okay? But beyond Green, Casey Mize needs to be the two. You have to have a two emerge, and I think he's the best candidate. He's got the best numbers of the other guys, and he hasn't been good in July. And you've got to have another starter step up and save this bullpen to not being used so much. Like, that's the key to me. If he can pitch, he doesn't need to pitch like he did in Cleveland. That was his last really good start about a month ago. That was elite. Okay, I don't need him to be elite, but I need to be a number two. Be the guy you drafted.
Right, and it's not have the laps, because if you look at the last start, for 66 pitches or 65 pitches, he was actually really good. But you have these lapses where the splitter hangs up there, and then it's 20 rows deep in left field. Like, you can't have those three pitches where all of a sudden, hey, thankfully, nobody was on base. They ended up to win that game. But if there's somebody on base, now all of a sudden it's a 2-run shot. It's a 3-run shot. And you can't come back from that.
Tom said help the bullpen with a starter. Honorable mention would be Holton in that bullpen.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's kind of the flex piece they could use as an opener in a playoff game. They could use him 6th, 7th, bulk guy, lefty. Holton was so good last year, has not been that guy this year. Ticket texters. Who's your tiger? Javi Baez. He needs to be the fix. Yeah, he's been brutal since the start of July.
Yeah.
If Torque can get red hot again, he would help fix things. That's the tiger. Riley Green has to be my tiger. He's the one that can get him out of this slump and start winning again. They started losing when he really took a nosedive. Who's my tiger? Torkelson. That's Ben in Whitmore Lake. Finnegan and Vest as a 1-2 punch need to be locked down. Finnegan is the most underrated trade they made. That's my tiger. My tiger is Cookies. If he would rescind his guarantee, the Tigers will win this division. I don't know if he needs to consult with Jobu, Major League reference,
yes,
but needs to do something. Something must be done. Phil in Detroit. Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, who's your Tiger?
Hey, guys. Jack Flaherty is my Tiger that we need to fix. I don't know if anyone said that yet. But we are going to totally need him in the playoffs. It's imperative. And I was hoping that he was already fixed after, his last 3 starts, but not his last start. You know, his last start was terrible. And I'm very concerned if we don't have Jack Flaherty at least at 75% of how he used to be able to perform, things are going to be bad. Take care. Go Tigers. Bye.
Thanks, Jason. It's the same argument with Mize. It could be Flaherty. Someone's got to be that number 2.
Yeah. And you have to have, okay, if you're going to pencil in a win for Skubal.
Yeah. Better be tonight.
Yeah. But you got to have that second and even third guy. So I normally wouldn't say I would agree with Tom with Mize for a pitcher because it's only one every 5 days, but you got to pair somebody with Skubal. Flaherty, same thing.
1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and now all of a sudden you're in a much better spot.
And just before we get to news, I will say in regards to torque heating up, his month of July, he's batting 270.
He's actually hit pretty well.
In the month of August to this point, 290.
Yeah, he's hitting pretty well.
And so
they need others.
That's the path that you want to see these other guys because you go back to the beginning of the season and in April, he hit 213. In May, 237. It's going the right direction. June was a tough month at 207, but then when you need him the most, 270, 292 through August, that's where the path that you need to see Vierling, Green, all of these guys follow.
One more text, Chris Fetter.
Yeah. That could be.
Unlock a whole bunch of these dudes. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
A Shelby Township police officer will not face charges for fatally shooting a Troy man after a traffic stop in June. So the incident unfolded on June 3rd on Van Dyke after the officer initiated a traffic stop. The driver, Thomas Jackson, fled the scene on foot, and obviously the officer pursued him. During that pursuit, Jackson was shot by the officer. And after there's a lot more to the story, right? They did use a taser that didn't seem to work. The driver did have a gun on him as well. So there was a weapon involved. The Macomb County Prosecutor's Office reviewed the incident, concluded that the shooting was justified. The prosecutor's office basically said that the officer had a duty to protect himself and others. Like I said, he did have a weapon. He was failing to comply with the officer's orders to drop said weapon. Now, the family of Thomas Jackson have retained an attorney and are expected to file a civil lawsuit. If Malik Beasley does happen to return to the Pistons next season, he's going to have to find a new place to live, you guys, because he doesn't have an apartment to go back to.
Yep. And we got extra room to rent?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. You might
he won't pay
clear.
rent?
Yeah. Just give away a room. Because on Wednesday, he was evicted from his high-rise apartment in Detroit after failing to pay rent. So he's been sued twice for not paying a total of $21,500 in rent. And the eviction and rent is just the latest in a series of legal issues, right? He's currently the subject of an FBI investigation related to suspicious betting activity. Plus, he's got more money problems, right? He's, failed to pay a celebrity barber, a lender, a marketing firm, and a dentist. Now, despite all of that, he does insist that he will be playing in the NBA next season, whether it's with the Pistons or with another team.
Well, he needs to. Yeah.
Say it again, boys. So we might now know who's behind the sex toys that have been thrown onto the court during multiple WNBA games.
Yeah.
So there is a group of crypto traders who claim that they're behind the prank, and they say there's more pranks coming. We're going to see more of these sex toys. I don't know if it's always going to be at WNBA games or if it's going to be at other games. And they do say, hey, we're not targeting the WNBA or women's sports. We're just doing this because you get attention.
Where it's happened.
I know.
Do you believe that they're behind this, or are they just trying to take credit for it?
I don't know, because they've launched like a meme coin related to what you're seeing on the court. They say it's intended to be lighthearted and a joke. They say they launched that in late July.
Because I haven't seen any at like baseball games.
No.
Seems to always be at WNBA games.
Well, it's harder to get them onto the field
with
at a baseball
netting?
game. Because you got netting. You got to. It's got to.
Yeah.
You got to have a good.
Or
arch,
it would
I
have
guess.
to be coming from the outfield.
Yeah, or that it could be, which wouldn't be that difficult to do.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But
saw
two
the
people
headline.
have been arrested.
Can you still bet on the color?
I don't know if that was ever real, but if it is,
okay.
green would be
Well,
what I would, at this point, they've all been green.
It would be green based off of what these crypto guys are saying because
It's their calling card.
They're the meme coin that they created has it's
Okay.
It is. Yes. I guess that's the news.
That's the news for now. We'll have more news next hour. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Cookie Jar, it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Current debate raging online right now. What are the big 4 American cities?
Heather, you want to start us off?
This is a debate raging online.
Oh, it is? Yeah.
Well, I think the 3 for me are easy.
Sure.
New York, LA, Chicago is what I would say are the 3 biggest. So then it's the 4th. What do you consider that?
Doesn't have to be population. Could
I
be
know, but
cultural.
my head goes to population, so I think Houston
Okay.
is what I'm going to say. Those are
Okay.
my top 4.
John?
All right, so we have 3 similar.
Okay.
One of them is not Chicago.
Oh.
Okay.
And so I would say L.A., New York City.
Sure.
And some of it is just industry. Some of it's, some of it is population. Population, drives that industry. Houston,
Yes.
along with you, and been to Houston. It is unbelievable. It's also location. It's close to Galveston and the Bay and everything. But my number 4 is Philly.
Why
Philly's
Philly?
good too. I like Philly.
Philly's got,
I didn't think Stoney was on the show anymore.
yeah, phenomenal food and a lot of great sporting events. Even if it's not, we're not talking about the sports teams, but some of the great sporting events happen in Philly. That's where the Army-Navy game should be every single year. They should just make it home for Army-Navy. But I think Philly is definitely one of those.
I went New York, LA, obviously. Chicago, that is the capital
Chicago
of the
used
Midwest.
to be, but no, not anymore.
And then I went Atlanta, the capital of the South, essentially, right?
Yeah.
I've never really been there.
I get
which
Atlanta,
is maybe
yeah.
why. I get it too.
I think Atlanta's a good pick. I went with the 3 obvious ones. I don't care what John says. Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, and I went with Dallas. When you think of Texas, biggest state in the union, you think of Dallas as the primary city in that state, so I went Dallas as number 4.
New York, Chicago, Philly, and Boston. You can leave L.A. off the list. I'm not picking any city from the Republic.
Oh, come on.
I found L.A. the one time I was there, just kind of I don't get caught up in the Hollywood stuff, really.
It's a huge cultural hub.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun things you can do in L.A., even if you're just visiting, which is
How you like to do it?
Yeah.
East Coast honk, Gov Milliken.
Yeah, that's the Stoney in me.
Yeah.
Boston's great.
It is.
Yeah. Boston and Atlanta were very close to me. Chicago, if you have been to Chicago in the last, couple of years, Chicago is not what it used to be at all. It's not even close.
I'll note nobody said Detroit. Detroit versus everybody.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay. No, that was the Homer test, and we all
passed. Yeah.
You can only order one at restaurants for the rest of your life: the appetizers or the dessert.
It's not even close. Dessert. It is, and in fact, if you gave me the main course, appetizers, or dessert, and I could only order one the rest of my life, it is dessert.
I'm going with the apps. I could order apps for dinner every single time I go out and feel satisfied, full, content. I rarely order dessert. I did think dessert maybe, but no, I never order dessert when I'm out.
I'm going with apps just based on usage because I typically order apps more than I order dessert.
Yes.
Appetizers. And I don't have a sweet tooth either, so I'm biased because of that.
I've got a giant sweet tooth, obviously.
So do I. Give me a chocolate layer cake at the end of dinner. I'm going dessert.
Yeah, dessert, ice a la mode, everything. Yeah.
How about those cookie skillets?
A warm chocolate chip cookie.
No
with
surprise,
ice
your name
cream.
is Cookies.
Oh,
And Ndamukong Suh was at Lions practice this week. Some people look back and think, what if he had stayed? What is the best Detroit sports what if?
so I'm going to go selfishly on this one.
What if they drafted you?
What if I had been drafted in Detroit? And it's what would I have been able to do for this team? Maybe nothing. But what would it have meant for my life having been drafted in Detroit? And every time I look back on it, and I always think, what would be different if I had been drafted in Detroit?
Greg?
The block was clean. I would like to see Trey Burke's block in the national title game against Louisville. Called a block and not a foul, getting Michigan the ball, down 3 with 5 minutes left. Hey, and if Louisville still wins the game, I will be okay with it. But I want to see the last 5 minutes of that game.
That's a good one, Greg. I'm torn between the limo crash
Yeah.
and what Vladdy and Lidstrom would have been able to do. And then you don't trade for Chelios probably. Again, it's the effect on the roster. But
How many more cups? Because they won the next year, and they would win in 02 as well. How many more
I think
cups?
at least one more.
Okay.
And then I will honorable mention to Rashid staying on Ori.
I went with the 04 draft. You take Carmelo instead of Darko. You'd probably win more than one title in that stretch.
Could.
So nobody picked the pass interference in Dallas.
Nobody did. Nobody picked what if Wayne Gretzky was a Red Wing. Oh. Nobody picked what if Harbaugh has to play Ohio State in the COVID year and gets fired. Nobody had that either.
What if our GMs make savvy moves at deadlines?
Okay, where's the SMARM alarm?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
The next question. Enough of that. What sports superpower would you want? Example, hit bombs like Judge, shoot threes like Steph. What would you want?
I think this one is easy. I know you put it in as an example, but hitting the home run, and if that's your superpower, it's everything that goes with it, right? Every time you get up to the plate, it's the anticipation. Is he going to go yard? And then boom, it's the bat flip. It's the home run trot. It's the walk-off celebrations. That's your superpower. Plus, hitting a baseball, I think, is still the hardest skill of any professional sport. So if you've mastered it and you've mastered the long ball, plus, chicks dig it.
Heather?
Well, I took this a little differently, is what sports superpower I would want. I would want to have the strength of one of those strong men in the strongmen competitions because I want to carry both kids, all my groceries into the house at one time and only make one
mom
trip
strength.
from the car.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
You want mom strength.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And a 50-pound medicine ball.
Sure. Why not throw that in there too?
This is a great question. I would go with Luka Doncic's court awareness ability. Just the ability to know without looking where the other 9 players on the court are, and it can be applied in everyday life. Knowing where everybody is in a certain situation, in an environment.
His proprioception, just the ability to know where everything is around you.
Tom?
Be a shutdown closer in baseball with 100-mile-per-hour heat.
You versus Jansen.
I want to come out. I want the intro.
Yeah, there you
Come
go.
on, let's go.
We just saw
go.
the fastest pitch that was just hit for a home run. Was it 103.9? So let's call it 104.
Yep.
It was just hit for a home run. Game on.
I said shoot like Steph. I mean, to be open no matter where you are on the floor, and that skill set alone gets you an NBA gig.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to play defense. You don't have to dribble the ball. You don't have to know how to do anything else.
Hey, Duncan Robinson got 90 mil.
I know.
Tigers play the Angels, who are from California.
Yeah.
What's the best thing to come from the state of California? Can't wait for Gov's answer. John, go ahead.
Yes. Again, this one is pretty easy for me. It's my wife. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, I gotta say either Hollywood, right? Like
Movies?
yeah. Or national parks, Yosemite.
They have a bunch of them.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
His name's on the studio, homies. Jamie Samuelson.
There you go.
There you
One,
go.
two.
Greg wins. I'm going to contradict myself, you might think, but I would say Hollywood and the movies. But I still don't like the city of L.A.
I went with John's wife, too. No, I'm going Hollywood.
Well, yeah. Where's the banana bread?
The movie industry was my answer. I don't need to get strangled. Lions are in Atlanta. The best thing from Georgia is...
Go ahead, Heather.
Peaches? I've never been there.
come
Julia
on.
Roberts is from Georgia.
Oh, Steel Magnolias?
Sure.
Yeah. No, I think the best thing, and this will go into something that I've said, I don't know, was it Cookies? I think you were here when I said this. The Vidalia onion.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. The Vidalia onion. I can't wait. Every year, they are the number one producer of Vidalia onions. And I wait until summer. When I know when summer is here, when I hear Dan Dickerson and I get to see Vidalia onions in the grocery store, they are magnificent.
Can you eat an onion raw?
Oh,
Like-
yeah. They're,
like-
yeah. I've said this before. I'll sit down and eat it like an apple.
That's disgusting.
Oh,
My
it
great
is-
grandma would do that.
Oh, my goodness. It's so good.
College Football Hall of Fame. Oh, yeah. A very appropriate place for it. Atlanta is a great melting pot of college football.
Yes.
Come on, it's the Masters. It's Augusta National.
Have you
It's
seen
like
the
it's like
damage?
painted. It looks like it's painted.
Yeah, I mean, I get with you. And Greg, College Football Hall of Fame was actually on my list until I went with Vidalia onions. But the Masters, have you seen the damage that's been done with some of the rain that they've had down there?
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh my goodness, it is unbelievable what they have to do to get it ready for next year's Masters.
Can I change my answer? Jimmy Powers. That
Oh,
way,
there you go. Brown noser.
I get that raise.
Yeah.
Hey.
So I dug a little deeper, like peaches, the onions, Coca-Cola. The man who was credited for inventing air conditioning was a doctor in Georgia.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
Love me some air conditioning.
As long as it works for you.
Go with the AC. There's your cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's 97.1. some of your reaction to the cookie jar, and then we'll get into the 3-date rule, something we stumbled into yesterday at the end of the show in news. Wouldn't have been right to only give it 5 minutes of airtime. So we'll get to it. Texters, Detroit sports what ifs. What if Michigan played Nebraska for the national title in 97?
Yeah, I can answer that one.
Yeah. What if the Tigers didn't lose Max Scherzer? Another couple cracks at the World Series. Maybe they actually break through with JV and company. Says, I would have loved to see what have happened had they called pass interference on the Pettigrew penalty in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
What if Big Papi doesn't hit that grand slam in 2013 off Benoit?
I had somebody text me that's the phantom call against Lambeer.
The Kareem phantom foul. And that would have been the first of a three-peat because they won the next two.
Right.
Do they still get the three-peat if they already have the one? I don't know. Texter says, I'd like to think so. What if the 49ers don't get their fluke reception off the visor of Kindle Vildor in the NFC title game? Mm-hmm. That's Jeff in Sterling Heights.
Or if Jameer Gibbs doesn't fumble.
Or Josh Reynolds catches the ball. There's 3 in that game.
Say something about the Lambeer thing. Dantley was still on the team. And would they have then made the Aguirre trade? Because we came later to know that Dantley and Isaiah was a cancer. Maybe there's an implosion. Just saying.
Another vote for what if Vildor had picked off that pass, Dan in New Haven. What if Hutch didn't get injured last season? I don't know if he alone swings the injuries they had, and I don't know if they win the Super Bowl, but it is a what if. What if Babcock didn't ruin the Red Wings? How many more cups would we have had? I mean, some of that is what if Franzen had stayed healthy? Cookies, you're crazy. If we took Carmelo, that would have meant no Rasheed. See, I've heard this argument, and why not both? Why couldn't you have traded for Rasheed Wallace with Carmelo Anthony? That team had no scoring. Well, Carmelo would have been instant offense. And I would contend if he had been brought up in that culture with Larry Brown and those vets, he would have also played a little bit of defense too. I mean, you're a product of your environment too.
Maybe, yeah.
How does no one pick Miami for one of the great American cities? I think if you were looking at this from like outside the U.S., you'd think, oh, like Latin American flavor, nightlife, the colors, the vibrance of Miami.
And I'm not going to argue anybody that says that's got to be in the conversation. I just, again, personal preference. Been to Miami a couple of times and it's just
not your thing.
Awful.
Heather, the peaches in Georgia are definitely not the best. South Carolina and California have better peaches.
Yeah. I have no idea. I know the
Georgia's
Georgia
famous
peaches.
for it.
Yeah, I know,
they got a better PR campaign.
They do. And in my experience living in Virginia, close to the West Virginia border, West Virginia has some phenomenal peaches. You want to talk about just flavor and juice. It was unbelievable.
John, I went to the state fair in Georgia about 10 years ago and had to drive through the Vidalia area. They were harvesting the onions, and I've never seen anything as crazy as the way they do that.
Man, Vidalia onions are so good. There's, especially if you like the shore lunch and you're frying up some walleye, you're frying up some potatoes, Vidalia onion just mixed in with everything is good. Man, I mean...
People are also calling you a softie for saying your wife's the best thing out of California, getting those brownie points today.
Well, there's nothing else that really comes out of California.
Okay. Whole movie industry, blue jeans, iPhones, beaches,
Again,
national parks.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of your favorite politicians. Vote for strip clubs out of Georgia.
Strip clubs.
Strip clubs.
Oh.
They're infamous or famous, depending on your preference.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Got strip clubs here. Just go down Michigan Avenue.
Sure.
Not like they have in Georgia, apparently.
Yeah.
All right. So this came up in the news yesterday. This was from Travis Kelce. This is like audio from years ago.
This is from 2016. He was asked during Watch What Happened Live. Watch What Happens Live. I don't know about his dating preferences or his dating deal breakers.
Everything in his life prior to dating Taylor Swift will be dug up at some point. And this is just now the 2016 digging.
So if we could play it for people, and then we'll get the conversation that it created. And you could see where he was
And
going.
he goes on and on and
So
on.
this came up in the news, and I said, well, it's the 3-date rule. And you guys had never heard of this.
No.
Mm-mm.
And then I put a Twitter poll yesterday up, and 55% of people said they had never heard of the 3-date rule.
Yeah.
So we want to know, did you know about it? And what do you think of it? Is it the expectation? Is it the norm?
And is it really a deal breaker? Like, that's the deal breaker. If you're not in bed with this woman you're dating by the 3rd date, it's done. She's out. You're on to the next. That's crazy to me.
So I think some of this is reinforced by like rom-coms and movies and like pop culture. I don't believe that everybody follows this, first of all. But the thought process is you want the passion to be there. And by the 3rd date, if you're not physically there, there's a chemistry issue.
Well, I think you can still physically be there. You could feel that you want to be there by the 3rd date, but I do think that...
So then why hold off? If you guys are both two consenting adults that are feeling each other.
Because I'll look at it from the other perspective, is if she's trying to hop in bed by the 3rd date, I'm like, well, how many times has she done this before? Like, I'm not really sure that that's a personality trait that I'm looking for.
To me, it all depends on what you're looking for out of this person you're dating.
Yeah.
If you're trying to jump in bed with them the 1st night, 2nd night, 3rd night, most likely, in my mind, you're not looking for this long-term serious relationship. If that's what you're looking for, I think you go and you really get to know somebody. You make sure that there's way more there than just this physical chemistry. While that is very important as well in a relationship, I don't think that should be one of the very first things that happens.
I don't think that makes it the basis of it if you sleep with someone on the 3rd date. I don't think it reduces your relationship at that point.
It doesn't necessarily, but in my mind, 3 dates, when you said that, is very, very fast.
I wonder how much of this is...
Especially if you're going from, hey, let's meet at a coffee shop. Like, if the girl doesn't even want you to pick them up and know where they live yet.
First dates are typically public place, feel it out.
You're going from public place on first date to
home base by the
home. Yeah. I mean, you're hitting a home run by the 3rd date.
It also
That's
depends.
some extra base power.
Yeah, that's a home run swinger right there.
It all depends at where you are in your life, too, and what you're, like what I said, what you're looking for out of a relationship.
I also think you were traumatized as a father of 3 daughters when this came up yesterday.
Who are, not all, but at least a couple of them,
College
old enough to date. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if
and some of them have already been on 3 dates, I would imagine.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean,
Don't make him think about
I'm going
that.
to have to now
He's turning red.
reevaluate how I send them off into the evening on 3rd date. Like, hey, Lucy, go to the car. I need to talk to this young man here for a second.
And I wonder if this 3-rule date rule is a rule that, is it just men know this rule, or is this a rule that women
are aware
follow
of
and
or
know
follow?
too?
Yeah.
Well, you should never feel pressured.
Well, now people are going to, because
That's when you stand up for what you are comfortable with. And if you're not comfortable doing that on the 3rd date, you don't. And if the guy doesn't get it, he doesn't get it, and you move on.
I'm so glad I never knew about this when I was dating, that this was what was expected of me on the 3rd date. I had no idea. I didn't know this was a thing, and I'm so glad I didn't.
Are you hearing about this for the first time? What's your reaction to it? If you are in the dating world right now, I wonder how much of this is like the app culture.
Yeah, it is this real? Like, would you dump somebody after a 3rd date if it doesn't end
They don't
with
put
sex?
out. Yeah. 248-539-9797. A lot to unpack here. We stumbled into this yesterday. We'll talk plenty of Lions, plenty of Tigers. Amik Robertson at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tarek Skubal takes the mound tonight as the Tigers open a 3-game series with the Angels at Comerica Park. The Tigers have lost 4 of 6 entering the weekend, just 6 games up now on the Guardians in the Central. Manager A.J. Hinch, is your team pressing? The veteran Kyle Hendricks starts for the Angels tonight. That first pitch, 7:10, pregame show, 6:45 over on WWJ. The Lions take the field in Atlanta tonight against the Falcons for their second of 4 preseason games. Devastating injury news announced yesterday by the team. Second-year corner Ennis Rakestraw out for the season with a shoulder injury suffered during practice on Sunday. This comes after Rakestraw played just 8 games last year with a hamstring injury. Veteran corner Avante Maddox, who's fighting for one of the final roster spots, could be called upon to help during Rakestraw's absence. The Detroit native who went to high school at King could not be happier to be home. The roster battles will heat up against the Falcons, namely the battle for the backup quarterback spot between Henden Hooker and Kyle Allen. Head coach Dan Campbell is not ruled out playing rookies Tyleek Williams and Tate Ratledge tonight, but all the regulars will watch this one from the sideline. Kickoff tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists last night, becoming the first player in WNBA history to post 3 straight triple-doubles. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So when this came up yesterday, I was like, am I coming across as some kind of deviant? Are you guys prudes? Like the 3-date rule? What do people think of it?
And we had never heard, John and I had never even
I'd never heard of
this rule.
No.
I asked my husband. He said he has never heard of it either. He says he's heard of people having kind of their own rules, like, oh, I won't kiss on the first date, or I won't sleep with somebody on the third date, whatever. They have their own set of rules, but has never heard of the 3-date rule.
I was texting group chats yesterday. Most of my friends had heard of it. Went to the gym later in the day. People there hadn't heard of it. So, and a poll question I ran was 50-50.
We have an unmarried man here.
Luke Sloan.
Yes.
Luke.
I think I've always, first of all, I did not know about this rule. This is the first I've ever heard of it, literally 5 minutes ago. I always think that for me, for anybody else, I think that you shouldn't go to second or third base until you're officially dating. So whether that be 3 dates, 4 dates, 5 dates, and then you kind of verbalize, okay, we're kind of a thing here.
You're committed to each other.
Yeah.
Then you maybe go and there's like a, extra innings after your date or something. That's all I thought. I mean, that's kind of the rule of thumb amongst my friends, I'd say.
Yeah.
I don't know about the 3-date thing.
Yeah. I haven't heard the whole second base, third base, home run in a long time.
Bit. Yeah.
Fireworks.
Fireworks, yes.
Friday night special.
Uh-huh.
Let's get to Antero on the phones. You're on 97.1. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I was just calling in to say, yeah, it's pretty good. Just calling to say that the 3-day rule has definitely been around for a while, and funnily enough, it kind of gained a lot of popularity in like the early 2000s or 90s because Sex and the City, that specific, they did an episode on it, and it gained super huge popularity on it. So I was going to say a lot of people probably haven't heard of it, but if you're a little bit younger or you probably watched TV back then, you definitely were around and heard of it from that.
Wow, I'm surprised I don't know it because of that, because I watched all of them.
And Taro, do you live by this rule?
No, I'm just familiar with this. It's something that was huge in pop culture.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was surprised. I'm not saying that I was surprised whether or not you would abide by it, that you hadn't heard of it. Texter says, I'm 66 and I'm familiar with it. It depends on the individual person and the situation. And this guy says, 3rd-date rule is not from Cookie's generation. It's been a thing for a long time, Greg and Clinton Township.
Huh. I'm not making it up when I say I've never heard of this.
I know. I took you guys' genuine reaction.
I do wonder how much of this is generational, but we've heard from other people like this has been a thing since the 70s or the 80s. Now, if you're in your 60s and you're dating, maybe this is a thing. Yeah, you might not have the time.
248-539-9797.
That's still pretty young.
Okay, 70s, 80s.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're on the Golden Bachelor,
there you go.
How quickly are you skipping
those
a
fantasy
line?
suites? Can we jump right to those?
John, did you ask Mel Owens about this?
Yeah, that was that. We didn't include that in the episode release. It got a little bit too graphic.
People pointing out this is in The Office, Big Bang Theory, like major TV shows.
Okay, well, I haven't watched either of those.
Okay,
I have.
And you didn't pick up on that reference.
No. I've never heard
I
of
got to
it.
say, I wasn't a big Sex and the City watcher either.
Oh, I used to have the box set on DVD
I know, it's shocking to
back in
everyone.
the day in
Yeah.
college.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. When I lived in the sorority, we didn't have cable in the room, so we would just do DVDs of Sex and the City over and over and over.
You all are out of touch. Texter says, my wife and I were going at it the first night. Just celebrated our second anniversary. As long as everyone's consenting, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it. Okay, this is just something I hadn't heard about.
Yeah.
And it's not something that I would have gone by.
And I understand what that man is saying, that, yeah, you can be sexually active right off the bat and still have a
Sure.
successful relationship. In my mind, though, I would rather really get to know somebody before that happens.
You're not going into date 3 saying, okay, here's date 3. So, if we don't do it,
I guess
I
this
don't
isn't going to
know.
work out.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of gets to the old question, do you believe in love at first sight?
No.
I think there's lust at first sight.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Totally agree.
But my point is, you don't have to look. People have their own religious beliefs, or if you want to be more of a gentleman like Luke until you're in a serious committed relationship. But you don't have to be in love to have sex with somebody.
Of course not. We all know that.
And you could start not being in love with someone and develop stronger feelings
Yes.
beyond the bedroom.
Right, but
that
it
says
all
even though
depends
you
on
had-
what you're looking for. And I'm not going to tell you you're right or you're
Yeah.
wrong.
What I'm saying is you may go into it, and I think some of this is dating app culture. You go into it with low expectations, knowing it's a numbers game. And if it turns into something more serious on its
a
own.
numbers game.
No, it is. I don't mean like.
Yeah. Throw the dart at the wall as many times as possible
I'm
and
not
see if the
saying
fourth
body
date
count,
happens.
John. I'm saying the odds of finding your person are low.
Yeah.
So you go in and it's a more casual setting. And if the feelings are right and it goes well, it goes well. And that doesn't mean you're not going to end up with that person. It also doesn't mean you will end up with that person. But I never went into it thinking like you have to wait to the 3rd or you have to wait to the 5th or you have to wait till the 10th.
No, I know. I said 10 yesterday when you were like, well, how many dates is enough? And then I was thinking about it for a while last night, thinking
Were
about
you?
what I knew this was going to be a topic of conversation. I was thinking in my head, well, what is appropriate? Obviously, it depends on the situation
Sure.
completely. But I thought about 10. I was like, yeah, maybe that's a little 10 dates is a lot of dates. Maybe not quite 10 dates, but
It
it all
depends.
depends. It all depends on the situation, on the person, what
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Let's get to Jamie. You're on 97.1.
Jamie, good morning.
Hello. Good morning. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing all right.
I would just say, that the 3-date rule, I didn't really have a rule, but my girlfriend, me and her together now 6 months, happy as we can be. And it actually happened on the first date. Didn't plan on it. There might have been a couple of drinks involved, but we talked for like 5-6 hours, went out, and ended up going back to her place. And wasn't planned or anything, but now we're happy as can be.
How'd you guys meet? Like, where'd you go for your first date? Like, did you meet out and about or did you set up the date before? How'd you meet her?
No, I officiate. We met the day before. I officiate wrestling, and she was actually a table worker at the thing. And at the end of the 9 hours of wrestling and that officiating wrestling, and her taking my points as I was adding them up, she gave me her number. We went out the next day for dinner, and
There you go.
and that had a couple of drinks, and been together every day since.
There you go.
Hey,
So,
good for
sometimes
you.
it works,
Yeah.
It wasn't planned.
You want more of these ticket texts?
Sure.
248-539-9797. Cookies goes on swingers cruises. He's banging on the first date. Maybe if Costa had kids or specifically daughters, he wouldn't be pushing the 3rd date rule. I don't know that I'm
Yeah.
pushing the 3rd date rule.
Kind of sounds like you're on that side.
Text says the 3-date rule is big in pop culture. It's usually a rule that women make men wait until the 3rd date. That's the classy thing to do, John, is to wait till the 3rd date.
Wait till the 3rd date?
Yes. He's a gentleman if he waits till the 3rd date. So if a guy
Oh, you're
picks
not
up
easy if you make him wait till the 3rd date?
all the way to the 3rd date, John. You're not easy if you wait till the 3rd date, apparently.
Huh.
Does it matter if you kind of knew the person before you started dating? Like, that's got to matter a little bit.
There's
Like, if
a
you've
lot
been
of
friends for a
variables,
while,
sure.
you already knew a lot about them, you've already had a
Sure.
relationship, and then you started dating, it's like you skipped all the other dates.
Yeah, and so
know.
we had that one, and it was more based on it was a short dude, and the girl was like, yeah, okay, we were friends for a long time, and then all of a sudden, if you're friends for a long, you could, sure, if you haven't been,
because you already do know that person.
Officially dating,
right?
But you've been hanging out and doing all of these other things for, and it doesn't have to be years, but if you've been friends for a long time, you know more about this individual, and I think things would speed up.
Says, good morning, guys. I actually learned this from a girl. She taught me about the third date rule. Relationship didn't work out.
Oh, she didn't make it to the third
So
date.
she was expecting him to make a move
on the third date,
and he didn't. And she's like, "Well, is he not into me?
He must not that.
He's out."
Yeah.
Heather, you said this. Maybe it was off air. You go, if the two people don't know this, if one does and one doesn't, it sets you up for failure.
It totally could, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why I was curious. Does everybody know this? Do women know this? Apparently so.
Some, yeah. This one says, if not by the third date, I have to assume she's waiting for some sort of infection to clear up. Run.
No! What?
Text we get 248-539-9797. Look, we're not doing 4 hours on this, but it came up yesterday.
How old are these people? I need to know more details.
When this came up yesterday in the news, we all looked around and said, well, we don't have the time to do this today, but everybody's got an opinion on this, whether you'd heard of it, whether you follow it, whether you think it's a dumb idea, whether you've
I think it's too much pressure. It's too much pressure that you're going to be in that same spot, both of you at the same time. And if one's not, then all of a sudden it's over.
That's why I said I'm so glad I didn't know about this rule.
Yeah.
This rule.
People want to know if Luke Sloan is a prude. Some more ticket texts coming in. We'll screen these. We'll get to Amik Robertson at 8:35, and then it's Lions and Tigers and a bunch of sports. It's 97.1.
Hey, I guess the place you want to go for your third date or to watch great sporting events is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's where we're going to be located on August the 22nd, I believe, for the morning show. So join us out there if you want in downtown Las Vegas. It's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
If you're injured in an auto accident, take control with KG Law. Get personalized care. Emphasis on care. KG Cares is their slogan, but they've got care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm with over 5,000 wins personal injury cases. 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y. You want to check them out if you've been injured in an accident. You or a loved one, check out kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Greg doesn't miss. Do you believe?
Oh.
This came up from a news story. The 3-date rule.
I'm not surprised that you would be singing this song, that you would know this one just by the prelude.
That needs to be a drop, and we can use it for the pennant chase.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Do you
yes,
believe?
yes, yes.
Oh, no.
That's why you don't sing on the air, Heather. Right?
I don't. That's part of.
Yeah.
It's another reason why.
That's why I stopped.
The 3-date rule. Texter says, I'm 60. I can't believe 55% of people hadn't heard of this, including Heather and John. Ticket Texter says, good morning. I don't agree with the 3-date rule. I'd never heard of it, and I don't want to date someone who expects to sleep together after the 3rd date. You have your chemistry. You don't sleep together right away. But Heather's right. It depends on where you are in life.
Right. I mean, if that was a deal breaker for the woman that I was dating, then that in itself would probably be a deal breaker for me. If she wanted to
If
hop
that was
in,
her deal breaker, that would be your deal breaker.
Right.
Totally get that.
Yeah. If she wanted to be that quick.
I didn't know about the 3-day rule 11 years ago when I was single, and I learned about it when women started ghosting me after I didn't make a move after the 3rd date. I had no idea I was being punished for being a gentleman. Mark and Macomb. My fiance took me to a concert for our first date, or took my fiance to a concert for our first date. We fell in love that night, and we're not waiting until the 3rd date.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have to wait. No. I'm not saying that that the 3rd date can't be the moment that it happens.
John, there's an old adage. If you have a son, you only have to worry about one penis.
Yeah.
If you have a daughter, you have to worry about all of them. That's Tim in Farmington Hills, so you're familiar.
Heather, have you not heard of that one?
No, but I get it.
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
Yes.
I think some of this conversation was like you realizing, like, I have 3 daughters. What do you mean this is?
Well, part of it, yeah, because I hadn't heard of it.
Yeah.
Now, if that's what dudes are thinking now, when they leave the house, they got to make sure that they know, I don't mind going to jail. Like, if this is what you're thinking is going to happen tonight.
Text says it's age relevant. After 24 years old, I would say after the 3rd date, it opens up the window if you're serious about the person. Otherwise, there's no time if it's just fun and not a relationship. Larry in Commerce.
Yeah, there's no set timeline.
First, there's not. It's 2 consenting adults whenever you're comfortable doing this. Texter says, what happened to waiting until you're married? That's from Mark. And someone echoes a similar thought. My cousin just got married, and they never had sex until they were married. This person says, no effing way.
I think that's very admirable, and it's...
I'm guessing...
I don't know how realistic it is anymore.
No.
But, yeah, if you have certain religious beliefs that you believe in, then
good for you.
Good for you. And if that's the case, then wait. And if your partner doesn't want to wait, then there's a lot of things that you got to be on the same page on moving forward.
Well, there's a ton of things that are like important. Like, do you want kids someday? I mean,
sure.
How do you view your life from, do you want to live in one area? Do you want to travel the world? But I think this is one of those things too. You have to be on the same page compatibility wise. I wouldn't wait till marriage. I think that's part of compatibility I'd want to know before I married somebody.
I think that's a huge part of a relationship, and I would want to make sure that everything's compatible there.
Everything working okay?
I would imagine that those people who are waiting to have sex until they're married have already been intimate in some form. without
different bases.
Yes, and they know that. Okay, yes, everything works.
They have
We're
yeah,
going,
they
this
have
is going to
the
be okay.
required equipment,
Yeah, right.
and it's
No micros.
Like you got to be you need to be semi-aware.
Compatible.
And yeah, and
Compatible does a lot of work. Just use that word. You want to be compatible.
I can't.
so I don't know
I
what
can't
I'm
imagine
allowed
waiting.
to ask or not.
I think you can ask anything, and then
Oh no, I'm
what it is.
asking here.
I know.
Like, okay, all
I
right.
still think
So-
you can ask anything.
Okay.
Colin might be short, but
Oh, don't
Oh
do
well.
that.
Well, okay.
Okay, listen, people.
So if you find out that the individual is not as endowed as
Yes.
you'd like them to be, then how do you end it? Do you just say,
It's not you, it's me. You just
but
leave.
you're lying?
I know.
It's your small junk.
You don't say that. You just break up. That's why people ghost people. I don't think this is going to work out.
same applies to women too in terms of their
Equipment?
rack. You're the one that brought up the topic.
But normally, people are going to date. You're going to pick this person you're dating
You're attracted
because you're
to.
attracted to them.
Yes.
So if
They have certain
if
traits that
there's
you
certain
already,
things you're looking for
Yes.
in your partner, you're going to go to those people
yeah.
first.
And that happens to be a little bit more obvious.
Yes.
No, it can be manipulated.
Well, sure, we do
And
have push-up
some-
bras
well,
and the
yeah,
little chicken
let's,
cutlets and things we do.
yeah,
Yes,
chicken
I
cutlets.
get
Chicken
it.
cutlets.
Yeah.
Whoa. What's that?
Not really chicken cutlets, but they're like
Oh,
they're like you stick them in your bra.
Yeah.
They're like they look like little chicken cutlets, and you stick them in there, and whoop,
Oh, they
Yeah.
they enhance?
yeah,
Appear
It's like,
to.
it's like a
and,
sock in your drawers.
Yes.
Sure,
Okay.
people don't do that though, do they?
John, you've probably seen it, right? You've been in locker rooms.
Oh boy.
And I've never seen a sock fall out.
So this is when we conveniently move to Heather in the news. Heather, what's
Oh
going
my
on?
gosh. Let's see. An American man who tried to sneak into Canada by kayaking across the Detroit River was arrested on Wednesday. So officers who were conducting commercial property checks, this was right around 1 a.m., spotted this guy at the edge of the Detroit River with a kayak and 2 backpacks. Detectives say this 51-year-old man was trying to enter Canada illegally. He was arrested and he was turned over to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Okay.
Taken back to wherever
Mounties
he
got 'em.
needed to be taken back to. Let's see. Oh, this is pretty cool. After years of construction, the highly anticipated unveiling of a new park in Detroit now has a date when it will open.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Centennial Park will officially open to the public in October. We've seen pictures. I talked about this a while
Yeah.
ago. It's got that big bear
Yeah.
with a slide for kids, but there's so much more than just the playground. So it's located on the Detroit River, 22 acres. There'll be basketball courts, recreation centers, a 5-acre garden, play structures, a boardwalk, which is going to be pretty cool. So
Cool. Just in time to use it for winter.
looks pretty neat. I know,
Yeah,
but
right.
the Detroit Riverfront Conservatory says that this undertaking was one of the most significant projects in the nonprofit's history. So that's pretty cool. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the NFL. And for the upcoming season, they are releasing special edition team cans. So you can go and check out each team, specifically the Lions. They showcase the team's logo, colors, and then jersey-inspired retro stripes that wrap around the top of the can, bottom of the can.
Are they regular size cans or are they enhanced?
The Lions, obviously, it's a black can. It features the Lions logo. There's also a QR code, John. There's also a QR code that links people to potential prizes like game tickets and merchandise.
I'm seeing how far we can go with him. He's going to be He's not going to be usable for us the rest of the show.
Alrighty. People are blowing up mailboxes in Troy, and now police want to find these pranksters and let them know, hey, this isn't very funny. It's actually a crime. So they took place like late in July 26th. 3 mailboxes were hit, and police believe that they weren't like targeting people. They were just
random events. Yeah.
And it's believed that teenagers are putting fireworks in the mailboxes, blowing them up. Obviously, they're saying, hey, it's super dangerous. It's not funny. And it could be a federal offense. So if you've got any ring Ring doorbell camera or
Any
cell
footage, yeah.
footage. Turn it over to police so they can find these pranksters. This is pretty wild. There's a woman who was arrested at a hospital this week in Florida for allegedly impersonating a nurse and providing medical care to more than 4,000 patients without a valid license.
Wow.
Terrifying.
Yeah, this is awful.
Absolutely terrifying. It all started after a hospital employee was actually reviewing her credentials
They're
for
going to promote her.
potential promotion, and they discovered that she had an expired certified nursing assistant license. And then obviously an investigation went from there, and authorities later determined she was working as an unlicensed nurse for 7 months, and she was arrested, which is just absolutely
bizarre,
but also very, very, very scary.
Yeah,
It's troubling, yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. How much time do I got?
Yeah,
I got
more
one
time.
more
Go
minute.
for it.
Let me see. Oh, we might know who's behind the sex toys that are being thrown onto the court at WNBA games.
Okay.
A group of crypto traders could be responsible. They're claiming they're responsible anyway. And they say this was just a stunt and there's more pranks coming. This crypto trader, or this group of crypto traders, they launched a meme coin, they say intended to be lighthearted and a joke in late July, and it's called what you're seeing on the ground there. I mean, I don't know
that's
what
the
I'm
name of
allowed
the
to
coin?
say. Yeah.
We can say it on the air, right? Or no? No?
So I think so. Well, you've said it, but
Yeah.
sometimes I feel uncomfortable saying it because I'm saying
it's a
so.
dildo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's green.
Yeah.
So
I would
anyway.
uncomfortable saying
So
it.
they
too.
say they're not actually targeting the WNBA or women's sports, but they say they're doing it for attention. Like forever, people have thrown things on,
Sure.
whether it's the ice at hockey games
Yes.
or on courts. So they're just doing it because it's obviously getting attention. But 2 people have been arrested.
Yeah,
so don't
I
do
did
it.
see that. Yeah.
It's not worth it. I mean, yeah, everyone's going to laugh on social media, and then you're the one that has to be in the handcuffs. Don't be an idiot.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Amik Robertson next. We'll talk about the Lions, the upcoming season, his role in that secondary, and this new defense without Aaron Glenn. Plus, his favorite movie may surprise you. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about me, my life, and my personal financial goals, and then work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. In fact, I stopped in at our branch yesterday. We had some business we had to take care of. They always come up with something that is, hey, have you thought about this? We were reviewing your accounts. That's what I love about First Merchants Bank. They don't just sit there. They don't just let things stay the status quo. They're always looking for something more. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as that individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help me and other customers and the communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Back at it tonight against the Angels. Scooble on the bump. You remember the campaign they used to do, Who's Your Tiger?
Yeah.
It's about your favorite tiger. We want to do Who's Your Tiger, not your favorite. Who's your tiger to fix what's ailing this baseball team? We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Good morning. Happy Friday. John, we're calling it a football Friday.
It is. We got football tonight. We had football last night. But we have local football with the Lions taking on the Falcons tonight down in Atlanta.
Two big storylines to watch tonight. First, I want to start with Henden Hooker. He's playing for his spot on the roster.
Mm-hmm. And we heard what he had to say of his performance last week in the Hall of Fame game. It was a 0 out of 10. We also know that at the end of the season last year, he was the number 2 quarterback until he wasn't.
Until they needed a quarterback.
Yeah, until they got closer to playoffs. They brought in Teddy Bridgewater, and everyone is left with, why did they draft him in the 3rd round? What are the expectations for him moving forward? What are they looking for in a backup quarterback? And can he, in a pinch, because that's really all you're wanting, is can he get you out of a game? Can he get you a start out of 17 games if Jared Goff can't go? We talked to Brad Holmes, and thankfully they haven't had to test Henden Hooker in the regular season for any leverage situations.
But I think we learned last year that while they only had 2 quarterbacks on the roster, Henden Hooker wasn't QB2. Because at the first glimpse, they went outside the organization and added Teddy Bridgewater. So it's on him to solidify his role as QB2. Why did they draft him? Well, they drafted him
because it was good value at the time.
Well, yeah, maybe he had a first-round grade but was injured. It's value. I also think it wasn't them drafting him solely to be a backup. They had not extended Jared Goff at the time. It was a hedge. It was insurance, right? When you have car insurance, you hope you never have to use it. You don't want to get rear-ended. You don't want to get in a car wreck. You have home insurance. You don't want your house to catch on fire. It's not a problem that they haven't had to use Henden Hooker. The problem will be when you pay for insurance and you need to use insurance.
What's the coverage?
What's the coverage? And right now, he's not a backup quarterback, and he needs to earn that.
Yeah, you're hoping you've only got a $100 deductible instead of, well, we're paying for the whole thing.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's what Henden Hooker has, the task in front of him.
So what do you want to see tonight? Because, again, you've told me, hey, don't just worry about stats. What do you want to see?
I want the opening drive it doesn't need to end in a touchdown. It doesn't even need to end in a field goal. That's the goal. But he needs to show that he can, if the first set of downs, you end up in 3rd and long, can you be accurate? Yeah. Can you get the ball downfield? If you get in trouble, we know he's an athlete, right? Can you get out of trouble and still make something happen, whether it's with your feet or being accurate down the field? Can you operate this offense? He's going to have no better opportunity than to start a game where they are giving him the first 10, 15 plays. They are scripted. And you're going to, from now until game time, in fact, it's probably happened 2 days ago. You got the script. You're going to make some tweaks here and there, but you know what that first call is going to be depending on the hash, what you're going out there and doing. What's the follow-up call? All of those different things. You had a chance to play this game, to visualize it, to practice it for 3-4 days, and you're going to get the best opportunity to go out there and execute a pre-planned script.
It's set up for him. He'll play with better players around him than he did in the Hall of Fame game because he's starting, and he'll play with a lot of the 2s. Mm-hmm. He's got to come out there and execute. What we can't see is, yes, he's an athlete, but don't get happy feet, because at Tennessee, he didn't have to make full field reads. Mm-hmm. He's been in the league long enough. It's preseason. We need to see him reading a defense. And if the play truly breaks down, hell yeah, dude, go take off and make something happen. But it can't be 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, panic, I got to do something.
Yeah.
Act composed. Play composed. John, we've seen a few practices. I have not been impressed. I talked to some of the beat writers when we were out there because they've seen more. They said, honestly, he hasn't looked the part.
Right. And when you get to the line of scrimmage, right, it's you're not going to be seeing complex defenses. This is Atlanta's first preseason game.
Yep.
And in all of them, you're not going to see a lot of complexity in the defense, but you can get up to the line of scrimmage and whatever play you had call doesn't look like it's going to work. They are stacked wherever that ball is going. What's the composure of getting the team, the communication of getting that offense into a play that will be successful? Do you have enough time on the play clock? All of these different things are things that you need to see from Henden Hooker, and ultimately it's going to come down to, can he complete a forward pass? Does he hit open receivers? Is he throwing it into double or triple coverage? Is he making good decisions? All of those things are ones that we'll be able to see.
And we want to see him succeed because it's the easiest path, a young quarterback with upside and mobility. If he struggles, given that he'll have the script and the better teammates around him and no complex scheme on the other side, you make a call. Because if he struggles, I'm assuming Kyle Allen will start game 3. Yeah. We're not going to get a true evaluation from Hooker again until the 4th preseason game. And by that point, Carson Wentz or the other quarterbacks are going to get scooped up. I mean, they should act swiftly if he doesn't perform well tonight.
Yes, this is a make or break it right now. And it doesn't have to be perfect. No one is expecting perfection, but it needs to be leap years ahead of where he was in the Hall of Fame game.
248-539-9797. What are you watching for tonight? And we know it's a busy night, right? Scooble on the bump. You got Lions preseason game. Hooker's the first of the two things. The second thing I'm looking for tonight, are we going to see Tate Ratledge? Are we going to see the first-round pick, Tyleik Williams?
Yeah.
And, John, do you want to see them? Your opinions on preseason has shifted over the years. We'll get to that next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Weingarts. The Lions take the field in Atlanta tonight for preseason game number 2 against the Falcons. Head coach Dan Campbell has not ruled out playing rookies Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge tonight, but all the regulars will watch this one from the sideline, and that includes linebacker Alex Anzalone. He talks about his approach to training camp. Before kickoff tonight, devastating injury news out of training camp in Allen Park. Second-year corner Ennis Rakestraw out for the season with a shoulder injury. He suffered it during practice on Sunday. On TikTok, Rakestraw writes, "It's been a rough 2 years, but he will be back." This comes after the corner played just 8 games last year with a hamstring injury. A blow to the Lions defense, head coach Dan Campbell. Lions-Falcons preseason tune-up number 2, 7 o'clock kickoff right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight. The Tigers, who've lost 4 of 6, begin a 3-game weekend series against the Angels at Comerica Park tonight. The Ace-Turk Scooble gets the start. Kyle Hendricks for the Halos. That's a 7:10 first pitch over on WWJ. After just 4 months in the program, Michigan transfer running back C.J. Hester is now back in the transfer portal. The former UMass and Western Michigan running back has rushed for 661 career yards. And Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley, who's currently the subject of a gambling investigation, has reportedly been evicted from his downtown Detroit apartment. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
People texting in who their Tiger is, not their favorite, who the Tiger that's going to right the ship and fix this. Get to those later in the hour. Cookie jar as well. John, we said Henden Hooker, something to watch tonight for the Lions. The other story, what about these rookies?
I want to see the rookies. And you mentioned it, you referenced this in terms of my beliefs in what should happen in the preseason. And a couple of years ago, people want to go back and they could listen to me just rant and rave about this team, this offense needs to operate in the preseason. And there's still a little bit of that inside of me because 2 years ago, it was a loss to Seattle that could have been prevented maybe if there was a little bit more chemistry, offensively. Last year against Tampa, week 2. That's one where you look at it and you go, well, could they have been in a better position? Sure. But it's hard to argue the results of the last 2 years other than obviously getting knocked out against Washington. But that didn't have anything to do with back-to-back division championships.
15 wins a year ago, only one of the 2 losses that you referenced. So you're starting to change a little bit on what you want to see.
I have. And some of it is the extent at which these teams do practice with other teams. Miami's coming to town. They're going to be here early. They're going to have a couple of practices. We used to do it when I was in Washington with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'd drive up to Latrobe, or they'd come to us in Frostburg, Maryland, and we'd have a day where we would scrimmage together. But it wasn't as structured, and it's basically structured like a preseason game, but with certain situations that both coaches want to be able to see their guys in. So it's probably the best of the situations. The rookies will play in that. There's no question about that. Penei Sewell, Jared Goff, the offense, defense, they're all going to play in those. And that's where you're going to get a lot of work. But I still want to see rookies be exposed to as much stimulus as possible that is different from what they did in college. And I know that both of these guys, whether it's at Ohio State or Georgia, they played in big moments. It's not about the road environment. It's not about the size of the moment, because playing against Atlanta in the preseason, like, you're not going to get a ruckus environment. You're not going to have to go silent count. But there is something to be said. There's differences of traveling in college versus the NFL. There's differences playing in NFL stadiums. And the pressure right now of being able to compete in those situations. And I'll put it as simple as this. Coaches aren't on the field in the games. We all know that. They are at practice. Even in these scrimmages, you come back to the huddle and your coach is either running into the huddle to tell you something or to make a correction or give you a pat on the back saying, great job. Well, in the game, they're not there. You are forced to solve problems and, whether good or bad, make things happen on the field. And I think it's even more so for offensive and defensive linemen. He's not going to be playing next to Penei Sewell when they play Atlanta. I get that. But there are things individually that you can learn from. And I think rookies just need every exposure to as much stimulus as possible before you get to week one of your rookie season.
So you're cool with the vets sitting the entire preseason, guys like Goff, right? All pros,
I've
St. Brown.
re-signed. I mean, my background tells me no.
But you're trying to modernize.
Yeah, I'm trying to come into the modern era.
Well, look, John, I appreciate that you can speak to a personal experience, and I understand and appreciate that you're also trying to, measure up with what they're doing now as opposed to what they did then. You still want to see rookies in the preseason, specifically these guys, first and second round picks, Williams and Ratledge. They're starters. Starters I don't need to see in the preseason. Starters are going to get to play in these joint practices, and those reps are so much more valuable. They can tailor-make red zone trips and reps. They can play 2-minute drill and 4-minute offense. That's not guaranteed to happen in the preseason. Ratledge could play in the preseason, but he's not going to play next to Sewell or Glasgow because those are vets. So he's not developing the chemistry anyway. I'd rather just keep him with that unit, get the real reps in the joint practices, bubble wrap him in the preseason, and if he starts a little slow out of the gate, it's a trade-off. I'm keeping him healthy, and I need him humming at the end of the season. So I'm cool if he doesn't play.
There's being able to execute the offense, because it's going to be new for both of these guys. And not for Mahogany, he was in some of this terminology last year, but it's being able to process that, get to the line of scrimmage, and perform. Those are some of the things, and I know you're going to be doing that in practice, but again, it's very much different. Even if they were at home, you go into Ford Field and being able to process what you're hearing in the huddle and executing it at the line of scrimmage, I just feel that rookies, they need that. And maybe it's only one drive, maybe it's two, and if you see if the coaches see what they like in those first two, maybe you don't see them against Miami or in that final preseason game. But I don't want to wait and hope that maybe in next week against Miami we get a chance to see it, or wait till week one, which is on the road at Green Bay,
division
and
opponent.
then you follow up with a home game against Chicago, 2 division opponents. You got to be ready to go and hit the ground running this year in this schedule.
Texter says they need to play at least a little in the preseason. The starters do. Shake off the rust, lock it in. Can't risk for waiting for the first team to find their groove in week 3. That's Mike cleaning the carpet.
And I used to 100% wholeheartedly agree with that. But I do think the way that the scrimmages are put together, that takes the place of what we used to know as the regular preseason games.
Those are in some ways even more valuable than those preseason games were, because you can tailor make the reps to what you want to see.
So things like that, like countless reps are happening between Glasgow and Goff in practice, and therefore we don't need to make sure that they have a good exchange.
Right. So this guy needs to see them run a 6-play drive and punt the ball.
Right,
Now
but
now they're in rhythm. That come on. And honestly, can I just say this too?
But for Ratledge, it's even different because I may want to get him some game snaps at center. Just because he plays in this game, he may not be the starting center, but he may be, or the starting guard, he may be the starting center.
Maybe.
And now all of a sudden, because it is a new position, it's a new experience, I want to see how he acts or interacts with his line mates. How is he making calls? All of those things can be seen on film. And I think it's important that he gets that game opportunity at a new position.
But I just need to say this. So you've referenced, hey, couple week 2 losses the last couple years, and this guy references getting it right before week 3. I find it kind of funny that that's the traumatizing thing from Lions fans, that they're like, well, what if we lose a game early, and not the mountain of injuries they had a year ago? And I'm the guy advocating try to minimize those injuries in the preseason. That to me is more valuable than, well, what if we lose one of the first 2 games of the season?
Injuries are always going to be a risk.
Right, but I'm willing to risk the injuries when they're practicing next to the other ones. I'm not willing to risk the injury playing against nobodies. Like, John, you mentioned when you were in the preseason, Simeon Rice was on the opposite line. There's no Simeon Rice-esque player that they're going to go against. There's no Tampa 2 blitzes. It's just putting them out there unnecessarily.
I don't care who they're seeing on defense. I don't care how complex it is. I want them to go out there and be able to perform in that environment and be exposed to it before week 1, before they're running out there for the first time, fulfilling a childhood dream of playing in the NFL.
I agree with you about the rookies, and especially offensive linemen like that. Like, it's good to be in the Ford Field environment. The crowds are big for these games with the play clock and getting down.
Some of it's just operation.
Right. The first 2 games this year are way more important than the last couple of years. They are division games. Okay, so there is a little bit more of a premium on these games. But
why is that the emphasis and not minimizing injury?
No, what I'm going to say is I don't think preseason, not playing in the preseason, led to them losing game 2 at home the last 2 years. The Seattle game was a disaster defensively.
Right.
Yes.
I was at that game. Yeah. And then the Tampa game was coaching mistakes at the half.
Yeah, which Campbell himself owned. And I also think the game plan was squirrely. I mean, throwing it as much as they did, especially second half when Vita Vea went down. I thought that was more coaching than player.
And I think we always look at Tampa, especially. Tampa is a good team, and they got a good defense, and they match up well with the Lions.
Yeah, I just go back to the experiences I had as a rookie. And maybe when we have TJ in, or if he's listed, he wants to text one of us, his may be different. But what I learned about the NFL game in those first 4 opportunities to get on the field, well, they weren't extensive opportunities, but what I gained from that really helped me when we played the Giants or even Detroit, which I think was either week 2 or week 3. Those were lessons that really helped me be more ready for week 1 than I would have been if we just sat out.
Of course, the reps come with a benefit, but the risk is just if something happens to these guys. I mean, they're relying so heavily on Tate Ratledge to be a starter on a group that's missing 2 players from last year's line. We know about the D-line with Tyleik Williams. They have some injuries up front, including Aleem McNeil and obviously Levi Onwuzurike. They need bodies. They need them to be healthy. The trade-off just isn't there. Like, I understand you can get hurt anytime you play. I'll trade that off when I'm getting A-level reps in practice. I'm not going to trade it off for C-level reps in the preseason, not with guys who are starters.
Yeah, but you're downgrading. I accept the fact that there's a risk of injury, but I don't think they're C-level reps. You may be playing against C-level opponents or next to a C-level guy, but those are A-plus reps that you're going to get before you play when it really matters in the NFL.
248-539-9797. Some thoughts on what to watch tonight in the preseason. We are going to get back into Tiger baseball. They're still playing real games, and they're in a critical stretch right now. Tarek Skubal's going to pitch tonight against the Angels. We want to know who's your Tiger to get them back on track. It's 97-1.
Hey, maybe you're going to sit down tonight and watch some football. You're thinking, maybe I want an ice-cold beer. Well, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of aid that's IPA, that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, sitting down to watch a game, grilling, on the boat, hitting the beach, doesn't matter. You could just be kicking back. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. So look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Tiger baseball with an off day yesterday, back at it tonight. Scooble on the mound. Let's pick up some pieces here. John, they had the Who's Your Tiger campaign back in the day. And it evokes, like your favorite. And I love Miggy and JV and Brandon Inge, right? Fan favorites. We don't want to know your favorite Tiger today. We want to know who the Tiger that fixes this needs to be. And we know it's more than a one-man job, but start with one name, 248-539-9797. Who's your Tiger to fix this?
It's got to be Riley Green. And I know it seems like it's the most obvious, and sometimes the most obvious answer is the right answer. It has to be him. He can't be the guy that he has been for the past 6 weeks. He needs to be able to get on base. He needs to be able to make contact with the ball. And it's not just when they have a lead. I know you went through all the stats yesterday or 2 days ago, but this is a position where you expect to whom much is given, much is expected. And there's a lot of expectations on Riley Green. It has to happen when they're down by 3. It needs to happen in the first inning to set a lead. It needs to happen when there's 2 strikes, when there's 2 outs. Like, those are the situations where you look at it and you're like, okay, Riley Green should be that guy and needs to be that guy. He can't not be the hole in your lineup.
Too many uncompetitive at-bats, right, where you're swinging and missing, sitting down, the ball doesn't get put in play, nobody gets to go first to third, there's no sac flies, there's no advancing a runner, there's no pressure on a defense to execute even a basic ground ball. He has to be so much better. I like that one. I went with Matt Vierling. They've made it a point that they don't need a right-handed bat. He can play infield, he can play outfield, he's a good base runner, he's played the World Series. They need more from him. And we're almost out of excuses. He's about to hit that 100 at-bat mark. He can play at the top of the order when he's hitting, but if he's not, he shouldn't even be in the lineup. That's a guy who can swing things dramatically from sitting on the bench to being a fixture in your top 5 of the lineup. I went with Matt Vierling because I look at right-handed batters on this team, and I think Torque's going to do his thing, and Torres is going to do his thing, and then I don't know who else they've got. They can do the specialist thing with Jones and Ibanez. Baez has fallen off a cliff. I put it on Vierling. They need a boost. Tom, who's your Tiger?
Mine is definitely Casey Mize, and I agree with both of yours. I mean, there's a lot of guys here because the whole team has been slumping. Riley Green's such an obvious. He has to play like an all-star, but for me, it's Mize. I mean, remember, Mize was his all-star. He needs to become the number 2. I don't think he's the clear 2 yet. Has been pitching like that the last month. They need him. I think he's the most likely to pitch consistently. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, I mean, because Reese Olson's not coming back.
Right. And I think the starting pitching has really triggered what's going on here in the last month of Tiger baseball. I do. I mean, they've given up, and it's not all starting pitching, but they don't put the offense in a good situation.
And they leave their bullpen out to dry too.
Yeah, and if they can get a second starter along with Scooble to keep that bullpen fresh, I think that'll help take some of the pressure off.
Well, if we don't feel like they have a good bullpen, and they don't, you don't want to overtax it. Right. You want to be able to hide some of those guys and not need to dip into it in the 5th or 6th inning.
This is his moment to live up to the pick that he was. He's been through a lot. He has shown flashes that he was deserving of that pick.
Yeah.
Now it's time to do it. Kind of like how Torque has contributed. And look, Mize made the All-Star game, so that might have been a little unfair there. But at the same time, become the guy.
Well, a stabilizer. Yeah. And you're right. Number 1 overall pick. I don't know if he'll ever live up to like true ace stuff, but can he be he was the number 2 for a large stretch of this season. They're going to need him to finish the season. Him or Flaherty, someone's got to be the number 2. And ideally, you got 1, 2, and 3. And now, instead of needing one guy, you've taken so much pressure off of your bullpen.
Right. And for Mize, I know we're talking about the rest of the season now, but in the postseason, if you have to play in that 3-game series, what do you need?
Right.
You need 2 wins. You pencil 1 in for Scooble. Somebody else has to get one. In a 5-game series, you need 3. Can you count on Scooble for 2 of those? Then you need 1 more from another pitcher.
If I could spotlight a guy in the bullpen, it would be Tyler Holton. He's one of the few lefties they have that they could lean on. He has been so up and down this season. Last year, he was their 3rd most valuable player according to WAR, behind only Scooble and Riley Green. He can be an opener, he can be a bulk guy, he can be a lefty specialist, or he can be a pain in the ass, which he's been at times this season.
Yeah, and if he's used less, he could be more effective, which is why I chose Mize out of everybody. I just think somebody needs to take the pressure off this bullpen besides Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody needs to give you a quality start. I know people laugh at that stat. When we have 4 guys in the rotation that aren't going 6 innings, that's a problem. Mize can take it down to 3. Flaherty can do it once in a while, but you trust Charlie Morton or Paddock to give you 6 innings consistently?
Finnegan has come up on the ticket text as who your Tiger is that's going to fix this, because you work backwards. You go, well, now I have a 9th inning, and then if Vest can settle in, I got an 8th inning. You start working backwards. Finnegan's come up on the ticket text. Jahmai Jones, ticket text.
So those guys can be good complementary pieces, but I think it has to be somebody that you are expecting to be good on a day in, day out basis when it matters most.
How about Javi Baez? We got a ticket texter who says they got to fix him.
Well, yes, there's no question. I mean, Javi Baez, if he would just get back to plate discipline and not be swinging at things in the other's batter's box, that's where if he strikes out, he strikes out. It's going to happen. It's going to happen for Riley Green. But if you're swinging at strikes and not making contact, or at least it's a good pitch, like he's swinging at pitches that aren't even qualified as good pitches.
The one the other night was a Tuesday night. So bad.
The last month, he has played like Javi from last season.
Yeah, I know.
Batted at least. Like
this last ticket text, is it cheating? Doesn't name a player. Says Chris Fetter. Whatever he's doing with these arms has not been working. He needs to get back to working the magic and getting something out of these guys. Well, they did put it on him with their deadline. They put it on him. We'll get to the cookie jar, but first, Heather, with the news.
Well, 4 Michigan men have been busted in this massive counterfeit online perfume scheme and are now facing charges after allegedly selling fake product for years. So Attorney General Dana Nessel said that this bust is one of the largest counterfeit product seizures in state history. She says she was contacted by Walmart in 2023 to actually help with this investigation into a seller that was on the retailer's marketplace website. And the seller, who is from Port Huron, is accused of selling more than $1 million worth of counterfeit products. This is in cologne and perfumes as a third-party seller. And after executing a search warrant, more than 300 boxes full of all of this knockoff perfume and cologne was seized. And then it was discovered that he was also selling fake products on Amazon for a while. And then during the investigation, they found the seller's wholesaler, who was from Sterling Heights, busted him. And then another man as well was arrested in connection to all of this. But also selling other products, not just this cologne, but fake Victoria's Secret products, Chanel, Abercrombie, L'Oreal, all sorts of counterfeit products. Crazy. I just was watching this video online. Also crazy. Somebody was injured on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship after the glass part of a water slide broke.
Oh, really?
I don't know the exact injuries, but it sounds horrendous.
Yeah, it sounds
when
awful.
you think of it.
Yeah.
So they have those tunnel slides.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah,
and part of it is
and
glass so that everybody can watch you slide down. Well, there's video and water is just gushing out of the clear part of the slide because the glass broke and somebody was sliding down at the time.
Oops.
Just imagine, I'm just picturing glass fragments being stuck into your body as you slide down the slide.
Or if it came out as a pain, then all of a sudden there's
Well,
just a giant
fall
hole.
out.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't do that, thankfully. It looks like it just cracked.
Oh.
But water was gushing out onto the deck below.
Yeah, it's going to leave a
Lawsuit,
mark.
And a huge lawsuit coming their way
Yep.
for sure. There was a guy who fell overboard into Lake Superior and is now sharing his basically story of survival. So this guy, Peter Joyce, he was on a ferry coming from Minnesota. He was going to Isle Royale for this big annual boys trip, a fishing trip.
Cool.
And during that trip, he fell overboard off this ferry into the freezing Lake Superior, and he didn't have a life jacket, and the captain of the boat had no idea he fell overboard.
He fell over.
So he gets into the water, was able to survive that fall, sees the boat just going on. So he said,
anybody seen Jerry?
yeah, he knew he had to remain calm or things were going to get bad fast. So he started swimming the 2 miles to the island. He said he had to take off all of his outer clothing because it was just slowing him down.
Yeah.
And to conserve energy, he just kind of mixed up the type of swimming strokes he was doing, from backstroke, side stroke when he got really tired. Once he made it to the island, he was then trapped on a rock surrounded by water and cliffs. And thankfully, he was eventually picked up by a local conservation officer. And he says he just can't express his gratitude. He could have gotten hypothermia, even though it's summertime. The water in Lake Superior is very cold enough for hypothermia. And then once he was rescued, he was also thanking his mom for putting him in swim lessons. So parents, because he said he knew how to swim, knew all the different strokes, and was able to survive. Pretty crazy.
Glad he knew which direction to go too, because when you're in the water 2 miles away, you can't see the island. Not at water level.
And he said it was dark. He was swimming in the dark too.
Wow. Yeah, he's very fortunate.
Speaking of Lake Superior and things up in the UP, Stormy Cromer, you guys familiar with them? The hat company?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They just unveiled a new collegiate hat line highlighting 18 universities across Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. I saw the story and had to put it in because they're made and manufactured in Ironwood, which is where our cottage is. So the new hat line will be available on August 12th. And they're the winter caps that are notorious with the Stormy Cromer. And they'll be embroidered with the colors and the logos of the universities. Tons of Michigan State, Oakland, Michigan Central, Ferris, Grand Valley, Lake Superior State, Michigan Tech, Northern. List goes on and on. Starting at $55. So, John, maybe too expensive for you for a hat. But
no, it's a hat that actually serves a function and has enough material to you can look at it and go, yeah, okay, I think that might be worth $50.
All right. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Got myself a few of those.
We got one for Emily when she was a baby. It's the cutest little Stormy Cromer hat. And of course, it only fit her for like a couple months. Then she outgrew it. But we went and did the factory tour. It's pretty cool if you go.
Kidding. Yeah. I have not done that.
If you go up there, put that on your bucket list as well. It's pretty cool.
Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. Some big debates on the internet. A couple questions for us to settle amongst ourselves. It's next, 97.1. Got some ticket text on the cookie jar. Wrapping up the show. Happy Friday, everybody. Biggest what if. Lidstrom scores Game 7 of the 09 Stanley Cup. Sends it to OT. Do the Wings get their back-to-back? As for superpower, I'd like to golf like Tiger Woods.
That would be awesome.
And you could do it for a long time. As long as you avoid the Perkins waitresses, you probably beat Jack. Like, it's great.
Yes.
Ticket texters, nothing ever good came from Georgia. Go Gators. Roy and Clarkston.
Okay.
He says, okay, but the Masters is a great one. Was just talking to Jimmy Powers.
Yeah.
Georgia Jimmy. What do you think he said?
Being from Georgia, he's probably got I don't know, maybe he thought Coca-Cola because the amount of money it brings in the state.
Nope, wasn't Coca-Cola, wasn't peaches. It was the predictable answer. He said the Masters.
Oh, yeah, well, Mr. Golfer.
Of course. Coca-Cola, peaches. Ticket texters, best stuff out of California. Wine.
It is wine country, part of it. Yeah, a lot of whiners out of there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that joke.
I had to get you before you stood up. Yeah.
Says, what if Josh Reynolds catches the ball on 4th and 2?
I know. That is one that we have discussed here, and maybe that's the play over the last couple of years that everybody's going to point to as the biggest what if of this era of Detroit Lions.
Hit him in the hands. They catch it, keep the ball. Probably win the game, right?
Yeah.
Playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Who knows what happens after that, but you can't win it if you're not in it.
Right. That's the thing. If you go, well, we wouldn't have beaten I would have loved to find out, guys.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Ticket texters. What if Kobe hadn't vetoed the trade that would have sent him to Detroit? Mid-2000s.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. What if Hutch didn't break his leg last year? What's the result? Because the offense had 5 turnovers against Washington. Did they win the game with Hutch?
I don't know. I mean, your game plan's completely different.
Lower scoring, maybe you're not pressing.
Yeah.
I mean, things completely play out so much differently because it was so early in the year.
Right.
I mean, if you just want to equate it right to that game, I do think they would have had a better chance to win.
Well, of course they'd have a better chance. But
maybe they get the 1 seed. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, that's kind of my point. They would have had 15, call it 16. They beat the Bills. They still have to play Washington in the first game. And if Goff has 4 turnovers, it doesn't matter if Hutch is in the lineup.
One of my late takeaways, this came up like a month or two ago on the show, but from that game, I think we were doing Are You Over It?
Yeah.
Or something like that. And I kind of just realized over a course of time that the Lions, I thought, approach to that game was basically like the Buffalo game, that they simply thought they had to outscore them. And that's why they did so many aggressive things that led to turnovers. That they just felt like they had no, when they sat down and game plan, that they realized they couldn't stop them.
Yeah, and maybe if Hutch was there and there was a way to actually create a stop, or to create pressure on their quarterback, that the offensive game plan is different.
Well, it needed to be. They should have run the ball more.
Yes.
Regardless whether Hutch played or not.
To my point, it was the Buffalo game with a worse version of Goff and decision-making, play calling that didn't work.
Yeah. What if Michigan never hires Connor Stallions? John's head is in his microphone.
Oh, they wouldn't have won a national title, right?
There you go. Ticket Texture says, what if Steve Yzerman made a move at the trade deadline at any point in time? Okay, that one deserves. There you go.
Is that one from Kelsey and Royal Oak?
It might as well be.
This Red Wing season, we've got to explore having her on or sending a text or something.
I feel like she's more fed up with the team than I am.
Well, I want to find out. I want the demo.
I know. We need to know.
Yeah.
We need to answer that question.
Ron Costa's sitting in at 6-10.
Yeah.
Bring some heat. Hot takes.
That'd be great. She comes in. Move over.
Speaking of smarmy texts we got today, we did ask people who the Tiger is to fix this.
Yeah.
We got one for Bregman and we got one for Suarez today.
Well, I mean, as soon as you open that up, those are the ones. I'm surprised we only got one of each.
Yeah. And the response to getting those players was?
That's a great drop.
It took Rieger to get that.
I know. It's great that it was Rieger because he just didn't want to deal with the guy. He's like, no and no. I'm not answering these questions.
Yeah.
Jake Wallman, really? No and no.
I mean, it is. Look, I'm glad he asked it, and
Me too.
I wish we had answers and details to how all that went down. But it was a year later. I understand how Yzerman was a little bit irritable from it.
Well, yeah, because that Wallman goes for a number one.
Yeah,
You gave him away. You paid somebody to take him, and then they get a one in return.
Like Yzerman's here, and he's like, this already sucks doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only spew out what I can spew out, and now I got this guy bringing up something that happened a year ago.
You think as soon as Rieger raises his hand to ask the question that he goes...
He gets the... Sports figures have eye rolls when Rieger's turn comes up.
But it's good we have them because these questions do need to be asked, and it's okay to ask questions they don't want to answer. In fact, that's the reason we're there. It's not PR.
I know it's busting him, but he's asked questions that a lot of people would not ask.
Yeah, I mean, him and Leland back in the day when we were breaking down every bullpen move and why'd you go with this guy? And Rieger was always great because he'd go, well, the fans want to know, right? I'm here for the fans. The fans want to know. Well, and I think the fans did want to know why, they went that way with the Wings.
It's a good way to preface a question when you're trying to ask a hard question.
Yeah. Texter says, what if Konstantinov never got hurt? Right? I know, Tom, you brought that up. Ticket texters. What if Michigan State... Oh, I'm not going to read that one. What if Gretzky would have come to Detroit instead of L.A.?
Sure. I mean, that would be
Gordie Howe was his favorite player, and
yeah.
it would have been one if. We had Detroit sports what ifs in the cookie jar because Sue was in town, and some people wondered, what if he had signed an extension? Guys, do you have a all-time Detroit sports what if?
Konstantinov's a big one for me. He was the best defenseman in hockey, and he showed it in that series against Philadelphia, manhandling Eric Lindros all series long into a sweep, and unfortunately, the accident happened 2 weeks later.
Doug? I brought up the 04 draft.
Mm-hmm.
Darko versus Carmelo.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd change that.
Really?
Yeah, because they won a title.
And they win more than one if they get Carmelo.
You think.
Or they might not have won any.
This is the old, you take what's behind door number 2. I'll just take the title. But I get it. I mean, I understand the appeal.
Tom went a little, someone brought up, what if Rashid doesn't leave Robert Ory open Game 5?
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
What if JT
the phantom
short?
call on Lambeer where they won 3?
If Utley doesn't get hurt on the field.
No. Yeah.
What if Michigan plays Ohio State in the COVID year? Does Harbaugh survive? I mean, how does that change?
None of this is fun to talk about.
Sorry, Doug.
This is all painful.
Yes.
We asked more fun questions.
Yeah.
What sports superpower would you want, Doug? You can take the ability to golf like Tiger, shoot like Steph.
I mean, right now in my life, I'd like to be able to shoot par, but that's just not happening.
No, but you get a chance to choose your superpower. I mean,
Gator?
play along.
You want to skate like McDavid?
A sports superpower or any superpower?
We win sports.
Oh.
No, Gator, just tell me what your superpower is.
Yeah.
Because now I know you got one
X-ray
in mind.
vision is not in the in the cards right now.
It's not there. No, I think with sports it would have been. I guess I would have liked to have been taller.
As a superpower.
Yeah,
Tall like
superpower
Jansen?
would be taller
Yeah.
because then I could do
Yeah.
other things I wanted to do. But I don't know.
Yeah,
Throw a
I
baseball
would
100 miles an hour is pretty
love
good.
to know what it's like to be the fastest person on the field at some point. Because I never was.
Yeah.
Sprint like Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, something like that.
Throw a baseball 100 miles an hour.
Your nickname could be the
And
cheetah.
you get the cool closer entrance.
How
too.
awesome would that be?
Oh, I'd have a cool closer entrance.
What would your entrance be?
Wouldn't hate that.
Probably Seek and Destroy by Metallica. Something like Creep and Death by Metallica. Something Metallica with a Creep and Death. Seek and Destroy is overdone, so Creep and Death.
He's got thoughts on this. This
He
is
does.
great. What are you guys talking about
Oh,
today?
I got thoughts.
Well, we'll preview the Lions game tonight. We have an interesting, you can pick one and one only. We'll probably get to that in the first hour, actually. And Gator had an experience, a food adventure that we want to talk about right out of the gate.
A food adventure.
It's next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Friday indeed. Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. And Scott Anderson, how are you today?
Doing just fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Yep. And I want to give a shout out.
Ooh.
You know, we don't do shout outs on the show.
No, we don't. Show rule.
But I would like to recognize, the fine people that work at the Secretary of State offices.
Oh.
This is the third time I've had to go to a Secretary of State office in the last month and a half. And the people have been fantastic. Incredibly friendly, incredibly helpful. To the point yesterday when I went with my mom, we had to do some paperwork. And I had gotten the forms ahead of time. But I didn't fill out the forms ahead of time because I wasn't entirely sure exactly what was supposed to be where, whatever. And when we went to Secretary of State and the woman helped us out, she filled out all the forms. I didn't even ask. She got them and she's all right. And she just starts filling them out. I'm like, you're awesome. This is incredible. And even when the woman had screwed up at the end, it was still like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You've been amazing so far. Oh, I have to redo this. It's okay. No problem. Thank you very much. And she was awesome. The people there were awesome. We all agree the website is a little bit difficult to maneuver sometimes. It's not as helpful as you want it to be. But the people, Doug, it gives me faith.
Does it?
It gives me faith. It used to be a death sentence to have to go to the Secretary of State office.
Dude, it used to be terrible.
It is not anymore. You set up appointments online. Our appointment was at 3:40. We were there just before 3:40. We waited no more than 2 minutes before my name was called. It was just a pleasure to do business with the Michigan Secretary of State office.
So I got a visit today because I got to sort out the whole enhanced license thing.
Oh yeah.
So I don't get stuck in Canada this weekend, and you're not doing a show with Rieger on Monday. And I'm hoping for a similar success. But my last few trips, yeah, Secretary of State, that they have dramatically streamlined and improved the process as for those of us out there that have to visit, because it used to be something you dread.
Dude,
you're like, okay, I'm gonna file away 2 hours and hope I can get out of there.
So when we walked out of there, I literally breathed this giant sigh of relief, and it was audible. And my mom was like, "Wow!" And I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "This has been weighing on me for a while, for months and months. This thing has been weighing on me, and it didn't need to, because they made it easy. And it's the anxiety of going in and having to deal with this, and this, and this. There's no reason for anxiety. Schedule an appointment, and hopefully you know what you need to bring with you." Because that's where anxiety can set in if you don't bring the stuff that is necessary. But if you do, things can go really smoothly. And it did. And when I was done, I was like, why did I wait this long to get this done? This was simple. So thank you.
All right. There you go. Champ of the week and the Secretary of State. So I tried to watch that Erie game last night.
Yeah, I know.
I bravo, right? Because it was a hell of a. It was better than, like I said, watching.
So because the Tigers weren't on last night,
yeah, they put the Erie game.
FanDuel has decided that there will be some games this year, some nights this year, that they will air the Erie Seawolves games, which is the Tigers AA affiliate, which has their top prospects. There's like 5 of the top prospects are playing in Erie. So last night was the first game that they showed on FanDuel. The problem is the feed that they have is kind of like a webcam stream feed-ish.
Yeah.
It's a little better than webcam, but it's a stream feed. So there's lots of freeze-ups and lags and stuff, and that was kind of tough to watch.
It was. And as much as I like, and we've talked about Michigan Golf Live or Breaking Par or Epic Trails and all the other shows that they would put on the air on a Tiger off night, I'd prefer they put the Erie Seawolves game on, but it was so glitchy after a while. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I ended up watching the Little League World Series, okay? I had the NFL game on. I was flipping back and forth between that and the Little League World Series. And the Little League World Series, I'm just going to say, I wonder if anybody else had this experience. New Hampshire was playing Massachusetts. The winner goes to Williamsport. It's for the Northeast title or whatever the hell it is.
How many teams make it to Williamsport?
8 from the U.S. and 8 international.
Okay.
And then there's a U.S. bracket and there's an international bracket.
It's a Sweet 16.
Yeah. And so there's 8 regions around the country that are determining the 8 U.S. teams that go, and there'll be a team from each region. We are the Great Lakes region, and I think our team was from the Upper Peninsula. By our, I mean the team from Michigan, and they got eliminated. And I went in and I'm like, okay, Massachusetts is the heavy favorite. They haven't given up a run the entire regional. And so I'm going to root for this New Hampshire team. And after about 3 innings, I couldn't do it anymore. The New Hampshire team, these kids were like staring down batters and
What?
yeah. And, posing after everything. And
From New Hampshire?
yeah, they were really, really, really super cocky. And, this goes back to, I don't blame kids for emulating what they see on TV, but I'm like, hey, you coaches could tone this down a little bit. And I ended up really getting into it and rooting for Massachusetts. It wasn't UMass, just a Massachusetts state champion. And I don't know if anybody else saw it. And these kids from New Hampshire were so much. And I'm like, I can't do it. I can't root for them anymore. And then I started actively rooting against them. And then I felt guilty. I'm like, I am really, really.
You felt like Gator?
Whoa.
Yeah, kind of. I was tapping into emotions I didn't know I had towards kids. And yeah, that New Hampshire team. I mean, maybe I'm the only one that watched that game last night. I might be, but I was like, and maybe I'm the only one that noticed it.
First of all, it's not fair. And second of all, if kids are bad, call them out.
Yeah, but you go back to everything, right? I mean,
it's
the
all the
adults,
parents,
adults are letting it go, and you
Sure.
could see the coach from Massachusetts a couple times, like shaking his head, like, "All right." But I'll just leave it at that. I found myself. Was it like Gator? Yeah, I guess it kind of was.
Gator, which sports kids do you find most annoying?
Sports kid?
Yeah, like baseball kid or hockey or basketball, football kid. Maybe there's other sports kids that you don't like. All of them.
Probably would be baseball now that I think about it. Yeah, there's more opportunity
to showboat,
to gloat and all that.
uh-huh.
I mean, hockey, if you do it, you can get people have an answer for that in hockey. Basketball, I don't know if you see it as much when they're that young. Football, you see it, but I think baseball, it seems like it's more pronounced, where you can really see the bad parenting coming through.
My experience as a sports parent growing up, you can find over the top parents everywhere, and they are prominent.
Yes.
No sport was worse for us than hockey, with the yelling and screaming and the parents. And I
But were the kids that bad?
So it's hard to tell because
you don't know what the chirping is.
they got helmets on. They're far away. I mean, baseball, you can kind of see everything.
But do you find the kids like smacking each other, slashing each other with sticks?
I mean, not a ton. That doesn't happen a ton.
Baseball. I mean, you got the stare downs, the bat flips, the taunting, the constant taunting on the field. When they score, they can do all types of. There's so many opportunities in baseball just to be a jackass.
Yeah. Well,
when you're that
say
young.
it was prominent last night, and I found myself way too vested in going for Massachusetts.
Were they from Concord?
No, they're from Braintree. Oh, you're talking about the New Hampshire team.
Yeah.
I don't remember where they were from, but all right. So
are they going to lose next round?
Well, now they know they're off to Williamsport.
So we don't know who they're playing.
New Hampshire's out, and
New Hampshire is out. Okay,
yes,
good.
Yeah,
All right,
they
good.
They
Yeah,
ended
you
up
don't have to worry
losing in
about it.
extra innings. Yeah. So
suck it, New Hampshire.
Okay, I didn't. Anyway, straight ahead, we got some Lions stuff to get to. We got an either or question. We're going to take 10 texts today. We're going to do it early in the
There's
show.
no fence sitting. There is no fence sitting when we do either or.
No, this is you get to pick one and one only. And we'll get to that today at 10:25 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. So good to be with you on a Friday. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Michelle on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
we were watching, my husband and I were watching that Little League Series game last night, and because we didn't have our full attention on it, we were both doing other things. We had it on in the background, but we were listening to it. We didn't really actually start watching it until the very end, so I didn't see exactly what you're talking about, Doug, but I can see. Do you remember the play, excuse me, at the end of the game when the kid was running down first base?
Yeah.
And we think that he deliberately kind of veered himself into the pitcher that was walking off the field to try to get an interference call?
Yes. Yep.
So did you think the same?
Yes, and it was...
So that's totally...
The kid that did that was in the center of a lot of the trash talk.
Yes. Okay. I believe that. Because at the end, then he was the extra runner that they put on second base, and then he was trying to get the appeal to get the safe call at home when he slid into an out.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, it would look...
I could tell that he was definitely one of the instigators.
He really
we noticed it.
I just did a quick search on Twitter. I did Little League World Series New Hampshire. It's all I did.
Yeah.
Here's what has come up.
Okay.
These are all comments, not germane to us, just using the hashtag LLWS for Little League World Series.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say who the Twitter users are, but these are things they've said, and I'm going to have to censor these. I'm probably the only one watching this, but New Hampshire Little League World Series team is full of a bunch of punks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, the head coach for the New Hampshire is straight up blanking idiot. Little League World Series 100% encapsulates New Hampshire baseball. California would blank on these kids.
Mm-hmm.
Canoes up and down this New Hampshire Little League World Series team. New Hampshire Little League World Series team, dirty as blank. Blank them little kids. Blank New Hampshire, whole bunch of punk-ass kids with dumb-ass coach. This kid, Ty Johnson from New Hampshire, is pretty sick. Great delivery, clean, and just carving up batters. 6 Ks through 4s. Nothing wrong there. And then at the end, this is kids going places.
Yeah.
That's apparently some people aren't happy about it.
Feedback coming in, felt the same way, was flipping through the Erie game, NFL and Little League. My son is on a 10U team in Tecumseh, so he watched the Little League game. Him and I both said this New Hampshire team is annoying, and we eventually turned it off in favor of the NFL and Erie. That's from Mitch in Tecumseh. So with Doug, the way kids act nowadays absolutely pisses me off. They dance and stare everyone down after everything. If my kid ever tries that, they get a stern talking to. Let's bring some class back to sports. So look, kids are going to do stuff. And when it does happen, the coaches or the adults, can intervene if the kids cross a line. And we try to do that in my days of coaching. But there were times, or I'm sure our kids did, and said some obnoxious things. They would get addressed, okay, because kids are kids. And they do mimic what they see on TV. Striking out a batter in Little League, sprinting towards home plate and staring the kid down you just struck out is not something that, as a coach, I would say, hey, we're not going to do that again. Nice job.
Sure.
But not necessarily.
Yeah, well, apparently this is nothing new. As I've gone through a lot of these, some are from years ago, people ripping on New Hampshire baseball.
Really? Competitive travel baseball coach here. These instant replays in the Little League games are a little too much. This is teaching the kids to argue with umpires. We bench players for that type of behavior. I've been watching Little League baseball on ESPN for 35 years. Excited for next week. Excited to see how these teams practice good sportsmanship. Unnamed texter, I ran a hotel, and hockey parents are the worst of all parents. Only sports parents we had to kick out and ban. Wow.
Well, the parent part is different. Yeah. This one we're talking about the bad kids.
Yeah.
But bad kids come from bad parents. But the parents in the crowd, that's a whole different ballgame.
100% agree, Doug. Those New Hampshire kids were little punks. That kid intentionally ran into the pitcher, then acted like he was shot on his way to first base. Little canoe factory. Next one, Doug, I was watching the game too, and the kid, New Hampshire, pouting after getting thrown out at home made me root against them. Yeah, well, there you go. It was weird because I just had the game on, and
it's crazy. You guys are rooting against,
it's weird. Yeah, because
you guys are rooting against kids.
Yes,
crazy.
exactly, Gator. Well, Gator knows what it's like all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was a weird feeling. Like you root against adults all the time, against the Guardians or against the Packers, right?
Yeah.
These are kids.
I know.
And you're like, in your mind. I don't know if you said anything out loud on your couch, but in your mind.
I did.
Okay.
And then I turned to my wife and I was like, I know. I know, they're kids. I know. These coaches need to stop all this. Now, the Erie game.
Yes.
Some of the guys did some stuff.
Yeah, Max Anderson, he went yard. He had a couple of hits in the game. Josue Briseño hit a 2-run shot that was part of back-to-back home runs, 3 in a row there by the Erie team. And then Kevin McGonigal was up at the plate when the winning run scored. It was a wild pitch on a ball 4. Brought home the winning run. They were down, I think it was 6-0, and they came back with the home runs, made it 6-6, and then eventually won it. I think it was 8-7, maybe in the final score.
Yeah.
But nice job from Erie. Max Clark went 0 in the game, but did draw a walk. These guys do look the part. I mean, the McGonigal and Clark in particular have great plate discipline. I think McGonigal had like 3 at bats where he had a 3-2 count. It's just working the count.
Yeah,
and they just don't strike out that much.
Yeah, look, I mean, watching one game is hard to like really come to conclusions, but but it sure was fun just to have that game on TV. I wish it was a little less glitchy, and hopefully they can sort that out moving forward. But yeah, and they're doing. Is there 4 more of these, or is there 4 total?
I don't know how many there are total.
They're going to do it again.
Doing this again, yeah.
Which is really, really cool, and I'm really, it's a great programming idea, and it gives fans a chance to see the next wave, which is, there's a lot of hype about this group that they've got, coming up this year. And I said it a year ago at this time, we never imagined that Jackson Jobe would be a Tiger. I don't suspect that any of these guys will be a Tiger. But I don't
think so.
But you never know.
Not for this year, no.
No, not for this year. I don't suspect.
I don't
but you never know.
Maybe I can.
Right?
I
kind of wonder if it'd be Max Anderson. And the reason is he's older.
You're right, because he's a college kid that played 2 years now in the minors.
Yeah, so I kind of wonder if that's if they were give somebody a chance.
Maybe, and they're giving him some more versatility. They're playing him at third base, and he made a couple of nice plays at third.
Yep.
And he can play second as well. So possibly, but I still doubt it. I think the guy's going to make that jump. If you're going to have a young kid make a jump, it's probably Hao-Yu Lee, or Jace Young, being the younger guys that are already at AAA.
Yeah, we have seen Jace Young. We have not seen Hao-Yu Lee, and I'm certainly intrigued by what they have down on the farm, and they have committed to it. All right, so by what they did at the trade deadline, much to the angst of many a Detroit Tiger fan. Okay, somebody said this. Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch. Baseball player was my favorite prospect last night. They were wearing, do we have any idea why they were called the Oat Milkers? I know minor league jerseys, they do all kinds of goofy stuff. And on the back where it says, where their names usually are, it said baseball player, which made me giggle. And
then the coach's head says manager on their back.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they were the, I think it was the Malmo Oat Milkers. It is strange.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in the minor leagues. They have Charlie Brown night where they all have the yellow jerseys with the black stripe across it, like they're Charlie Brown wearing the Charlie Brown shirt. There's always weird.
What's it called? Like minor league baseball kind of fun.
Weren't they called the Space Ghosts or Space Cowboys or something for a while there? They had Space Cowboys.
And they're the Moon Mammoths.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, so 10 texts only. Tonight, you can pick one to be elite. One to be elite. I mean elite, where you go, that guy, that's impressive. Henden Hooker, Tarek Skubal. Pick one. One to be elite tonight. Just tonight. Which would you pick to be elite tonight?
Who do you think will be, or who do you want
Who
to
do you
be?
want to be elite?
Want to. That's the key right there. Who do you want to be elite?
Who do you want to be elite? 248-539-9797. We'll take 10 texts. And tell us why you picked who you picked. One to be elite tonight. We understand the difference between a preseason game and a regular season game. Got it. Yep. Sure. And yet there's a ton of angst regarding the backup quarterback situation with the Lions and a lot riding on it. Which would you pick to be elite tonight? Scooble or Hooker? Sign your text. Make sure you sign your text. We'll read the first 10 on the air. We'll answer that question coming up. 10:32. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, attention golfers. Let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you are out hitting the links on these hot summer days, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with food from the Scratch Kitchen, and you'll never want to stay on the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders, boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. They got it all to help you recoup after a long day on the course. Bring in your scorecard. How about this? Bring in your scorecard and get a free chips and queso appetizer to pair with those beers. What makes it even better, the wall-to-wall TVs. You're not going to miss any of your favorite teams in action. And, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. And the heat really turns up tonight as your Cardiac Cats back in action against the ATL. If you haven't booked your fantasy football draft party yet, look no further than Twin Peaks. Awesome specials and perks. League commissioner and all members. Frozen beer, beautiful ladies, and a Scratch Kitchen. Why go anyplace else? Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so look, it's we're at a point here where getting fired up for the Lions in action tonight. And I think it's pretty important for Henden Hooker to have one of those games where after the game they're not talking about, well, I like the way he got him in and out of the huddle. Like that very low hurdle has been cleared and needs to be put away as praise for Henden Hooker. Hey, I like the way he got him in and out of the huddle. Great, cool and everything, but that's not what we need out of the backup quarterback. Who do you want to see be elite tonight more? Tigers, meanwhile, opening up a series with the Angels, and they got their guy Scooble on the mound. And let's face it, Tigers really, could desperately use a dominating performance from Scooble. And this one counts. Like the Henden Hooker game doesn't, but it probably depends on what you're more into right now. Tiger baseball, the start of the Lions season. Here's the feedback coming in. We asked, which one would you rather be elite tonight, Scooble or Hooker? Justin from Newport says Scooble, and my reason is if anyone picks Hooker, they are stupid. Dave from Chelsea says Henden Hooker. Nick in Ipsy says this is easy. Henden Hooker already stinks, and the way the Tigers are going, they could easily lose Scooble if Scooble isn't in his typical elite form. Paul in the Shore says, I'll take an elite Henden Hooker. Oh, he says Hooker every time. I think I know what he was getting at. Ryan says, I could give two craps about Henden Hooker. The answer is Scooble. It's Scooble by a mile. Who gives an S about backups in preseason? Tigers are playing for something. Lions are practicing on TV. That's from John running late for work. Can't go wrong with a Hooker. That's from Jason in a car. I want Hooker to be elite just so I know that we have a capable backup quarterback this season. That's from Paul in Walled Lake. Scooble, he's the best pitcher in baseball, and in a situation where the Tigers desperately need to win, him proving once again why he's the best and leading this team to win would be everything the Tigers need in their current state. That's from Matthew in a Subaru. Scooble, baseball player, need our ace to be our ace. That's from Dan in Lake Orion. Which do you want to see more?
For me, it's Scooble. It's hands down. It's not even close. And I love Henden Hooker, as you know. But it's because the Tigers they're in some, I don't know if it's desperation time right now, but I feel like if they were to lose a Scooble start at home right now, there's going to be a meltdown in Detroit. So they can't afford to lose for the sanity of the people. It'd be great if Henden Hooker shows up tonight and he goes 15 out of 15 with 3 touchdown passes and looks fantastic. It'd be awesome. But in the end, he's still just a backup quarterback. But you'd feel better about the situation for the Lions moving forward in case anything happened where he would have to play in a game.
I mean, it's hard not to say Tarek Scooble, right? I mean, I figured this was going to be somewhat lopsided, and that's okay. There's a lot riding on the last 46 games for the Tigers because they have World Series aspirations, but the Lions have Super Bowl aspirations. And I don't know that there's any question that the backup quarterback was the number one talking point out of last Thursday's game. If he's elite, and remember, we use the word elite. If he's elite, we know what that means on Monday. Hooker should start. We will get that call. Because if he's elite, if he's all the things that people, think he brings to the table, I personally think it's the most overrated thing that a quarterback can be, and that is mobile or be able to make things happen with his feet. It is a variable, and it's something that is weighted for sure. I put less weight on that variable than others do. But yeah, if Henden Hooker has a great game, we'll get the Henden Hooker should be playing more calls, but that's fine. We can handle it. Scooble being elite, we're talking about, one-hit shutout Scooble. It doesn't guarantee anything. If the team's not scoring runs or he has to turn over to the bullpen, the way things are going now, it doesn't guarantee anything, but God, they need it. They need it. If you lose a Scooble start and you got to win the series, things get tougher. These get substantially tougher.
Yeah, take care of business. Kyle Hendricks on the hill for the Angels. He's a right-handed pitcher. He's been less than mediocre this year. Doesn't give up a ton of hits, but he gives up runs. So take advantage of it and let's get healthy again here. You'll have the heavy left-handed hitting lineup in there. Riley Green should get an opportunity tonight. Imagine he's back in the starting lineup. Just go do what you guys can do. Do what you've been doing all season long, which is kill right-handed pitching.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. Jim is on a cell, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Happy football season. I always call you guys during football season.
Awesome.
Love your show. I wanted, all the way from Delaware, but I wanted to talk about Hooker and Allen specifically. I just feel like the line, I know, and you guys are very positive people, but I just feel like they need to cut ties with these guys. I know see them tonight, but they look so bad in the Hall of Fame game. And like you said, Doug, the mobility, okay, great, but he can't throw a football. That makes a big difference.
Yeah,
and
but he can.
He can. He just didn't.
Oh, he did, and the ball was dropped in midfield when he threw a perfect
there was
pass.
there was that one. Yes, that was a good throw, but we have very little evidence.
My question, guys, is if they have confidence in Henden Hooker, I know he was hurt and stuff, why bring in Teddy Bridgewater at the end of the season last year? I just feel like the Lions never have a good backup quarterback, and God forbid something happens to Jared Goff. And I know that could be any team in the NFL, but I don't really care about them. I feel like if something happens to Jared Goff,
so who do you want them to? Who do you want them to go get?
Well, I know there's nobody out there. That was what I was telling you.
Well, there might be. Actually, there might be, right?
Well,
there's
maybe Carson Wentz. I don't know. I know I live in the area where he played for the Eagles. I know he's not great, but at least he's a veteran.
Well, here's one thing we'll never say about Carson Wentz. We like the way he got him in and out of the huddle, right? I mean, that's that when you're using that as your barometer, I think you're talking about a very low bar. Carson Wentz could be available. Kenny Pickett could be extra in Cleveland, could be available. Skylar Thompson in Pittsburgh could be available. Jameis Winston in New York could be available. There is a number of guys that they could find themselves have accessibility to, and I'm not against any of them. None of them are great.
Take them all over.
Yeah, none of them are great. I'm still holding out hope that both these guys can do better in the preseason. I think probably two of their better throws were both dropped by Lovett, and it was the first throw from Kyle Allen was threading the needle, small window, slant pass, right on the hands, drop. And then Henden Hooker's deep ball, drop. And so it would be a lot different. It would look a lot different. The stat lines would look different. But at the end of the day, I'm holding out hope that Henden Hooker can go out and look better tonight.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the other names that are out there, there's nothing special about them. And the one that probably has the most to offer is Jameis Winston. As much as I loved Kenny Pickett in college, thought he was going to be good, and probably would have done him well if he didn't get thrown right in to the mix when he was younger in his NFL career. But now he's played for several teams now, and he hasn't been impressive in any of that. Skylar Thompson doesn't do anything that's terribly impressive for me either. So. And Carson Wentz is, hang another year on him, Doug. Yep. And again, there's a reason that he's still floating around going from team to team to team because he can't latch on because he's not what he once was. I mean, when he was at Philadelphia, he led that team to a great season when they ended up winning the Super Bowl, but he didn't win it because he was out.
No. Look, the idea that if there's a long-term injury to Jared Goff, they're screwed anyway. We're just looking for a guy that can win a game or two or hold a lead or let the playmakers do all the heavy lifting.
Which is why tonight is kind of important for Henden Hooker because it might help to alleviate some of the fears. Again, you're going twos against twos. You're not going to see too many starters in there. But for his sake, I hope that Tate Ratledge does play.
Yeah.
Get a sense to play with a couple guys that might be in on that offensive line.
I want to see him play. I don't want them to play. If that makes sense, the rookies. I'm just looking around. Rashawn Slater goes down with an injury yesterday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Did you see the leg? The leg that went west in the Baltimore Colts game.
Yeah, that was not good.
That was horrific. There was a bad injury in the Ravens and the Colts game last night. Did you see Anthony Richardson's pinky?
I didn't see. I read about the pinky. I thought the headline ESPN had was interesting. It said, Richardson dislocates pinky on big sack.
That's facts, though. It's pretty accurate.
Okay.
That's what happened.
He dislocated the pinky on big sack.
Peter in Waterford, you're next. What's up, Peter?
Hey, Doug, I want to chime in about the Tigers. I think Charlie Morton is the guy, and I'll tell you why. He was really performing well since about the last part of May. And he's a veteran. He can still bring it to 95. Mm-hmm. And my numbers tell me that he's got about 10 starts left, him and Squibble each.
Yeah.
If they can win 8 of Morton's starts, I'm not saying he's got to go 8-2. I'm saying win the starts. I think the numbers add up well. And I'm planting my flag. I'm the guy who called last year. Remember, Doug, and I said they had to go 31-11, and you said, and I said, wait, they got 10 games against Chicago and Oakland, and you said doable.
You'd convince me.
So
huh?
I have a little bit of cachet when it comes to this, and so Charlie Morton's your guy, and
all right. So we got you on the record now this year, Peter. Charlie Morton's the guy.
Well,
The
he's
guy.
right.
Okay,
I mean,
and
he has been much better. Since the middle of May. Really, he's been way better. His ERA to start May was 9.76. By the time May ended, it was down to 7.09. By the time June ended, it was down to 5.63. By the time July has ended, it's down to 5.42, and now he's made one start here in August, and it's down to 5.2. It's not a good overall ERA, but the numbers per month, sub 4 in May, sub 3 in June, not a good month in July, but one start in August, he gave up 1 run in 6 innings. So there is a trend that is to the Tigers' favor and to Charlie Morton's favor.
Our guy came to the table with receipts.
He
and
definitely showed receipts.
He's now on the record.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. I have
Let
this.
me put it
Yes,
to you
sir.
like this.
You can ship this back to Amazon. Yes.
Do I remember the call from last year? I don't. I will remember this one. And I hope you're right. I hope Charlie Morton is the guy. And look, AJ Hinch, what did we take the call yesterday? Somebody goes, you guys value AJ Hinch way too much. And that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we
do
probably.
value AJ Hinch a ton.
I think he's great.
But the fact that AJ Hinch wants Charlie Morton, it's kind of good enough for me. Like, I'm willing to give this a chance. There's some bad starts mixed in there, and he's 41. But I wouldn't expect 41 to be hitting 96, 97 on the gun.
No, I was not expecting that. It's like an old security blanket coming here.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, I got great news. While it's really hot out there and your air conditioning may be struggling, there are people out there that can help you out and fix it. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're awesome. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or maybe a brand new system, and I know people have needed all three recently, and Birmingham came out and helped them out, and now they couldn't be happier. Their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. You don't want to wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. Now, just got an email today. Now you can schedule appointments online. There you go. That works for you. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, let's get a little bit more into the specifics. Tonight's Detroit Lions preseason game at Atlanta, and Henden Hooker is on the marquee. We can talk about the other things, and we will talk about the other things. But there's no question the backup quarterback situation is a spotlighted thing, and we're in a generally a reasonably healthy position as a organization when this is one of the bigger concerns. But it is a concern, and it's weird because it's almost like I want to have a better insurance plan. I don't want to ever have to use the insurance, but I want to have a good insurance plan. And so what are on the menu of things to check off? I would like to see Henden Hooker show that he can throw the little short touch pass, where you got to float it over a defense, even on just a screenplay. Here comes the rush. I got to get the ball to that running back.
Flick it over to
just
Greg Reynolds or Simone Vaki.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see Henden Hooker, throw the ball from the right hash to the left sideline on an intermediate route. I want to see Henden Hooker crossing route, find a tight end on a crossing pattern. I want to see Henden Hooker on those choice routes these are hard to know when they happen, but when Jared Goff talks to us about he and Amon-Ra, there's a lot of before the ball is snapped based on the coverage dictates whether or not Amon-Ra cuts in or cuts out, and they both are on the same page and they connect. Like, that's something a Henden Hooker has to prove. And of course, you want to see Henden Hooker throw the deep ball. You want to see him show the ability to do that. He did in the opener. Like, he did make a good pass to Lovett, and he dropped it, and it actually turned into an interception, which sucked. But
so to me, it has nothing to do with the arm talent with Henden Hooker or the ability to be mobile, because obviously he is. It's decision making. It's being able to command the offense, to recognize when you go up to the line of scrimmage that you know what defense is coming at you, or that you can add the protections coming towards you, and to buy yourself that extra half a second it takes to turn a 50-50 play into a 100% gain. And that's what I'm looking for, because I know he can make all the throws. It's can he make the right decisions? Is he processing the game at a rate that is level with being a competent NFL quarterback, not just a backup quarterback, but somebody can, not just sit in the sidelines, but somebody that can run a few series in a game if you have to, if not the entire game.
So that would be good to see from Henden Hooker. And I do think it is significant that he's going to be playing with the twos and not the threes. There's going to be better talent around him. And of course, he's going to be playing against better competition than he was in the second half of that game against Chargers. And, the context of which he will appear in a game is with all the ones. And the Lions have really good ones. So, chances are that the personnel that will surround him if he gets into an actual game is better than the personnel he'll be going up against, because the Lions have a really stocked lineup. But there's other things we'd like to see. Now, you mentioned you want to see Tate Ratledge play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to, but I hope he doesn't. I want to see him play for my own personal entertainment. I don't want to expose any potential starter to injury. I'm already not liking that Onwuzurike and Rakestraw lost for the season. Lee McNeil is going to be out for a while. Pascal's going to be out for a while. Rodriguez, Mekhi Window, Khalil Dorsey, all coming back from injuries defensively. I want to see it. I'd love to see it. I don't want, but I hope I don't, if that makes sense.
I guess the difference is, for me, the rookies, I think they need to get their feet wet, whether it's Ratledge or Tyleik Williams. I mean, I expect to see Isaac Tesla activated, I hope, in week 1 for the NFL season, and he's played. And I just think some guys need reps, and you're going to have to see Ratledge play. I think he and Williams are going to play in a preseason at some point. Why not play tonight? I'd love to. I guess it's more selfish than anything else, and I understand your hesitancy towards it as well. And if that's the case, then the NFL should stop with the preseason games. But they're not going to, because they're moneymakers, and that's why they do the preseason games. But the joint practices, I think you get way more out of those than you do a preseason game. And in fact, each of the next 2 weeks, when they have joint practices against their common opponents in the preseason, you'll see, and we're going to be able to see firsthand while we're out there.
248-539-9797. Other things to watch for. Look, I don't know if the interior of the offensive line, who we're going to see. I guess we're just going to be watching depth guys on the offensive line.
Well, it's important for a guy like Giovanni Manu, who has had some ups and downs at practice and apparently is a real rough go this week. But they also instituted the Hutch rules, which is interesting.
Yep.
Because Aiden Hutchinson has been so disruptive that he's getting to the quarterback on a regular basis in practice. And normally when that happens, you blow the whistle, the play's dead. They've decided the Hutch rules are, we're not going to blow the play dead. Hutch knows not to touch the quarterback. He's in there fine. Play's going to continue. We're going to we have to run our offense.
Yeah.
Or the demo offense or whatever it is. So it's great that Hutchinson looks awesome, but at the same time, other guys have to be there. And Manu's a guy who's had to face him. Colby Sorsdahl is another one. I saw that Sorsdahl was left off of somebody, was Colton Pouncey or
it was Colton Pouncey.
Had an initial 53-man roster. He's with the Athletic, and that Sorsdahl was left off that 53-man roster as a depth offensive lineman. So I think, this could be said, this is an important game for Colby Sorsdahl. And some of these other backups, the guys we've seen for a while that, you know what, they keep getting younger guys in camp because you hang another year on these older guys, and other guys want that. There's competition. There's a ton of competition on the defensive line right now because there are guys that are out. So I think that's interesting to see how that defensive line rotation is going to go and who's going to stand out there. I mean, Hassanin, I expect he's going to play. I mean, he played in the first week. Why wouldn't he play tonight? So I'm looking at him. There's lots to look for.
I think Hassanin is quickly growing a bit of a cult following. I think people are getting on board with Hassanin and liking it.
Couple reasons. The nickname of the Assassin is great.
Yep.
And the other thing is that he's an edge rusher.
Yep.
And Lions fans wanted an edge rusher in the draft. They take a guy, not necessarily an under-the-radar guy, but perhaps maybe more undervalued than the big names out there, the Mike Greens of the world that we were all hot on, and they take him later in the draft. But he was very productive when he played. So, and he has showed up at practice where he has impressed the coaching staff.
248-539-9797. Rick on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Rick?
Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Good, thank you.
Can you administer this call, please? Because I know Gator's got his Hooker bobblehead there.
It's all right.
I come from the camp of all the people that called last year and said that Hooker should be playing in Goffson, and you guys should block their phone numbers. What I'm calling to ask you guys is, let's look at this game and his chance to play, his opportunity from a football perspective instead of hype to keep some kind of value up in this player who, when they do decide to off him, they're basically admitting their mistake, that he's actually worth something. So throwing a 2-yard check down play 3 or 4 times, that's nothing. Running for 2 yards is nothing.
Did you hear? Well, hold on, Rick. Did you hear what we said that he needs to show tonight? Like the intermediate pass, the near hash to far sideline, pass over the middle, choice routes, deep routes, all of that stuff?
You know what, Doug? Yes, I did, and I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. The commentators and the people who cover the game, when that mic turns on come game time and are fluffing up those 2-yard check down play, call it for what it is. Okay? He's not throwing a ball through a tight window in one-on-one coverage. What if he's forcing a ball into three, a guy's doubled up, 3 guys down the field? They're going to talk about the run play next or critique this guy as an NFL quarterback and not some hype monster that we're looking to get value for because we made a mistake.
Well, I mean, a couple things here. One is you could probably back down the hostility, big dog. I don't know why you're so mad.
They wasted a draft pick, brother.
Well, they're going to waste. Guess what? They're going to. There's going to be mistakes made under Brad Holmes.
Yep. Doug, I appreciate you guys hearing me out. I love the breakdown and the commentary, but people actually saying Goff should sit last year and bring.
Well, those people are idiots. All right, I mean it's fair enough. We can all say that, but I think going on the other side of the spectrum where you're at, Rick, also might be a little bit much. Saying they wasted a draft pick, and it's a backup quarterback that they haven't had to worry about just yet. If they had taken any other quarterback that you had valued, they wouldn't have played yet either. So it really doesn't matter. And I hope that he does develop. If he doesn't, fine. At this point, I completely trust Brad Holmes, and if they want to move on from him and then pick up Carson Wentz or whomever, so be it. I don't really care, but I think it might be a little bit too much on the other side to say it's a wasted pick. Or
Gator, with you liking Hooker, I'd please like you to answer just one question for me. Why'd they bring a high school coach in
Oh, that was the most. Yeah, that was a damning thing. He wasn't ready. I can answer that. He wasn't ready.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's damning or not, but I'll give you the answer that Brad Holmes gave on the air the other day, because Teddy Bridgewater gave him experience. Teddy Bridgewater had been in the league for a while, for a long time. That he knew the offense, and that if they were going to go get somebody that had experience in that situation, that's what they wanted to have. Now, is that also damning on Henden Hooker? I don't know if it's damning on Henden Hooker. Henden Hooker practiced with the team for a year at that point. So if you got a guy who's got NFL experience, like a 10-year veteran, and has the same kind of experience running that offense, I get it. I didn't like it, but I got it.
It speaks to him not being ready, and they have to win the game, and that doesn't mean he's done. But I didn't think that was great for Henden Hooker. But we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers start a 3-game weekend series with the Angels at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal's on the mound looking to turn things around for the Tigers, who've lost 4 of 6. A bright spot, though, Kerry Carpenter, who's got 4 home runs since returning from the injured list. Manager A.J. Hinch says he's dangerous right now. The Tigers enter the weekend only 6 games up on Cleveland in the Central. The veteran Kyle Hendricks goes for the Halos tonight. First pitch 7:10 over on WWJ. The battle to be the Lions' backup quarterback between Henden Hooker and Kyle Allen, center stage in preseason game number 2 in Atlanta tonight. Head coach Dan Campbell has not ruled out playing rookies Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge tonight. Kickoff against the Falcons, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas had 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists last night, becoming the first player in WNBA history to post 3 straight triple-doubles. And Pistons free agent guard Malik Beasley, currently the subject of a gambling investigation, has reportedly been evicted from his downtown Detroit apartment. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some more Lion stuff to get to. I'm going to read. This is an actual story that was emailed to me.
Okay.
Cal Poly is elevating stunt from a club sport to varsity status beginning in the 2026-2027 academic year. Cal Poly is also pursuing the addition of women's flag football as early as 2027.
Stunt?
Stunt.
Stunt.
Stunt is going to be a varsity sport at Cal Poly. I've not Google searched or anything. Is this just like?
Is Nickerson still the head coach of the football team there?
Yes, he announced his retirement, but it's not till after this year.
Was he emeritus?
Yeah.
All the right moves. What the hell is stunt? Is it actually what I think it is? Like stuntman competitions or what?
I don't know.
Stunt?
Isn't that what the cheerleaders do?
Is it?
I think. I think it's something with.
Is it parkour?
No. Actually, could be. I don't know for sure. Hardcore parkour, you're supposed to say.
Hardcore parkour.
Yeah. Doug actually gets that. That's why it's great. See?
And I only barely get it because I really didn't watch the show that much.
Doug, it's hilarious.
Watching Dwight do parkour is pretty great.
Parkour was great.
Parkour.
I mean, what were they doing? Like jumping off picnic tables and posing like they were badasses?
The dumpster behind the
Was it
office.
Andy that jumped off the roof into the dumpster?
Andy.
God. Stunt is apparently some sort of cheerleading thing, yes. It is going to be a varsity sport. Stunt it has game opportunities for all ages of play. College, high school, and club. USA Cheer created Stunt as an opportunity for institutions to meet strict Title IX requirements of a sport. Stunt is a new female sport that incorporates skills derived from cheerleading. Stunt is an exciting head-to-head game between two teams who execute skills based on routines in various categories.
So it's a dance-off?
Kind of. Quarters of stunt include quarter 1, partner stunts. Quarter 2, pyramid and tosses. Quarter 3, jumps and tumbling. Quarter 4, team routine, a combination of the other 3 quarter routines.
Okay, stunt.
Yep. It's like when they stand on each other's shoulders and things like that.
Yep.
And doing the high risk moves of cheerleading, which I'm not going to joke about.
Actually,
that stuff,
they do too.
It's amazing what they do, and there's big time injury risk and all types of stuff.
Well, it's going varsity at Cal Poly. Does that mean you can get a scholarship for stunt?
Another way to get your kid into a California school?
Yeah.
For the elite, rich and famous out there in LA.
Stunt schedule. Look at the
2020. Yeah, if crew doesn't work out,
right? Lori Laughlin's rethinking things.
Listen, I know.
How do you feel about stunt? I don't wanna, Mom. I don't wanna. Well, you're not gonna get into school any other way.
This is how you get into USC.
Come on.
All right, here we go. Schools in Michigan that have stunt teams: Michigan and Michigan State, CMU, Ferris. Alma, I believe this is Davenport. They just have a logo. It's Davenport, yep. Olivet.
Okay.
And Siena Heights, well, they're still around.
No Albion?
Albion does not have a stunt team. No Hope.
No Kalamazoo?
No stunt for Hope.
The MIAA is somewhat represented.
Yeah. So there you go.
Well, leave it to the Scots to get it done. I like that.
Do you?
I don't really care.
Stunts going varsity.
Stunts going varsity.
At Cal Poly.
Well, good. Look, this is one of those sports when you talk about Title IX that you have to have the same amount of scholarships for men and women. There you go.
Helps balance the numbers out. You know what? We do so much to protect our football. Let's make sure we don't cut. They have kind of cut football scholarships.
Did your daughter ever consider cheering?
Not once. Not once. I think my wife was a cheerleader for a year back in the big hair days. The hairdo on my wife when I met her was something else.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Kaboom!
That was a style, though, right?
It was a style, yeah.
Same for Doug.
There was more hair, that's for sure.
You big hairspray guy back in the day,
clean.
Doug?
I got clean.
Oh, look at you. That is nice.
A little bit, yeah. Was it a half?
No, it's just I take all the guards off and just buzz it that way. So
It's got a nicely shaped head.
But you didn't bick it, though.
No, I've never done that. I don't know why. It
You don't
definitely
use
looks different.
There's no shaving cream on that head. You
No,
just-
it's just I take the bzz, bzz, bzz,
Whatever's
buzz
left's
it-
left,
buzz
man.
it all down,
Right?
yeah.
You got it all. You got it down to a science where you can do it by yourself.
I do. Well, so I did it by myself today. How'd I do?
I think you did pretty well.
Yeah, there's no like tufts of hair.
No, I don't see any tufts. No.
Miss anything obvious?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, I did
You
it
got
by
it down.
Did it by myself this morning. So
Impressive.
anyway, 248-539-9797. Back to the Lions preseason game tonight. Other guys to keep an eye on, right? Because it's mostly depth guys. Isaac Tesla. So I was reading some stuff from people that say Tesla might not only be making this roster, which is expected of a third-round pick, but he might be working his way into playing time. Long way to go to prove that, but that would be another nice find for Brad Holmes. Although if you look at perhaps Holmes's history, mid-round wide receiver is something he does pretty well.
It's kind of his jam, Doug.
Yep.
It's kind of his jam.
Yep.
But Tesla passes the eyeball test. He is a big receiver, 6'4", over 200 pounds. He's fast, catches the football. Everything you see, you gotta like. And this now that he's at the NFL, it's just about fine tuning your route running and honing your craft of catching the football.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect him to be. I actually expect him to be a nice contributor to this team by midway through the season.
Yeah. He's one that has caught people's attention. There are probably other guys on the receiver depth chart that have to have good games to fend off the Isaac Tesla.
To stave off?
Staving. And then Hassanin, look, there's a bunch of guys, El-Qadim Muhammad, Isaac Ukwu, we hear the name Nate Lynn thrown around. Yeah. Those guys are battling with Hassanin. I read in the Detroit News, Richard Silva, writer for the Detroit News, wrote that Hassanin has all but cemented his roster spot. All but cemented a roster spot for a 6th-round pick after one preseason game and a couple of weeks of practice is pretty impressive.
It is. And that's the kind of stuff you like to hear this early in training camp, is that somebody that has been that impressive.
Yep.
And they can hit the ground running, which is great. It means you're part of a rotation. You're going to get your reps and showcase what you got.
248-539-9797.
So obviously we have individuals we're looking for, right, guys?
Yep.
But as a whole, Doug, don't you want to just see this team look better? That Hall of Fame game was it was terrible. Honestly, it was unwatchable in many parts. And I know where they're just backups and second, and third, and fourth stringers, but don't you just want to see them look better?
Yes. I mean, 1,000 times yes. And if they look better, I'll probably downplay it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no one's going to be saying Super Bowl because the third stringers are doing well, but I mean, it just didn't look like, I think we all turned it off or just we stopped paying attention in many parts of that game. Even though it was the first game of the year, we were all excited heading into it.
Yeah, it's a very weird dynamic preseason football. It's basically the only thing we have to go on, and we all know better. Right? And we'll react to it anyway and speak in moderately definitive terms. So am I worried about the way they played in the first preseason game? No. Do I want to play a lot better? Damn right I do. 248-539-9797. People, what are you looking for tonight? Lions, Falcons, love to hear from you. Got some Tiger stuff we'll get to a little bit later on. Oh, we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Found an interesting list, and the state of Michigan gets one mention. We'll get to that list today at 11:30 here on 97 a ticket. Gator, today is National Frozen Custard Day. Where do you stand with frozen custard?
I like frozen custard a lot. In fact, growing up I liked it more than the real, scooped ice cream. There was a place by my house called the Custard Cone, where we would go after Little League games, and you'd get yourself a cone. I always went with the twist, little chocolate and vanilla twist, and then would always go there because that's when the video games first came out, the stand-up video games, and that was the place to go. But I really, really enjoyed it, and I thought it made for a better, even if you had like a sundae, something like that, if you wanted something other than the cone, I thought it made for a better tasting one. As we're growing older, I gravitate more towards real ice cream. But the frozen custard, I have no issue with frozen custard. I think it's delicious.
I feel like I need to go back and try it again. When it comes to me and desserts, everything is measured against the DQ Blizzard.
Right.
Is it better or worse? Does it sound better or worse to me than a DQ Blizzard? And I think that I need to go back and try the frozen custard again. I think that would be. It sounds like something I'd like.
Is the Blizzard made with frozen custard?
No, I think it's just.
Is it just
soft serve ice cream, right?
Well, that's custard is soft serve.
Is it?
Yeah.
Then what's the difference?
The difference is you get those big gallon things of ice cream with a scooper that they go in and grab the ice cream scooper and put it in.
I know the difference between soft serve and ice cream. But custard is just soft serve ice cream?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't think that was the case. Kang, what do you know about custard? Do you know anything about custard? Isn't custard like I thought it had a different base. I guess I know nothing about custard.
All I know about frozen custard is usually those mom and pop stands, and every local neighborhood has their favorite one because that's the one they grew up with. I'm a big fan of Froyo, frozen yogurt. I figured you'd be a big fan of that. It seems like that'd be healthier.
Here's the thing, I was, and you might find this hard to believe. I really liked frozen yogurt, and all the frozen yogurt places near our house went out of business.
Yeah, they had a moment, didn't they?
Yeah.
A few years there, they were popping up like everywhere, and then they kind of just.
I think Seinfeld killed it.
Is that what it was?
I think Seinfeld killed it.
Come on.
Because they had that one episode about how it wasn't really lighter in calories or something like that, and it just went in the tubes.
Yeah,
there's all those places. Remember, like, I remember Orange Leaf was one. I know there's more than that. And then you can just do the toppings after, and they charge you by how much it weighed.
TCBY.
There is.
But that was the first one.
Yeah.
I just Googled it says the key difference between frozen custard and soft serve ice cream lies in the ingredients and churning processes, resulting in distinct textures and richness. Custard contains egg yolks, giving it denser, creamier, and richer flavor than soft serve. Soft serve, on the other hand, has a higher overrun, meaning more air whipped in, making it lighter and fluffier.
Yeah, custard's heavier, right? Like me and Jeff were talking about it, or who screened calls for us today. You feel it more, I feel like.
All right,
but I always thought that was just the home, the hometown, like they put more fat in it or something.
Is it like the difference between gelato and it's a whole other ball game? But gelato to me just tastes like ice cream, like smooth ice cream,
like a little lighter ice cream, like maybe. Airier. Is that a word? Airier.
Like richer. Well, again, that depends how much if they're whipping air into it while they're churning it.
All right, I think I'm going to keep an eye open for custard. I might go back and give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
Look at you.
Yeah, look.
Doug has really opened up in the last couple of weeks, particularly this week, Kang. Do you feel like Doug is?
Well,
he's moved. I'm giving you a compliment. Doug has moved off a little bit of his stance. I feel like if we took a poll from the people who've listened all week, has Doug moved off of being, Captain Kale to maybe being a little bit more open? A little more adventurous, Doug.
He did say yes to a lot more things on Are You Going to Eat That earlier this week.
I did.
He's becoming more PG-13, borderline R-rated, Doug, as opposed to just, G.
What the word I would use for Doug right now is dangerous.
It's true. You are dangerous.
For Doug.
Yeah, for Doug.
Oh, I'm living on the edge. Well, it was this week in Are You Going to Eat That? It was a whole bunch of my weak spots, right? I mean, it was Reese's peanut butter cups. It was blackberry. I like blackberries a lot. My favorite berry is better than rasp or straw or blue. I'm a blackberry guy, and And it was Blackberry Dr. Pepper. I do have kind of a little special place in my heart for Dr. Pepper, which I almost never get.
Man.
It has been a weird week.
You call that? I mean, you had the song from Stanley Clark, the song Lisa, and you're like, oh, that's on the Passenger 54 soundtrack. We're like, what?
Passenger 57. It was
57,
track 2
yeah, sorry, not
after
54.
Cutter's theme. But get it right.
But I mean, come on. Like, that was out of the blue. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, that was right in my wheelhouse. It was my first introductory into jazz.
I'm working with a different Doug this week.
Is that what it feels like?
It feels like King doesn't
You know
feel
what?
like maybe a little
Montana
bit
changed
different?
me. Did it? Did Montana change me?
Is that-
That's what it must be.
This is like transition, Doug. I think we're moving out of summer into fall. I think Doug's.
Yeah, I think Doug's freaking out a little bit.
Yeah.
I know Doug's freaking out a little bit too about all the kids being gone and being empty nesters. We're going to have a little bit of crossover, but yeah, being an empty nester, I'm freaking out a little bit. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. Feedback coming in regarding our Detroit Lions and a game tonight. Playing scared about injuries is some weak-ish. Is it football or bridge club? All right, Snake. Appreciate the text, but if you don't feel the least bit gun-shy, bro, about injuries when it comes to the Lions and how they use them in the preseason, I don't know what to tell you. Am I worried about there being injuries in the preseason? Yes, and they've already started to pile up. Chris McComb says, exclusively use Henden Hooker in as a tush-push sacrificial lamb. From today, August 8th, till the end of September, the Lions will win more games than the Tigers. Book it. All right, you want to bet. You want to make that bet? From now until the end of September, the Lions will win more games than the Tigers. Do you realize how absurd that is?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Let's see, because the Lions have 4 opportunities in September to win games.
Well, he's saying from now, so he's including the preseason.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that the Lions
they have
will
7
win.
opportunities.
They have 7 games left. The Tigers have 46. This is amongst the most absurd things we've ever seen.
Okay, hot shot.
Right? I think you guys are overvaluing whether Hooker plays with the 1s, 2s, or 3s. Good backup quarterbacks can function with whatever group they're with because they're facing similar talent. Kellen Moore used to be able to function at a high level with backups against backups every preseason because he understood the offense and understood how to process. Let's not make excuses for Hooker.
Were you supposed to elevate Kellen Moore? Was he great or something?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
I just want to see the Lions actually play a good game tonight. The Hall of Fame game was brutal. That's from Jim.
It was brutal. It was just boring.
I don't even know how bold of a prediction is at this point, but I expect Tim Patrick to be a surprise release and Tesla to fill that role right out of the gate.
I've seen a couple people say, or just word of mouth, that Patrick has struggled a little bit in camp. And that's not crazy. And Tesla, we've heard the glowing reports about him. So, there's always, every year, there's always surprise cuts throughout the league. Tim Patrick would be a surprise cut, I think.
I don't know if it's such a surprise cut.
But I could see it happening.
My reasoning would be because they've had so much attrition on the defensive line that maybe they want to have another backup there. They value the backup there or in the secondary more than the receiving core. Like they feel like they've got receivers. I think that this week and next week are probably big weeks for Lovett as well. I mean, there's flashes where you're like, okay, that this is a guy, and then there's the 2 drops he had last week. You're like, you can't drop the ball. You can't do that on the big stage.
248-539-9797. This one from Arizona Eric. The Hall of Fame game performance was so bad that I recorded it and didn't bother to watch it when I got home. Yeah, you didn't miss much. It's Carson Anderson. All right, found a list. Michigan gets some love, and I'm sure there are people here that do exactly what is on the list. We'll get to that at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Something happened earlier this week and we didn't talk about it. And that is the NCAA opted not to expand the NCAA basketball tournament. Bravo. Nobody asked for this. Nobody asked for it. And when it came up, people are like, why? And so I'm glad that they're leaving it where they are. No more games in Dayton. They would have had to come up with an alternative site.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And it's so funny because I was like, what is the Dayton equivalent around the country? So
Dayton, Ohio, which I don't know, it's like the eighth most populous city in Ohio.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mid-city in a state. And I'm like, okay, so our sites would be Dayton, Ohio. Here's one for you. How about Lubbock, Texas? Does that qualify?
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. What else would be
Bakersfield, California?
Bakersfield, there you go. I would need one for sort of the southeast. What would be like a mid-city in the state of Georgia?
Valdosta.
All right, so you're so had they expanded the tournament, we're looking for regional Dayton-like cities, and we've just come up with Lubbock, Texas, Bakersfield, California, Valdosta, Georgia. Are the Daytons of their various states.
It's not bad, guys.
It's just off the top of our head.
What about East Coast?
Like if they're going out.
They had to do something like along the East Coast there.
Okay. East Coast. So I'm thinking New York. I mean, I first think Schenectady. The Schenectady region. Would that qualify?
What about Secaucus?
I could work, yeah.
So I love this question. This topic is fantastic. So I looked up just to see like Dayton, how many people live in Dayton, and I believe the number was around 145,000 people, something like that.
Do you have where that ranks?
It's 136. It ranks 215th in the country.
Okay.
For comparison,
All right,
the state of Michigan.
Yeah. What would be our Dayton?
Warren.
Okay. Warren hosting one of the play-in rounds.
Macomb Community College getting some games.
So if we're going to look at that,
yeah,
Syracuse, New York is 146,000 people.
Yeah, they got a big stadium though. That doesn't qualify.
Okay,
You know what
all
I mean?
right.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Yep.
So you got Miramar, Florida, right next to Palm Bay, Florida.
Okay.
Jackson, Mississippi. Sounds like it's too big of a town. Elizabeth, New Jersey.
There you go. We need an Elizabeth region for the Northeast.
Fullerton, California.
Perfect.
All right. So where else do you want? What?
We need one. We need one in the Pacific Northwest.
Pacific Northwest. Okay.
Like Bend, Oregon.
There's Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Well, that's Iowa. It's not Idaho. Washington. Okay. Kent, Washington.
Perfect.
Which literally has 200 people more than Dayton.
There you go.
Kent, Washington. Carrollton, Texas, Round Rock, Texas, Sterling Heights, Michigan.
Well, damn it. Now I want them to expand the tournament because I want to find out what the Dayton equivalent is all around the country. I've just talked myself completely out of not wanting to expand it.
A lot of college towns. Like mentioned Syracuse and Norman, Oklahoma.
They do play in Dayton Stadium. So
yeah, but I mean, like, big college towns, like College Station.
Yeah.
Athens, Georgia.
Yeah, this is a total classic sidetrack here. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I love it.
Yeah. But so what do we got? Elizabeth, New Jersey, Kent, Washington, wasn't Bakersfield. Fullerton, California.
Yep.
And did you have one down south? Jackson, Mississippi. I like Lubbock, Texas. I think Lubbock, Texas sounds like a perfect play-in host site. But all right, Cater. Found a list here of 50 legendary road trips for food that you can make in each state. So there's one in Michigan that people road trip. Now, what would define a road trip for food? Is it a drive more than an hour and a half, 2 hours? Is that a road trip?
Well, I kind of need you to define that because for
I
me,
agree.
there's definitely an hour for me that I have made the trip to go an hour away to get
food in our state.
Yeah,
or is that out of our state?
It's in our state.
Okay.
And then there's one that was an hour and 45 minutes that I've only done from another location, not from my house.
There's two spots. There's one they're both about 4 hours away that we have done. One that we have done, one that I want to do. The one that we have done is We have road trip to Charlevoix to eat on the deck at the Weather Vane, right by the drawbridge there.
Sure, yeah.
Watch the bridge go up and down and watch
Been
the
there.
boats come through.
Just went past it a couple weeks ago.
So that's one. The other one is, what the hell's the name of that place? Hop Lot, which is
Like the Traverse City area.
it's north of Traverse City. It's a brewery.
The Leelanau.
Yeah, but I've only been there once, and I'm like,
loved it.
I absolutely loved it. I love the beer. They had like barbecue, and I'm like, this is a great place to take kids to watch games. I loved everything about it. But we haven't done the road trip for that yet, but we are going to.
So when I've gone to California to see my best friend lives in the LA area, more than one occasion I've said we got to go to Gladstone's, which is a seafood place right in Malibu, right on the water. It's a great location and it's great.
How long does it take you to get there from your buddy's place?
Well, it's LA, so everything takes like an hour.
Yeah,
because of traffic and whatnot, depending on what time of the day. We drove, same buddy, but when he was living in New Jersey at the time, many years ago, we were going to take a trip to Philadelphia, and we needed to pick up, actually to Jersey Shore, I think, and we were going through Philadelphia at some point to pick up some cheesesteaks. So that was kind of a road trip, and this turned into something fun where we went to Jim's Cheesesteak, which my friend Guy said, these are the best cheesesteaks ever. And they were phenomenal. Jim's was great. But you always hear about Pat's and Geno's. So the other guys we were meeting up with said, hey, listen, why don't you pick up some Pat's and Geno's for us and we'll meet you in Delaware, wherever I forget we were going eventually, maybe in Baltimore. And we're like, okay, sure. So we picked up Pat's and Geno's, but we also got an extra one from Pat's and an extra one from Geno's so that we could share because we wanted the comparison ourselves as well. So we ended up eating 2 full cheesesteaks each.
Nice.
And then we met with the guys and gave them theirs as well. Pat's and Geno's was very disappointing. Jim's was great.
So I'll give you an example. The place in Ohio was Tony Paco's in Toledo that I know people have road trip to.
last year, yeah.
So here's the question, and there's one mention from Michigan. Maybe somebody's aligned with what they say is the place you would road trip for food in Michigan. Where in our state have you road tripped just for food?
Jersey Giant is the one that I've done.
Dude, you always talk about
Yeah,
that. Stop
I have gone from my house here, all the way up to East Lansing to go to Jersey Giant, or there's one that's at the Okemos exit.
We've established there's one closer, haven't we?
The Okemos exit is the closer one.
248-539-9797. Where have you road tripped for food in our state? And if we defined road trip, are we saying hour and a half, drive an hour and a half, 2 hours? It's got to be a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's
an hour's a little close, right?
A little bit, but it seems like an hour is a long way to go out of your way.
It is.
Just for a sub sandwich.
Well,
for the number 12.
I guess you could define it however you want. We'll see if anybody matches up with this list. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Jim is in a car, and he's on 97 the ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I was listening to your Dayton equivalent cities, and I felt like I had to call in and defend my school. That's where I went to school, and it's a great town, you know?
What makes it great?
They always, and from a college standpoint, it's a good school, and they pack that arena. I mean, I think that's why they've been able to keep that first 4 there because, you know, Dayton Arena holds around, for a small school, holds around 13,000. You know, you're an hour from Columbus, 45 minutes from Cincinnati, you know. So it's a pretty good place to watch basketball. I mean, the fans there always come out and
there's one thing that's clear, Dave, is they have done a good job hosting it because they've kept it. And it's just one of the strangest little quirks of the NCAA tournament is that they play the first 4 games, these first 4 in Dayton, and they're loyal to Dayton. They must love it.
It's right in the middle of the country. So, I mean, that's why, a 5-hour drive is not a problem. Look at the 5-hour radius around there, how many different major cities you can hit. I totally get why they do it.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
it isn't really intended. We didn't bring this up to rip on Dayton. We're just looking for
it's
Dayton
not a rip on Dayton at all.
We were cracking up. If they expanded the tournament, what would be the other Dayton-like locations?
I mean, folks in Meridian, Idaho, I'm sure would love to have.
Gators got
Rockford, Illinois, Thornton, Colorado, Waco,
too close
Texas.
to Dayton. Thornton could be the thing. Waco.
Yeah. Visalia, California. That's your place.
Visalia?
Is Visalia one of the places you went to see minor league baseball?
No.
What was the place you always talk about?
That we were going to go to Lake Elsinore?
No, that you drove out to California and you.
Well, we went and saw the Eugene Emeralds.
No, you yourself, before you were married, you drove all cross country to California.
Yes. To the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum.
Yeah.
The A's played there, Gator.
No, but I thought you went to a minor league place on the way over. Maybe not.
No, I did
You
not.
always bring up Visalia.
I don't know.
Never mind.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Where in our state did you road trip for food? I might have a Tiger stat that makes you relax a little bit, Tiger fans. Chill out, take a deep breath. Perhaps realize that the sky hasn't fallen.
Are you sending the wolf?
No, I'm not sending in the wolf. I'm sending in stats and numbers, data, facts. We'll get to that at 12:05. It's probably not going to do any good, but I'll give it a shot. Perspective, Gator. I call it perspective.
Perspective, okay.
I think perspective. 248-539-9797. Kang, you road trip for food anywhere in our state?
I did go to the Thumb. Remember, I went to the cheeseburger festival in Caseville.
That's right.
And that was, specifically for the cheeseburgers. That's where I had my first and only so far deep fried cheeseburger.
Okay.
And it was okay.
Yeah.
Just like the whole trip.
Everything about it.
Everything about the Thumb is just okay. Not bad.
No, it's not
Not
bad.
bad. Not necessarily great.
It's okay.
It was okay. Hey, Gator, have you ever had a deep fried cheeseburger?
I have not.
You got to try one just to
it's one
try
I
one.
try,
It's not like
yeah.
I don't think you'd be going back a bunch. But
I don't. I usually try to avoid the deep fried stuff. But would I try it? Yeah, I'd like to try it. Is it a knife and fork thing, or is that something you can actually grip?
I did knife and fork. Comes out piping hot, man.
Yeah, that's.
Doug, would you try a deep fried turkey burger?
No, I would not. I'm not a deep fry fan. Gives me the backdoor quick steps.
Oh yeah, sure. There you go. It's you're dropping dirty on that one. So the deep fried cheeseburger, is that so everything is dipped in batter, like it's a cheeseburger,
whole thing,
and then
yeah.
you just dip it in batter and deep fry it.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just the burger that's deep.
No,
deep
the
fried.
whole bun and everything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I like the bun so much that I don't think I need it deep fried. So I don't know if it's something I would grab.
Deep fried?
No, but if I'm having but part of me loving a burger is the contrast of the bun. And
sure.
So I don't know if, you know what, maybe I wouldn't do this.
Wow.
Let's get to your phone calls. Tom and Dearborn, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tom.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
I am a big believer that there is no distance I won't travel for the right meal. And I had a disagreement with a significant other several years ago. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to go get barbecue. And for the next 10 hours, my phone went off on my motorcycle. And I finally picked it up when I was in Memphis at the Rendezvous having barbecue.
You road trip to Memphis, Tennessee?
Yep. Just for barbecue.
Barbecue is good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there is no distance. You could do Memphis in a day. You go see Al Green's church, go see Elvis's stuff, see where Martin Luther King was shot, and boom, you're out. You know what I mean?
And get the barbecue.
And go to the Rendezvous.
Gotcha. All right. Well, road trip to Memphis for barbecue. Not in our state, but sure. Impressive nonetheless.
I want to get to Tennessee one of these days. I want to go to Nashville.
Been to Nashville twice. It's something.
I definitely want to go there at some point.
Yep. It is something. Let's go to Dennis on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I've got two. One in the state, one without. Okay?
Yep.
And I went to Johnny's in Chicago for a beef sandwich and fries and drove home.
So that's like an Italian beef?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And in the state of Michigan, drove to Muskegon to a place called Fricano's for the only item they sell on the entire menu is a one-size pizza.
Huh.
Best pizza by far. They serve 5 items. That's it. No salads, no bread, nothing except pizza.
What's it called?
It is Fricano, Fricano's.
F-R-I.
There's
Okay,
a-
Fricano's.
Yeah, there's a family chain of 5 or 10 locations, but the son broke off and did his own thing and does pizza only. It's on the water in Muskegon. Best place ever.
And it sounds like it was totally worth it.
Absolutely. And I buy like 4. They're like 10 inches, one size. So you buy 4, 5, 6 and bring them home.
All right. I've got the put the bat signal out there. I want to hear.
What do you mean?
My brother goes to Muskegon all the time. So
Oh, you're see if he's ever been to Fricano's?
This is just fact or fiction.
Brandon in Shelby, you're on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So there's a place you pass that's in Birch Run, about an hour away. It's called Big John's Steak and Onion.
That's a chain, yeah. They have one in East Lansing, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to. I know it's not much of a road trip, but you still have to drive like an hour to get there.
Yeah.
But me and my brother, we always made it a big thing that we get it on the way up north every single time because they got this red sauce. It's like a spicy pizza sauce. It's the best cheesesteak ever. It's kind of like Tubby's, you know.
You know, it's strange. I've seen it for years, forever, because it's literally right across the mall that one of the Jersey Giants is at, right off of 127 in East Lansing.
Yep.
And every time I see it, I'm like, well, I like steak and onion. Maybe I should do that. But then I just look to my left and I'm like, oh, there's Jersey Giant. And I've never done it, and I've always wanted to do it. One of these days, I got to do it. The red sauce is solid.
You definitely got to do it. It's like Tubby's, but the red sauce is amazing. They sell it by the bottle, and the sauce alone just makes it worth it. But yeah, if you like a good cheesesteak, that's the place to go.
So you road trip for Big John's Steak and Onion.
Oh, Big John's Steak and Onion's best.
248-539-9797. Evan in Clarkston, you're on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Evan?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
What's up, boys?
Good. Hey, man, I just got a question. Why has Kane got to steal my thunder like that? I mean, I call in, he takes Caseville from me, all the cheeseburger fest. That's the best place to go, man. The women are hot. There's good campgrounds to stay there. It's the best.
You sound like you think it's better than okay.
I mean, I think it's great, especially when you find a pretty woman. But I got a second place for you.
Right.
I mean, it's not crazy far, but Frankenmuth, the chicken dinner, man.
Okay.
You got the huge beers. You got the women and the with the breast sticking out. I mean, you can't beat it, right, boys?
It sounds like you do these road trips for more than just the food, my man.
Here we go. Every year, 3 of us. We're all here. We just got back from our yearly boys trip. So, yeah, man.
Where'd you go?
It was perfect. We went over the Rifle River, man.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
How are the women?
Yep.
Oh, no, I lost my phone in it.
Oh, no.
Not shocking.
And the problem with the Rifle River is if you swear, you get in trouble there. Isn't that where they have the people with the free speech issue?
Like there's priests, everything there. You don't want to be,
No, gotta be respectful. Gotta be respectful.
I have a feeling that crew perhaps rattled some cages up there.
I think they may have.
I got a feeling if you ask him how Chuck E. Cheese was, he'll be like, well, how are the women? Like,
hot moms, man. Hot moms.
You gotta love it. They got the skee ball, they got the ball pit, and then the women, man.
Road trip to Fricano's in Muskegon. How were the women?
We're in Napa, wine country, cheese,
solid,
meats,
man.
But the women.
We had to pump our own gas, but man, did you see who was there?
Tony's in West Branch. You go to that outlet mall, the women. Guy.
She's outlet mall hot.
Yeah.
That's hot. You got outlet mall hot? Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Ludington. You're next on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Mike?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
All right. How are things in Ludington?
It's pretty nice, man. Nice views of the water, nice views of the beaches. Pretty cool.
It's a great
town
area.
to be in during the summertime.
All right.
Great area.
Sweet.
So I once drove all the way down from Ludington to try out a food truck called Chubby Panda Detroit.
That's so great.
That's hysterical. How was Chubby Panda Detroit?
I promise you, I'm a food guy. I've been in the restaurant industry for a very long time, and I've never experienced a food truck like this before. I mean, this guy's got everything from grass-fed filet mignon, grass-fed lamb chops, probably the best hibachi I've ever had in my life, and I've been around restaurants for quite some time.
Sweet. That sounds so it was worth it. It was worth it going from Ludington to Detroit for a food truck.
It was absolutely worth it. I'm definitely not the owner of the food truck trying to get some free marketing.
Thank you. Speaking of Ludington, I brought in the Ludington Bay lime salt, sea salt and lime beer today.
Oh, did you?
We did, yeah. We've got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted you to try it.
And I'd like to try it.
It's my new go-to summer beer.
I just got word back from my brother on Fricano's.
How are the women?
I didn't ask him about the women. I don't. But he said that the place to go for pizza out there in that area, in Muskegon area, is Bernie O's. Okay.
All right.
Bernie O's.
Women must be hot. Let's go to Tom and Lansing. You're next. Hi, Tom.
What's going on, guys? You guys are gonna get in trouble if you're gonna talk about Chuck E. Cheese and women and all this kind of stuff. You guys are gonna get in trouble doing that.
There's no question.
Now, a little bit north of where you guys are, a little town called Flushing, just outside of Flint.
Yep.
If you remember the old A&W style, they do a car show every now and then. Got some old memorabilia on the inside. It's called the Flushing A. The reason why it's the Flushing A, they have the red sauce, not ketchup. It's a red sauce, and they're known for it. They still got the old school drive-in. You can still pull up, hit the button, just like the old school. But they have like I said, they have a car show. If you got kids, little kids, right next door they got Pirates Park, where you can, not Pirates Park, but a castle where the kids can go around and play and everything like that. But
you will road trip there for food, huh?
Oh, I would. Anytime that there's a good food, hell, I used to drive over the road and I'd stop in Moriarty, New Mexico, just for their barbecue. So I mean, I always made sure that I knew exactly. Gator, I'm sure you've probably done this. You map when you know you're going somewhere. You map out exactly. Okay, I know I can get this here. I can get this here.
I mean, there have been times, yeah, you want to see if some of your favorite places are franchised elsewhere. I may or may not have done that back with Baja Fresh Mexican Grill.
Oh yeah, Baja Fresh, good. All right, straight ahead, we'll tell you what Michigan restaurant got named the best place to road trip for food. Additionally, got some Tiger data, some perspective. Maybe help everybody breathe a little bit. Maybe not. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Get to some Tiger stuff here in a moment. Feels like Detroit's frayed Major League Baseball team nerves need a win tonight. Talk about the fan base.
They do.
Exposed nerves.
You want another shot?
Sure.
You took 2 shots.
Yeah, but it's a tiny hole in a recycling bin.
Come on, man.
It's a tiny hole in a recycling bin that I'm trying to fire this paper across the.
It's woefully short.
There it is. Too much.
Tried to bank it in.
I did try and bank it in. We have a recycling bin on the other side of the room, and I missed.
You're 0 for 4.
I missed bad. Yeah, I mean, look, this is not a high percentage play here.
No, it's not. But I mean, it's you know what it's like? Andre Drummond shooting free throws. When you're 7'1", not everything is proportionate like it is for somebody who's 6 feet tall, right?
Yep.
So I feel like that's the same thing for you.
Trying to throw paper away in the recycling bin.
Gripping a wadded up piece of paper, trying to throw it into the small opening.
Yeah, well, I failed. All right, so the place in the state of Michigan, the list I found off MSN's website, legendary road trip you make for food in every state.
Can I guess?
Sure.
What's the place up north where they have the fried chicken? Although I could say Zender. Is it Zender's?
Zender's in Frankenmuth.
Frankenmuth
is pretty famous, yes.
The Dam Site Inn.
It is not the Dam Site.
Okay.
Although a good place to road trip. Kang, you want to offer up a guess?
Something with pasties.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't even know if I ever had one, but I just see. I know it's a Michigan thing, and I see that people will travel. I think is it the UP?
It's a UP thing. Yeah, okay. It was for like truckers would go on long trips, and they would have basically a meat pie or some kind of a handheld.
I feel like that's something that people would road trip for.
Yeah, Jansen always talks about Clyde's, which is just a drive-in on the far side of the bridge in the Upper Peninsula. That probably would get some love. It is Zingerman's Deli in Ann Arbor.
Okay,
got the which is where we had our reception, our rehearsal dinner. After we did the rehearsal, we went to Zingerman's and everybody got sandwiches. That was before they had the Roadhouse, which was more of a restaurant. But Zingerman's is great.
I went to the Roadhouse for my friend Rob's wedding reception.
It's also very good, very different. Like one place is straight up deli sandwiches, although there's more there, but the other's a sit down restaurant.
This was a sit down restaurant. Yep. Lots of beer.
Was there a lot of beer?
Yeah, did a lot of that. Good times.
Did you? You had a good time.
It was a really nice wedding. The wedding itself was outside at the gardens in Ann Arbor. I forget which botanical gardens they were. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
And then there you go.
All right. So, look, I saw a lot of people doing this, and I decided I would take the 10 World Series favorites. And these are the 10 teams on FanDuel that have the best odds to win the World Series in order. The favorites are Dodgers, Phillies are second, Tigers third, Seattle fourth, Milwaukee fifth, Astros 6, Toronto 7, Yankees 8, Mets 9, Cubs 10. Those are the teams in terms of their odds. I didn't write down their odds. I suppose. Still what?
Well,
Tigers are still third, yes.
Wow. But I didn't think they had a chance.
Well, look, obviously there's a wide variety of opinions of what our baseball team is. In Vegas, there's still some love.
If they keep playing like they are, it's not going to be. But
Tigers are 10-1. Dodgers are the favorite at plus 250, right? So 2.5 to 1. Phillies are plus 750, so 7.5 to 1. But anyway, have you looked at all of those teams' records the last 30 games?
I have not, and I was going to say the only team that might be impressive would be Toronto, but they went on a losing skid after they had this huge winning streak, winning stretch. So I think they're all kind of mediocre, be my guess.
7 of the 10 have been extraordinarily mediocre. 3 have been hot. The top 10 World Series contenders put together by FanDuel, the favorite is the Dodgers. The last 30 games, they're 14-16. The second favorite is the Phillies. They're 16-14. Then the Tigers, who are 13-17. Seattle's one of the teams that's been hot. 18-12. Then Milwaukee has been 22-8.
Yeah, Milwaukee's gone on a tear with the added Vaughn, and things have really taken off for them.
The Astros are the 6th favorite. They're 14-16 their last 30. You mentioned Toronto. They're 20-10 their last 30. The Yankees are 12-18 their last 30. They've gone from 10 games over. They've gone from 17 games over to 10 games over. The Mets are the 9th favorite. They're 15-15 their last 30. The Cubs are the 10th favorite. They're 16-14. So there's 3 teams that are kind of hot: Seattle, Milwaukee, and Toronto. Everybody else combined is 10 games under 500.
Toronto, Milwaukee, really hot.
Yep. And so what does this mean for us? Well, the truth is you're just trying to be the best team amongst your peers, and it starts with the American League. There's a lot of teams that are competing that have World Series odds, like the Yankees, who have been struggling. They're 6 games below 500. They've been worse than the Tigers the last 30. Also struggling, the Astros. They lead their division, but they've been below 500 their last 30. Now, there's teams that aren't, right? I mean, let's face it. Toronto has been white hot, and
now they have the best record in the American League.
Yep. So
by 2 games over the Tigers.
And Seattle's been pretty hot.
Seattle's been very hot, and they have 63 wins. They trail Toronto by 5 wins.
The point is that outside of the 3 teams, the one in the National League, Milwaukee, and the 2 in the American League, Toronto and Seattle, nobody who's really contending has been exceptionally hot. And look, the Tigers, if they keep playing like this, it's all moot point. They're not doing anything. And it's whether or not they can pull out of it. There's a lot of teams that are trying to pull out of recent bouts of average play or average results. And I'm okay with them. I'm glad they're slumping now and not in September or October, right?
Yes.
And get it out of the way. It was really, really cool to have a stress-free first half. They really had a stress-free first half. But now it's time to, definitely time to put some stuff together. I hope that the day off helped. I hope a Scooble start will help guys get their confidence back. I said it yesterday. Nobody needs a 3-for-4 night as much as Riley Green needs a 3-for-4 night. We know that there's a better hitter in there. The morning show did this topic. If they're going to pull out of this, who is the player that you think will lead the way? That is capable of and will pull out of it? I mean, is it just simply as Riley Green? Or is there somebody else that you think? Because we had a guy call earlier and just talk about Charlie Morton.
Right. And, I mean, I don't think it's going to – I mean, a starting pitcher is going to pitch 1 out of 5 days. So
Yep.
I would have to go with an everyday lineup guy. And who are the everyday lineup guys who are going to play every day? It doesn't matter if it's right-handed or left-handed. You've got Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson. Is Wenzel Perez in that group now where he's playing it because he's a switch hitter? He can play against no matter what you throw at him, and he's hitting.
Yeah, he's like 2 guys.
So I think it's a small group of players that you can pick from, and it might just be Riley Green. Because Riley Green was so good in the first 100 games, so good that you can't ignore that sample size and just understand that hopefully what he's going through now is a slump. 1 for 21, his last 21 is not good. And he went through a big-time slump before that as well. And it's concerning. But you know that he's got it in him to snap out of it and get back to being really good.
Okay, I'm going to go off the board and say somebody you didn't say. And I will get to that. Come on, the guy that can lead him out of this. We'll get to that today at 12:16. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Homeownership is closer than you think with a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union. Imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee. And right now, get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. That's a lot of money you can pocket for your housewarming party, right? Your new crib. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life, whether you're a first-time home buyer looking for pre-approval or ready to build a refi. UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started today, insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal housing opportunity lender. The Eat 'em Up Tigers podcast put out a tweet with the last 30 stat. For some teams, we just decided to do the top 10 World Series contenders. What are the records for the last 30? We do appreciate the idea, but we included all of the top 10 teams. And FanDuel's odds to win the World Series. And you can see there's not a lot of teams that are hot right now. There are 3 in particular: Toronto, Seattle, and Milwaukee. Everybody else has been right around 500, and the Tigers are one of them. And the question is, can they pull out of it? And the guy that I think could lead him out of this is the guy who helped lead him out of it last year. If Parker Meadows gets going, dude, Parker Meadows last year was such a spark plug, and his defense. We've seen the last week outfield defense. How a guy like Parker Meadows, who's like a pterodactyl out there in terms of his wingspan and who's got, great speed, how much ground he can cover, how good he is defensively. If he gets that back going like he did last year, it made all the difference in the world. And him being on a rehab assignment might be good. Him coming off of injury, typically off of injury, and I heard some speculation that they wouldn't start him in Toledo, that they might just bring him back and put him with the big club. I kind of like him going to Toledo to get healthy, make sure he's okay.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that he's actually ready to do any of that, but apparently not just yet. And it feels like he's been away for a little bit here, like the 10 days. I don't know if the 10 days is up or not, but it feels like it's been close to it. Mm-hmm. And I'm with you. I think this is a guy who, it's not like he was hitting before he went on the IL. And maybe another stint down at Toledo would do him well to hang out there for another week and at least another week and get some at bats, play 5 or 6 games and get those 3-4 at bats a game.
Yeah.
But he is somebody who could be a monster for the Tigers if he returns to form from last year. We haven't seen that form at all this year. Like very small stretch, maybe like 2 or 3 games where you saw that he was consistent. But it's been a tough go for him this year. Injured again, and it sucks to see him miss time again. But yes, that's a guy that if he can hit again, and he's stellar defensively, that you're getting the best of both worlds, and he would be great. I don't have the confidence in him anymore like I did going into the season when I thought, okay, he's going to hit the ground running, and obviously he didn't. He was
that's
hurt
a real
right
shame,
away.
Scott. That's a real shame. You don't have confidence in him anymore.
I don't have confidence.
That's a real shame. Look, I'm not sure.
I like the name.
Yeah, and
I hope he's there.
One of my things I've talked about on the air, like how good is your good?
Yeah.
His good.
His good is really good.
It's really, really good. And I don't want Parker Meadows' career to be remembered as that 2 months he gave him in the 2024 stretch run, because those 2 months boy, did they make a difference.
I mean, it would be amazing if you look at the back of a baseball card 5 years from now and you see the last 4 years that he played 145 games each year with the Tigers. But he's just oft injured, and that's unfortunate because he does offer so much. He's 6'5". When he stands up there in the left-handed batter's box, it's like he can cover so much ground, not only in the field but at the plate. Like, he covers that plate well. He should be able to just mash. And unfortunately, it's tough for him to stay healthy.
This is from ESPN. Meadows accumulated 11 outs above average in center from 23 to 24, despite playing only 119 games. In that stretch, he also stole 17 bases, provided a 729 OPS with fairly even splits against lefties and righties, and accumulated a 3.1 Fangraphs wins above replacement. The good of Parker Meadows, and look, I don't know that I don't think their entire success and failure rides on Parker Meadows. I just think as far as the bump he would provide it would be immense to this group. And I mean, they've basically gotten nothing out of Parker Meadows this entire season. He's made some plays in the outfield. Yep, got it. But relative to what he was at the end of last year, we just haven't seen it. And it's it would be really, really, really good timing. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Who can lead the way out of this? 100% it's Riley Green. That's from an unnamed texter. It's kind of, I mean, look, it doesn't mean it's the wrong choice. It's kind of an obvious choice in the sense that I said it yesterday, the difference between what he is capable of and what he is right now. There's a lot of road in between what he is right now and what he's capable of. I mean, it is a stark difference.
I mean, there are guys that just came back or have come back recently that you're like, okay, can they carry the load? Kerry Carpenter, he's going to get some at-bats against left-handed pitching, and he's been great since he's come back. Matt Vierling is starting to warm up a little bit at the plate. Is that a guy that can pay dividends? You had this unbelievable month of June for Zach McKinstry, followed by a kind of a lackluster. He didn't hit well in July. His OPS was fine for the month at 764, well above average. But, I mean, the previous month it was almost 900. And in the 4 games he's played here in August, he's the OPS is high, but it's because he's got a home run and a double during that time. But the average is, he's actually hitting over 300. So maybe he's coming back too. Those aren't big names, right? When you look at McKinstry and Vierling, Carpenter's a bigger name. And maybe it comes in the form of Kerry Carpenter, because when he came back, the team kind of perked up offensively, albeit against some bad teams. But, this week you're taking on a team, again, it's not one of the better teams in baseball, it's the Angels. You got to take advantage of it. You got a right-handed pitcher pitching tonight. Kerry Carpenter kills right-handed hitting. Just keep doing it. Keep leading the way.
248-539-9797. Tigers are in action tonight against the Angels. It is a Skubal start, which is usually a good thing, and let's hope he is the usual. Parker Meadows is the guy that can lead the Tigers out of this challenge. That's from Stan and Shelby. Pasties were invented by miners, not truckers, in the UP during the copper boom. Upers eat them with ketchup, and the trolls eat them with gravy.
Trolls.
That's us. He's talking about us, Gator. Under the bridge.
Yeah, we are people below the bridge. We're underneath
trolls.
the bridge. It's
Yeah.
trolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all of us here.
Well, I don't really eat pasties.
Me neither. I've never even had one.
I have a Hot Pocket.
Me, I just eat.
You realize that's probably the most insulting thing you can say to somebody from the Upper Peninsula?
I'm sorry. Did he say you call me a troll?
Yeah, he did.
Well, he called us all trolls.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to stick up for us. How's that?
Doug, fire back with, I don't even eat red meat.
Yeah, I don't even eat the damn thing.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and piss off everybody.
Is there, for the Tigers tonight, though, has there ever been like a more recent time you can think of where you needed a win for the fan base's psyche? I mean, just for the fan base.
Dude,
I mean,
it's not like the season's
100%.
on the line or
We got
anything.
exposed nerves, right? We need...
It's Skubal. So everybody's expecting Skubal to pitch well. There's pressure on Tarek Skubal, right? Because everybody expects him to be the Tarek Skubal we've seen over the last 2.5, 3 seasons, right? Be that dominant guy. You're not taking on this, formidable team. Do it. You go pitch 7 to 8 innings. Heck, go pitch a complete game, Tarek.
Yeah.
If you can. Strike out a dozen. I don't know what the over-under total is on strikeouts for this game for Tarek Skubal, but this might be one of those ones that you're like, okay, what is it, 7, 8? Yeah, I'll go over. Because you think he knows that he's got to carry the load of this team.
248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up in a few moments. In the meantime, Red Wings with a change. We'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. Plus, we have got some other stuff to get to with the Tigers, who are back in action tonight in what is feeling like it's a mental health game. Every once in a while, you play a mental health game. It is a mental health game for Detroit Tiger fans. Because if they lose a Skubal start, you lose a Skubal start at this point in the season. I mean, look, not all is lost. It's not like they have a 1-game lead. Cleveland still has the longest odds of any second place team to win a division. But Cleveland's playing the White Sox, which feels like a positive matchup if you're the Gribe. And if the Tigers lose a Skubal start, oh man. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Lions football tonight. We got Tiger baseball tonight. Exciting night. Good times. Good to have the Tigers playing and in a game with a Scooble start when they really need a Scooble start. And the Lions, well, we'll see if Henden Hooker does any better with the twos than he did the ones. I'm starting to get a little bit skeptical, but I'm not ruling it out that he could fulfill the role of backup quarterback. And we've identified some of the names that might need to be that the Detroit Lions might need to go take a look at. I was glad to hear Brad Holmes, who was on the morning show this week, say this is very important, the backup quarterback spot. It's very important. So it doesn't sound like something they're going to blow off if you're worried about that. There was football last night and the preseason, and probably the biggest news out of that was that Anthony Richardson dislocated his pinky. His pinky took a sharp left. That was a 90-degree, but apparently he's not going to miss any time.
Hey, you heard it on a big sack.
Well, that according to the ESPN headline. Which
that's what I said. It didn't say whose.
Gator wanted that pointed out on his show sheet today. ESPN says he hurt his pinky on a big sack.
Gator's pointing that out more than once today.
Yep.
Grow up, Gator.
What? I'm just reading a headline, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, he loves the headline.
It's unfortunate, though, because he's a very talented quarterback, and he's one of Kang's guys.
He is. We'll see. His learning curve needs to be steep. Who's the backup there? Oh, it's Daniel Jones, right?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones. You ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Oh, yes.
Let's go. All right, Scott, this is new from Pepsi, and these drinks are available only at participating Regal Theater locations. Pepsi is rolling out Drips by Pepsi, they're called. These crafted beverages are mixing iconic Pepsi flavors with fun add-ins like boba, cold foam, and floating cotton candy for an epic sip at the movies. Here's a couple of the things they're talking about. Pepsi Cherry Boba Burst features Pepsi Zero Sugar, layered over cherry boba topped with sweet cream cold foam and mini marshmallows. Gator, the Pepsi Cherry Boba Burst. Are you going to eat that?
Nope. I don't want anything floating in my Pepsi.
He's not into floaties.
Unless it's a scoop of ice cream. I want nothing floating around in there. No, this sounds gross.
It sounds like a hard no.
Yeah, it's a hard no.
Kang, what about you?
I might have, but you lost me at the Pepsi Zero part. You guys know me. I don't drink the Zero or the diet stuff. I need the real sugar in there, man. I can't do it. So
because there's not enough added sugar coming in with it with the boba and the marshmallows.
Well, you know, if that helps offset it, I guess there's only one to find out if I have to try it, huh? But offhand, I wouldn't try it just because the Zero stuff.
Yeah, I'm out.
Well, you wouldn't try just because everything.
They have Tropicana. Here's another one. Tropicana Cotton Candy Lemonade. This is Tropicana Lemonade over candy boba finished with floating cotton candy.
No. Absolutely not. What? The only thing should be floating in a drink is ice cubes.
This feels like mainlining sugar.
Right.
Kang, you in or out?
No, this is too much sugar.
Yeah. Okay, so all three of us are out on all three of these.
Stop floating stuff in the drinks.
Okay, this doesn't come with much description, but I will tell you that Jones Soda has come up with a collab. They're collaborating with Crayola Crayons. Jones Soda Crayola Sodas.
Like I got a burnt sienna?
They have flavors: strawberry lime, pineapple cream, berry lemonade amongst them.
Red orange and orange red.
I don't know, dude. Would you want a soda named after? It doesn't sound like they have. They put in the flavor of the crayon.
There's no wax flavor to it.
No.
Yeah, no. I don't. I'm not a. No, not really a Jones Soda guy. So that's a no.
I'm not really either. But yeah, I'm sure it doesn't have real bits of crayon in there or anything like that. Just named after the colors, right?
So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But
fuchsia.
So no?
No.
Okay.
No.
3 no's. Next up, A&W has come up with the Ice Cream Sundae Soda. A&W's Ice Cream Sundae Soda has arrived. The flavor comes in full and zero sugar options. It is what it says. It's a A&W root beer, flavored to taste like an ice cream sundae. Gator, are you interested in the ice cream sundae A&W? And I know you prefer the zero sugar stuff.
I do. So this is not a float. This is just a flavor of root beer, basically.
Yep.
I recently had a zero sugar A&W root beer, and it was great. I guess I'd try this. We're not floating boba in there. There's no Boba Fett, right?
So you're in. Kang, you in?
I'm in. Every summer, I feel like I didn't drink any floats or enough floats. I never, I always feel like they sound great, and I never have any. So I would like to try one. My over-under is usually half.
Half?
I probably would give this a shot. I think some of the A&W flavor stuff is really, really good. So next up, Heinz has come up with a collab with Smoothie King. Heinz and Smoothie King are turning heads with a new creation. The Heinz tomato ketchup smoothie blends have strawberry, raspberry, acai sorbet, apple juice with Heinz Simply Tomato Ketchup. Settles the debate whether or not tomato is a fruit. Do you have any interest in a Heinz smoothie blend?
First of all, full disclosure. My family has history with the Heinz family from back in my grandfather's days. That being said, I believe there was a falling out. And if you're going to throw some kind of ketchup into a ice cream drink, I want nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. Or a smoothie.
Yeah.
Smoothies do not, tomatoes don't belong in smoothies.
So you're a no.
I'm a hard no.
Kang?
I love ketchup. I love smoothies. This sounds disgusting. Like, why would you do this? I want no part of this. I mean, at best, is it like V8 smoothie?
I was just going to say, if you're going to tell me,
like,
if you're going to tell me that Heinz is getting involved with like a V8 type drink, I'm okay. I'll listen. But when you're talking smoothie, no,
I'm out.
Yeah, we're 3 for 3. All of us are out. Next up, Pokemon. It's got a collab with Baskin Robbins. They got a couple things available here. Gator, we'll start with the look on your face is not encouraging. Start with the Pikachu Tropical Soda. What is this? Well, it says, designed to evoke the taste of a refreshing ice cream, this combines the taste of vanilla and sorbet as well as Pikachu-shaped candies as a sweet addition. The Pikachu Soda. You interested in this?
It's like a drinking soda?
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay. Kang?
No real bits of Pikachu?
No real bits of Pikachu.
All right.
That'd be genuine.
I mean, I'd try a sip.
Okay.
Take a sip.
Yeah, this doesn't sound better than a DQ smoothie, so I'm DQ Blizzard. I'm out. They also have a Fukuoka. I hope I'm saying that right. A Fukuoka fruit ice cream, which rocks a yellow and red look to mimic those Pokemon's appearances and combines 7 different fruits for a summertime fullness. But it doesn't say what the fruits are. But it's red and yellow. Gator?
It's a sorbet.
Rocks yellow. It combines 7 different fruit flavors. It doesn't really say. It's an ice cream flavor.
I'd try it.
Okay.
I mean,
it's ice cream, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Last night I went over to, I was at Stroh's Ice Cream and got some ice cream. I got Superman.
Good for you, buddy.
Thank you. I'm not afraid. Superman's delicious. If I blindfolded you and just handed you some Superman ice cream and you didn't see the swirly colors of the wonderful yellow, red, and blue, if you just tasted it, I think you'd go, oh, this is really tasty.
It is. And a grown man, if you're a grown-ass man eating Superman, you'll eat this Pokemon one. You'll try it at least.
It.
Yeah, I'm trying it too.
You're a grown-ass man.
I'm a grown-ass man. I love Superman ice cream.
Thank you.
No, I will not eat this at any point. Next, Chick-fil-A has come out with a couple of new, actually it's a bunch of them, but I'm just going to highlight 2 of them. Right. One is the pretzel cheddar club sandwich. They had a successful taste in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now they're launching it nationwide. It is a buttery toasted pretzel bun.
Oh, yeah.
Lettuce, sliced tomato, cheddar cheese, strips of applewood bacon, and a side of creamy Dijon mustard on your Chick-fil-A sandwich. You can get it with either the deep fried Chick-fil-A or the grilled Chick-fil-A sandwich. So
All right.
would you be interested in this?
100%. I haven't had a club sandwich in a long time. It was maybe 15 years ago. I was on a little bit of a club sandwich kick. I love club sandwiches, but I just haven't had them lately. I would love to try this. Plus, you got pretzel bun.
Well, I was just gonna say, I don't think there's enough things on pretzel buns.
Yeah.
Right? They always kind of it grabs my attention when I read a menu and I see pretzel bun.
Yes.
I immediately look, what is in this? I'm gonna try it, Doug. I'm in.
I would try this without the bacon.
Take the bacon off?
Yeah, take the bacon
and then
off.
do grilled.
And then it's just really a
Yeah.
grilled
So
chicken
do the grilled.
sandwich.
Yeah,
Really
exactly.
what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the pretzel bun, it's the pretzel bun.
Yeah.
Pretzel bun's the differentiator.
You down with pretzel buns?
I do like pretzel buns.
All right.
And finally, Chick-fil-A has come out with a Chick-fil-A sauce flavored waffle potato chip. It is a bold new flavor inspired by the brand signature smoky and tangy Chick-fil-A sauce. Would you eat Chick-fil-A potato chips?
Yep. The Chick-fil-A French fry
sauce, yeah.
I'm just going with their waffle fry to begin with.
Yep.
I think it's very underrated. I think it's really, really good, really tasty. The Chick-fil-A sauce, obviously, it's kind of iconic for Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to overrate it. I think it's fine. I would try this.
Can you?
Oh, I'm in for sure. Waffle, chip, Chick-fil-A sauce.
I really can't see myself buying these, but they don't sound
Really?
that bad. Well, if I go to Chick-fil-A, I just get a couple sandwiches and I'm good. And that's two. I get 2 of the grilled sandwiches. I love them. And if I am going to get a side, it's the superfood salad with the
there
kale.
It is. There it is. Yeah.
That's a no on this, probably. I don't see myself ever ordering this. There you go. That is another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and they have elite customer service. You will get a call back from them. Many people call them because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. They call it white glove service. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. Again, you will get a call back. Call my guy Steve and his crew if you're in an auto accident and you need a lawyer. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So, Gator, what are we, 15 days away from week 0 college football?
Is that it?
Yeah.
But the real stuff starts the following week.
It does. I mean, it's funny because I feel like there's multiple college football kickoffs. You're so thirsty and just can't wait for college football that when week 0 rolls around, and last year, was it Florida State, Georgia Tech opened the season in Ireland?
Something like that.
Yeah, and Georgia Tech pulled off the upset, which led to the dude to post that he would eat dog, you know what, out of a cup if they lost their next game to, I think they played Boston College next, and then they lost to Boston College, and that guy, poof, magically disappeared. Nobody's seen or heard from him since after his post went viral. So this year, interesting first game in Ireland. Iowa State at Kansas State.
Yeah.
And I think Kansas State.
It's a noon kickoff, by the way.
Yeah. Kansas State, to me, is one of those teams just to keep an eye on as a dark horse college football playoff candidate.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. I always look at Kansas State and Iowa State kind of in the same ilk. They're tough outs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've been typically they're good football programs, not great. Though every once in a while they'll flare up and have a great season. Maybe more so with Iowa State than Kansas State, but Kansas State's had a year where they flare up. So you're calling it this year.
Yeah, Kansas State's one of my sleepers.
It's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic.
Sweet.
The other games on the schedule: Idaho State at UNLV at 4:00. Fresno
Hold on,
State.
I want to see if I can guess some of the teams.
Okay.
Is UMass playing the opening weekend?
UMass is. They are not.
Okay. Jacksonville State, are they playing the opening weekend?
They are not.
Sam Houston State, are they playing the opening weekend?
Sam Houston is playing on Saturday night, taking on the Hilltoppers of Western Kentucky.
That was going to be my next guess. The Hilltoppers. No, there's the usual. Hawaii's probably playing, aren't they?
Hawaii,
I think, always plays in week 0.
They are at home, taking on Stanford.
Okay. No, leave it to Stanford. All right, so there's that opener, and then there's the Thursday night where things get a little bit more interesting, and I'm pretty sure there's a Big Ten game that Thursday. There usually is a Big Ten game on the opening Thursday night.
Not what I would call big, but they are. Well, there's a couple of Big Ten teams are involved.
Are there? All right, who's playing that?
Actually, there are 4 Big Ten teams playing on Thursday. That following week, you've got Ohio is at Rutgers.
Mm-hmm.
The schedule is not strong to quite strong here, but it's okay. Then you've got Buffalo is at Minnesota.
Okay.
And then you've got Nebraska at Cincinnati.
Okay, that could be a good game. And you know what's funny is I went by Cincinnati's College Stadium. We had a baseball tournament down there. And you talk about actually a surprisingly cool campus, and they shoehorned a reasonable size stadium into the middle of campus. Like it's really tight quarters around there. I can't imagine what it's like on a game day because, I mean, there are buildings everywhere, and you just got this football stadium that they've crammed into the middle of campus. I'm guessing it was once a field and it was small, and they had to build a Division I stadium around it.
Probably all Nick Lachey money.
Could be, yeah.
Nebraska at Cincinnati. Then the last game of the night is Miami of Ohio at Wisconsin.
So then you get the Michigan State traditional Friday night opener.
Yep, against Western.
Yeah.
Just looking to see if there's any. Western Illinois is at Illinois on Friday night. And then the interesting matchup that I think on Friday night as well would be on that Friday night. Georgia Tech is at Colorado. So you get to see what Coach Prime has done with the Buffaloes.
Yep. And then the next day you
get Sam Houston playing again.
There's Sam Houston. Still in the spotlight. The next day you get the noon kickoff. Isn't that 1 versus 2 Ohio State, Texas? Yes. 1 versus 2 Ohio State, Texas at noon.
The Battle of the Orange, Syracuse and Tennessee.
Michigan plays host to New Mexico. That is an NBC/Peacock game at 7:30 in the p.m.
Anything else worth watching? Alabama at Florida State.
As an LSU Clemson is opening weekend. Is that one of the Saturday? Is that Sunday or Monday?
I'm still scrolling to see if there's anything worth watching here for the big games. LSU Clemson is 7:30 at night on that Saturday night.
Yeah. Do you have, because there's always Sunday games and one Monday game. What are the Sunday games and what's a Monday game?
Okay, Sunday you've got Virginia Tech at South Carolina.
Not bad.
And then the night game is Notre Dame at Miami. That should be good.
I would agree, too. I mean, that rivalry back in the day was elite.
Was
Hopefully
awesome.
they can get some of that spice back.
And then you've got the Monday game is TCU at North Carolina. So that's Bill Belichick, and his debut will be Monday, September 1st, Labor Day.
So I've been meaning to bring this up, and you mentioned Notre Dame, and that could be C.J. Carr, the grandson of Lloyd Carr, Saline product. He might get that start. Kind of expecting her to get that start. And of course, I think everybody's familiar with the Chad Tuff Foundation, C.J. and Tommy. They lost their little brother, Chad, to DIPG. I got an email this week that they have approved the first ever drug to battle DIPG. It's been approved by the FDA.
Well, that's great.
It is, and
show some promise.
Yeah, we helped out with a lot of fundraisers, and I guess when you get to a moment like this, that they might have had a breakthrough with a drug, and we used to do the bet, where we would bet on the Michigan State game and donate to various Michigan and Michigan State-based charities. But when you have a breakthrough like this, and so anybody who participated in any of our fundraisers, they've had some breakthrough. How effective it'll be, I mean, it's been approved by the FDA, so hopefully it means that there's some hope for kids that are stricken with this awful affliction.
That's potentially great news.
Yep. So
I mean, I'm sure it is great news. I mean, if they've got something to help with treatment. So.
Yeah, I've been meaning to mention that on the air. So again, thank you to everybody. We had a very, very generous audience that helped us participate. We had some goals, and people got on board, and so. Glad to see that they've had some sort of breakthrough, and hopefully it'll help save some kids in the future. 248-539-9797. All right, change with the Red Wings. I want to get to that today at 102. We are talking a lot about the Lions, who are back in action tonight in Atlanta. King, have you seen any reports of who Atlanta's going to play at quarterback?
I know Penix is sitting out.
He is? So does that mean we get the Kirk Cousins experience?
I would doubt that.
Does that include like sitting in the backyard? What do you mean the Kirk Cousins experience?
Is there a fire pit?
Look, fire pit game respects fire pit game, and Kirk Cousins has elite fire pit game. Easton Stick and Emory Jones are the other quarterbacks down there.
Those are the two we're going to see.
Probably who the Lions defense will go up against. You know who plays wide receiver for them? Do you remember the name Jamal Agnew?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a wide receiver for Atlanta.
Return guy?
Former Detroit Lion.
Former cornerback.
Yep, and kick return guy, right?
Yes.
They also have a cornerback named Lamar Jackson. Wow. We have confirmed it is not the same Lamar Jackson.
Glad you confirmed that.
Did you see the look Lamar Jackson was rocking last night by chance?
I did not.
Okay, those of you watching on YouTube or Twitch, I'm going to mimic the look Lamar Jackson was rocking last night. Kang, I want your take on this. And I will tell people what I'm doing. I'm wearing an adjustable fitted hat. I just undid the fitted part, and he was walking around like this, which is the hat on backwards.
Not snapped in.
Where it's not snapped in. And I'm thinking to myself, and they were like really far apart. I'm thinking to myself, is this a look that I am ever going to rock?
Was he protecting the hair?
Well, he has a lot more hair than I do. But what do you make of this look with the not snapped backwards adjustable hat?
The only reason I can think of why you would do it is because you want to protect the hair, and yet you still want to rock some kind of logo on a hat.
Mm-hmm.
The way you're wearing it now is really strange. It's I think quite odd.
Yeah.
If I'm choosing between wearing it like that or not wearing, I'm not wearing it.
Kang, is this a look? Is this what the kids are going to be doing?
So I'm very well aware that I don't know what's cool anymore. Mm-hmm. So I'm very aware of that. So whenever I see something different, I'm like, is that in? And I don't try to replicate that because then you have unk status.
You don't want to be
unk
a
status?
poser.
No, it's not a poser. It's unk status. Unk status means you're just old and you're trying to be cool and keep up with the kids. Like if you say something, what have you done with your kids? Or you wanted to embarrass them, Doug? You say something like, "Who's got the ox?" or something like that.
Doesn't Dad have drip?
Yeah, something like that. If you do that, they know already. Red flag. So
yeah.
Do I think it looks good? No, not necessarily, but I think we're also living in the worst hairstyle of guys ever. I told you this all the time, Doug. I cannot stand the hairstyle.
Bird's nest?
Yes, but that's what the kids like, right?
Well, the white kids, right? The white boys with the bird's nest. I got 2 boys, and they both have the same
hair.
Yep.
Do you see the ones where they are they perming them or like curling? And they want it to be a little curly too, don't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, the more nasty, the better.
Neither of my kids have gotten a perm. Neither of the boys have gotten a perm. So
you should get a perm, Doug. Just grow it out a little in the back, and then show them what's up.
Just have rows of curls.
Yeah,
in the back.
Oh yeah.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. And no, it's a hard no. We got something with the Red Wing skater. You say you don't like it, huh?
Not really. No, I think it's kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
We'll discuss it in a moment. It is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we wanted to get Kenny in here, who's a big hockey guy, because we mentioned we were going to get hockey, but it's just an excuse to bring him in and say congratulations.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
This is really what this is about. Kenny is getting married tomorrow.
Oh, you tricked me.
Yes, kind of.
Dang it.
Although we will bring up some
I
hockey
do want to
stuff.
talk about hockey.
I know, and we will bring it up.
Okay.
But he's getting married tomorrow, people. And that's right, ladies. He's off the market.
It's gone.
This is big news.
Sorry, everybody. Off the market. You no longer eligible receiver.
No. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
How have the wedding plans gone?
Stressful, as you might imagine. We're doing a kind of a smaller ceremony. With just her family and my family. We're doing it at like a lake, beach vacation type town. And getting everybody in one place at one time wearing the same thing is very difficult to do, believe it or not.
Yeah. Huh. Do it your way. Whatever you want, man.
Yes. We want everybody to have the best time possible. Beach
Whatever she
casual.
wants.
Let's go.
Beach casual is the...
Hell, if you were wearing what I'm wearing right now at my wedding,
people
I'd be
can't
thrilled.
see Kenny. He's wearing a flowered Hawaiian shirt.
Yep.
And shorts.
And
Be
shorts.
comfortable. Let's have a good time. Let's party.
So we'd be wearing shorts for the ceremony?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Given his policy, that makes sense. For
I
people
can't,
that
I mean, I can't stray
go
from
back.
it. I can't deviate from
Kenny
it.
has a policy, and it is once he puts shorts on in the spring, he will not wear long pants until late fall.
Until I can no longer bear it.
Yes, and then he puts pants on and won't go back.
Until I'm 100% certain that I can do this long term.
So there's two phases of Kenny. There's pants on Kenny and pants off Kenny.
Right. I think that's, yeah.
Yeah.
This weekend very much will be pants off Kenny.
Happy honeymoon. So
closer to, man.
I love this idea, wearing shorts and the whole beachside thing. That's awesome. So the shirt, have you gone and gotten a nice fancier shirt, like an all white cotton type shirt?
Tuxedo print shirt.
No. Yeah. No tuxedo print
Come
shirt.
on, black
it's a great
tie there.
idea. I love that. But no, it's a nicer white. It's a Hawaiian type shirt, but it's very, very much an upper scale, like clearly it's not like this one, to be frank.
Weddings are filled with all kinds of stresses.
Yes.
And one of the stresses that you, I'm sure, have been dealing with is, what is the forecast?
So we looked at the Farmer's Almanac of all tools to look long-term into the future. The weather was fine. There was spotty showers at one point, but it wasn't going to interfere with what we had planned. And now it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. So it's the closer we get, the better the weather looks.
I think outdoor weddings are a great idea, but they add to the stress level.
100%.
It's such a multiplier of stress, is worrying about what the forecast is. So.
It was there, but it was also like a midpoint between her family, my family, her friends, my friends, is where we're going to it's a middle point for everybody. So it was the easiest way to do it, and also the most difficult way to do it.
Well, congratulations.
So what time is this going to happen tomorrow?
This is going to happen tomorrow in the late afternoon time slot.
Gotcha. Well, I just looked it up for you, my friend.
Thank you.
A 0% chance.
Hell yeah. That's what I saw too. I've been looking it up all week.
87 and sunny, and a nice little breeze, 11 to 12 mile an hour breeze.
Love that.
There you go. Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So the marriage is off on a good foot. This is getting it off.
Well, they're not married yet.
Well,
No, but it will be. It will be.
It will.
Yeah.
You would hope.
Starts with the forecast. All right. Here's the hockey topic.
Yes.
The Red Wings are putting the Hockey Town logo back on center ice.
That's officially been announced?
Yeah. As
Actually,
part of
have pictures and videos of them doing it.
part of their centennial celebration honoring the franchise's illustrious history and iconic Stanley Cup championship legacy, the Detroit Red Wings are excited to share that the Hey Hey Hockey Town design emerged as a clear favorite in a multi-week fan voting process, earning its place as the Little Caesars Arena center ice logo for the 25-26 season. So you've got the center ice circle, the big blue circle. It'll have the Red Wings 100-year logo, which is actually kind of a cool logo, with the wing wheel incorporated into the first 0 in 100 after the 1. And it'll say Hockey Town in black right down the middle. Gator, you feel like you got to earn this.
Yeah, I mean, when we first heard of Hockey Town, it was right in the heart of the glory years in the late 90s, winning Stanley Cups, competing for Stanley Cups every year. You had Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer on this team, and it made sense, and it was a badge of honor, a sense of pride for all Red Wing fans. You had the bumper stickers everywhere that said Hockey Town. Heck, they erected the Hockey Town Cafe. You know, it was perfect for it.
and it made tons of sense. I just feel like after what's happened over the last, what is it, almost 10 years where they haven't made the playoffs, and in some of those years they had the worst record in all of hockey. I understand the 100 years thing, celebrating the centennial, and let's lean into that. Let's do that because that's an achievement, obviously, to have a franchise that's been around for 100 years. But bringing back the Hockey Town moniker that we haven't seen in a while the team is going through the rough stretch, I don't love it.
I think it looks great.
I'm sure it looks great. It's just, how does it make me feel? Because is this really a Hockey Town right now?
I saw the mock-up of it. To me, I think I love the Hockey Town thing, by the way, because that was my childhood. Yep. The Steve Yzerman years, the 2002 Red Wings, that's when I fell in love with the team. But I think it's a little busy. I saw the mock-up of it, and it looks a little busy. I wish they'd do one or the other. I do love the Hockey Town thing, and I absolutely think they should do the 100-year thing. That's cool also. I love that. That's a very sick logo, but I wouldn't do both. I agree with Gator, by the way. I feel like once they make the playoffs, hey, then maybe we put it on there.
Yeah, then Perfect. It's like, hey, remember this? Remember when we used to be able to have the flags sitting out the windows?
But I'll give the Red Wings credit for this, and that is they did ask the fans, right? They asked the fans what they wanted, and this is what they said. And so I can't get too mad at them about that.
I'm not mad about anything. Yeah. Just I'm glad that the fans spoke, and I'm glad that ultimately I'm glad because it strikes at the nostalgia bone for me, but that's just my two.
Oh, the nostalgia bone.
That's right. It pants off Kenny. We talked about it, man.
There's all kinds of jokes, given that he's getting married tomorrow. And
nostalgia bone.
What bone is that connected to?
The hip bone's connected to the leg bone.
Remember how we used to do it?
Well, all right, so there it is. You can, I'm sure, quick Google search. Actually, I could retweet what the Red Wings put out, and people can check it out for themselves. Red Wings Hockey Town logo back on center ice. Enjoy, my friend.
Now go get married.
Thank you. Thanks, boys. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go. We'll retweet this out so people can take a look. It has been retweeted from @DunGator971 if you want to see the new center ice logo they are using.
I want to say this. I mean, everybody should find somebody like Kenny has found. It's to be able to put up with having a hot dog roller in the living room.
Yes.
I think that's pretty special.
Yep.
That's a special kind of love, Doug.
It's compatibility.
It is
what they call
That's
it.
what that is.
Yep.
That is. So congratulations.
She does not mind having the hot dog roller next to the couch in the living room so he can grab a hot dog while he's watching Red Wing hockey.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, let's get to some Lions stuff, what we're looking for tonight as they take on the Atlanta Falcons. Talk some Tigers as well. Big game is for the mental health of Detroit. This is a big game tonight. A school will start. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, great atmosphere, great specials, and the best wings in town, by the way. And while we're here in the summer, the great weather is not going to last forever. And at 24 Seconds, they've got Metro Detroit's best rooftop deck. Get out there and enjoy it. They got TVs outside so you can watch your favorite game, great friendly service, and amazing food. Detroit football, that's starting soon as well. Make sure you book your spot on the 24-second shuttle for Detroit home games. You save the hassle of driving and the parking nightmares to the game, and you can bring your own drinks on the shuttle as well. And it's only $40. For all Detroit baseball games at 24, you get $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And for all the Detroit football games, they got $4 Honolulu Blue shots and $3.75 drafts of Miller Lite. They've got trivia's on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. And at 24 Seconds, they are also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you need any event catered or just to host, 24 Seconds has you covered for work parties and celebrations of any kind. And if you're looking for a great place to work, 24 is hiring food runners. Every seat's a great seat. They pipe in all the sound for the big games, and they got flat screen, high definition TVs all over the place. They're amazing. It's my favorite place to go. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
the Carson Anderson program, and you can follow us on Twitter at DunGator971. There you can see the video that the Red Wings put out of the Hockey Town logo being reinstalled on the center ice at Little Caesars Arena as the fans voted on. Check it out for yourself. Gator, we got sidetracked as we've been known to do. You had a bit of a food adventure with your mom the other day?
Well, yeah, it was a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned on the air before, my mom has been, she gets creative. Takes creative license sometimes with recipes.
Okay.
That sometimes she'll look at a recipe and say, oh, I don't think that makes sense. And then she'll throw something else in there.
Okay.
The hit rate is
high?
No. So a couple weeks ago, we had dinner. It was my father's birthday. So we had the family over at her house, and we were having dessert. My mom said, oh, well, I made brownies. We're like, okay, great. And had ice cream, so we could scoop ice cream with it, and it was going to be delicious.
Nice.
And as we were ready to dig into the brownies, my mom said, I tried something different.
Oh, boy.
Which is, I just looked at my brother, and he and I both start to smile. Like, what is that, Mom? Well, the brownie recipe, it called for water. I'm like, and my brother goes, of course. And where can we find water? So
where does one find water?
Yeah, where do we find this? So she decided that it was going to be more adventurous to substitute water with mango juice.
Okay. So she used.
Don't ask me why she has a container of mango juice, but she has mango juice in the house, and she substituted the water for mango juice. And had the brownie, and we're all like, I don't know about this. My nephew's like very skeptical. I'm like, listen, man, you got to try it. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
And tried it, and I'm like, I got to tell you, I don't taste any mango in this, but the brownie was very moist and delicious.
Oh, so it worked.
So this was a flat out win for my mom.
Okay. So now that I think about it, I don't even know where one would find mango juice.
It's kind of like where you go in the lemonade aisle or the orange juice aisle, and they might have some concoctions, and then there's like mango juice. And she's like, oh, mango juice. And went for it.
So a mom gets a dub.
She gets a big dub. That was worth it. That was delicious. And I immediately thought of Kang, because Kang and I go back and forth with some of these things over the years of creative escapades with people. And
well, what is
recipes.
it? It's your wife's aunt?
Yeah, my wife's aunt. Well, she watches our girls, during the day, especially in the summertime when they don't have school.
Yep.
And she brings over food, which is great. She doesn't have to. We tell her, hey, we'll provide food, anything in the fridge. If you want us to buy something, whatever. No, she just loves to cook, though. She's one of those people that just loves to cook. But she always makes everything weird. And, like, for example, I don't know, like, she'll bring it over, some coleslaw. By the way, she makes, like, 5 different dishes that have nothing to do with each other. It's like a buffet, okay?
Okay.
Seriously. She'll bring over coleslaw and be like, oh, I decided to put scrambled eggs in it. And I'm like, why? And her answer is always like, well, you know me, which is true. You know me. So, yeah.
Okay. I'll keep asking.
Yeah. And no, I'm dead serious, too.
Scrambled eggs and coleslaw.
Dude, I don't know. For salad, I think she put in, like, hot dogs. I don't, like, just, I'm serious, man. I'm like, I don't even know what to do. I turned to my wife, and this is, like, after she leaves, her aunt leaves, because I want to make fun of her, make her feel bad.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's more than enough. We're lucky to have her. But I'm like, why? She's like, I couldn't, I don't know why. I'm like, why do we have Thai food, a steak, donuts, and cream cheese and bagels? Like, I don't understand what's going on here. What was her thinking this morning? She's completely scatterbrained.
Got to hit all the food groups and all the 4 corners of the world.
That's hysterical.
Auntie, why did you do this? Well, you know me.
Oh,
that's her
that
answer.
works.
You know me.
Yep.
Yeah, so, but when they love to cook, does your mom love to cook, Gator, or is it just?
I don't think I think she loves to create, like it's usually a dessert that she gets to maybe feel the creative juices flowing. But I mean, it all started years ago when it was making some kind of a chicken dish, And I don't remember what the ingredient was that it called for, but she didn't have it. But for some reason, we had a can of water chestnuts in the pantry, and water chestnuts made their first appearance in the Anderson household. And my brother and I were eating, and this I was like, I don't know, 10, 11 years old. My brother's a couple years older than I am. And we're like, what's that like crunchy thing in there? My mom goes, oh, that's a water chestnut. We're like, what's a water chestnut? I don't want to know anymore because it was just very off-putting. And from that point on, there was always something that there was a substitute, which, like we said, the hit rate isn't very high.
But the mango juice instead of water
in a recipe for brownies was a big hit. Really, really made them moist.
Good. Glad that
Delicious.
Mom succeeded. Let's go to Todd in Lapeer on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Todd?
Hey, guys. I got a story because I couldn't believe Gator has a mom, that I have a mom and Gator has the same kind of mom. My mom, she's not the greatest cook, but she has a couple of items that she makes that are tremendous, that are really good. And I was at college a few years back, and she, missed me and just wanted to do something nice for me. And she says, honey, I was thinking maybe you could use some, it was in the wintertime. She says, would you like some chili? I can make you some chili. I said, oh, no, Mom, thanks, because I knew, I'm down in Lansing and thinking that somebody's got to get it down there to me or I'm going to have to go up and get it. And she says, well, I'd really like to make you some chili. I said, and she makes great chili. And I said, yeah, it sounds good, Mom, but don't worry about it. She's older, and I thought it'd be too much trouble.
All right, so what did she do?
So she says, no, finally she convinced me, okay. And she says, I said, but I don't care for cooked onions. I just don't like them. And she does put cooked onions. I says, Mom, can you do me a favor? Just make your regular chili because it's awesome, but just don't put the onions in it. And all of a sudden you heard crickets. And I said, Mom, I just don't like the onions, but it's great. Just make it like you normally do. Well, gourmets use onions. I says, I know, but I don't like them. And she says, but they're really good. I said,
all right, Tom,
wow.
We're running short on time. So what happened?
Anyway, so I said, okay, she agrees to not put the onions in. She sends them down with my sister. I'm having chili. I'm like, oh, man, this is great, having my mom's chili.
What's in there?
Oh, what do you think's in there?
Onions.
Oh, yeah. She puts onions. So I call her back and say, hey, Mom, thanks for the chili. It sure was good. Oh, you liked it, huh? I said, yeah, all except for the onions. And she goes, well, I didn't put very many in there. I'm thinking, why would you make me chili that you're not going to have?
I mean, I got to tell you, nothing like my mom. First of all. Second of all, if you're bringing up a story where your mom put onions in chili.
Onions in chili. Outrageous.
I mean, onions are part of chili. If you don't like onions in your chili and the story is, no matter how much I protest against the onions, she still put the onions in the chili. Okay.
I don't know. I think that's the same as scrambled eggs and coleslaw.
I don't think so. But God bless your mother.
Yes. And maybe he likes onions and chili now, but
I got to tell you, I'd put onions in his chili after hearing that.
extra onions?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a minute before he started to tell the story.
I know.
All right. Okay, I got a question for you.
How was the payoff?
I can't believe onions were in the chili, guy. You won't believe it.
I don't want a tomato-based chili.
You think you know people who do crazy things. All right, so Gator.
Doug?
Ennis Rakestraw is out.
We're doing a 180 here.
Yeah, is out for the season. It was all over social media. It's kind of sad seeing him posting another season-ending injury for Ennis Rakestraw. And seems like the Lions get guys. Everybody's got guys that just can't stay healthy. He is the Sawyer Gibson Long of the Detroit Lions. But that opens up the door for somebody else. We heard him mention the name Eric Hallett was getting some love early in camp. Does it open up the door for a Maurice Norris or Lauren Strickland from the safety spot? Not sure, but there's guys in that secondary that are now battling for depth roles with Ennis Rakestraw out. I don't think we're going to see any starters. The way I see the secondary right now, I'm fine with who they can put on the field. I'm not fine if they lose somebody else. I'll start to get very concerned if they lose somebody else. The starting five that they have back there, which I presume is going to be Terrion Arnold and DJ Reed at the corner spots, the two great safeties in Joseph and Branch, and Amik Robertson being your nickel back, or maybe he'll be outside and they'll move Branch to nickel. Whatever they decide to do, they've got that five I feel great about. I don't know that I feel great about anybody else that they have in the secondary. I was encouraged by Ennis Rakestraw. They got the two veterans that they brought in, Avante Maddox and Rakyas Sin. But we'll see. I would love to have some confidence instilled in their secondary depth moving forward.
Well, I've said forever, you need to have depth in the secondary. It is a position of attrition, and I'm near 100% sure if you go back and look year by year and count the number of starts by starting cornerbacks on the Detroit Lions or pretty much any team in the league, I think it's a league-wide thing, you will see that there are so few players in the secondary that play the entire season.
Yep.
That there are several games missed. It's not like they played 15 out of 16, and now we have a 17-game schedule, 17 or 16 out of 17. I feel like if you get 14 starts out of your secondary, it's amazing.
You mean each individual gives you 14 starts?
Because these guys get hurt all the time, and it's not lack of preparation. It's not because they don't have the good strength and conditioning coach. It's a position where you're reacting the whole time, and it's just different. Well, the back pedal can lead to things. You're smaller in stature.
You're
usually
having to
smaller.
You get hit by linemen.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just
they're set up to get hurt. And Dan Jackson's already gone for the season. I don't know if he was going to fit into their defensive depth chart. He was going to be a special teams guy for sure, but the 7th-round pick out of Georgia, it felt like, you never know when a guy like that ends up on the field on defense. It feels like they're almost necessary at times. There's also some offensive position battles we need to talk about. We'll get to that next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So I talked to the boss, Jim, and I asked Jim Powers. I brought in the sea salt and lime beer from Ludington Bay that I'm a huge fan of. It's now my summer go-to. You're not sure about this one.
I'm curious about it.
Little sketch. It's immediately shot to the top of my summer beer list. I brought a couple in today, and we asked the boss, hey, can we just last segment pound a couple beers here on the air and Gator can give his live on-air review? And the boss said no.
Oh.
Yep. So when the show's done, we're going to pound a couple beers and we're going to put them up on the socials. So we'll get your take.
Okay.
It's my go-to summer beer. Kang, you want one? At least try one?
No.
Okay. Is it because the beer sounds nasty to you, or you just don't want a beer?
I couldn't be more. How do I put this nicely? Like, our tastes aren't similar.
Well, what's your favorite summer beer?
Any light beer. I like summer shandy. I know you like summer shandy, right?
Yeah, I was about to say they're similar, but you don't think sea salt lime sounds good?
No.
All right. Well.
If I give it a ringing endorsement, would you be curious?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it like a margarita type beer or something with the sea salt?
Well, that's what I'm curious.
So I think here's the thing about it. Can you taste the salt? I don't know. I kind of get that dry salt flavor when I drink the beer, but I think Gator, if you won't need Gator to be the Kang beer gatekeeper, that works. But we'll
because we already know Doug loves it.
I love it.
So
does this taste like the ocean?
So we'll find out after the show, and we'll be Evan's going to take care of it on social media, so it'll be I imagine through.
Did anybody tell Evan? Because Jimmy said, let's just do it on social.
It's a great call. I don't know if Evan knows.
Evan, you know about this? He's back there. He runs like the camera feed unless he's pulled away for a moment. All right. Offensive position battles, Gator. What about the tight end spot? We know who the top two are, right? Laporta and Brock Wright. Shane Zylstra's back. Kenny Yeboah's there. The Horton kid. I mean, it feels like Zylstra would have the leg up. When you have a guy that feels like he's a fringe roster player, but they keep bringing back, I always feel like, oh, they must love that guy. They must love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Zylstra sounds like that's the guy. So can he be better as Zylstra? And he's been fine. I guess I don't have a real strong opinion one way or the other on who the third tight end is on this team. Mm-hmm. You know, I've been a big Brock Wright fan through the years, and
you love Brock Wright.
Obviously, Sam Laporte is great, entering his third season. Really excited to see what he can do now as he's, well, knock on wood here, healthy going into the season, which he was not last year. It was still productive for the team, but nowhere near as productive as he was his rookie year. But again, wasn't healthy. So having a healthy Sam Laporta to start the year, it's not a small thing.
Do they keep 4 running backs? Is Sione Vaki a lock to make this roster?
I think he is because of versatility. Mm-hmm. Special teams guy. I mean, look, he played safety in college as well. So I think having a guy like that is good. And he's a high motor guy as well who made some plays last year offensively. So, yeah, I think that makes sense. He's a fourth running back.
Also on the offensive side of the football is Tim Patrick or Tom Kennedy. Could they be guys who could really use a good preseason game?
So this is where it gets interesting, right? Because you've got, Khalif Raymond is your return guy. You're also a receiver. Certainly Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's your number one guy. You got J-Mo, who's obviously great. So how many other receivers do they keep on the roster? Because I think Tesla is definitely part of this. So Tesla is out there. That's 4. So who becomes the 5th receiver? I mean, I think they really like Lovett's potential.
Did you mention Khalif?
I did.
Okay, sorry.
I think they really like Lovett's potential.
I got all excited. He had 2 high-profile drops in the first preseason game. So,
but I think, I think it's an important game for him to show that he can handle things on the big stage. Mm-hmm. But where does that leave Tim Patrick? Is he on the outside looking in if he's the 5th, if he's the 6th receiver?
Tim Patrick was such a subtle but valuable move last year. I hope Tim Patrick comes through, but I mean, when you have 2 rookies that you drafted, and you're a veteran that's been around and they don't have a whole lot invested in you, you can't afford to have a bad preseason or a not make an impact type of preseason. Bad is probably overstating it, but
And if they're looking for a bigger receiver, isn't that what Tesla is? So I think there's competition for that 5th spot between Patrick, Lovett, and then Kennedy, I guess. And it was Ronnie Bell. We heard much of Ronnie Bell.
I haven't heard anything about Ronnie Bell. Kang, do you have any thoughts on the wide receiver spot?
Yeah, I think they keep. I think Tim Patrick makes the team. I mean, he'd have to have an incredibly poor camp, I think, to get cut, because as much as Tesla has shown, he's still a rookie. And the guy who's going to play special teams is going to be Isaac Tesla, because he's very physical for a receiver. Tim Patrick's going to be that veteran that's going to be, that play that big receiver role that they've been looking for. And Tesla's going to be the understudy. Clearly, he's the replacement for Patrick as soon as Patrick's done here.
The other thing is that Lovett is out for a while.
I don't think Lovett's going to make the team. I don't think Ronnie Bell is going to make the team. Tim Kennedy is just
Kennedy,
or whatever. Any Kennedy is going to be on the practice squad and back and forth and all that.
So Lovett is out for this week and maybe next week as well. Is he a candidate for the practice squad? Is he a guy that would clear waivers and be assigned there? He might be. And if that's the case, then Patrick is the guy.
Especially if he had a couple high profile drops. It's not like people are going to look at that and say, "Oh, this guy blows me away." So he might not get picked up. Let's see. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. This regarding the Tigers. Oh, first there's this one. Doug, are you going to Canada? So I mentioned it yesterday that we are planning on a quick trip to Canada this weekend, but it so happens the day we're going, our passports expire, which is unbelievably unfortunate and a coincidence, and nobody's fault but our own. So we did the topic yesterday about whether or not our real ID can be used to get us across the border, and the answer we found out is no. We have a visit lined up with the Secretary of State after the show today to get the enhanced ID. So as long as we can get the temporary enhanced ID, I think we'll be good. But I will have the question, does this mean we can go to Canada this weekend? And I don't know what the answer is. And I love the people that called yesterday that were trying to help out and said, hey, even though your passport expires, you should be good. And I'm like, I should be, huh? Or I think you'll be okay. I'm like, I don't want to play that game.
What's going on in Canada?
A little bit of just a quick family visit.
Okay.
Yeah. Quick family visit. So 248-539-9797. Regarding the Tigers, these injuries are really starting to add up with Olsen and Parker. They're just not reliable, and that's a big problem. Well, yeah, I mean, Parker's had a really weird year. Because remember the beginning it was a nerve.
Yeah, Parker Meadows?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the nerve that was asleep, wouldn't wake up, missed all of spring training basically, and then thought, it should take about, 4 to 6 weeks or whatever, and it took way longer than that. And then it had to basically his spring training was down in Toledo. Yeah, it's really unfortunate because I think he is a guy that, we saw last year how important he can be to the team.
How about this? I feel like you guys are way evaluating what Parker Meadows actually is. He's injury prone, bad bat, whose only value is with the glove. I don't think he's any sort of a part of our future going forward. That's from an unnamed texter. Let's keep in mind the context of why his name came up. We're just talking about the next 2 months, man. That's all we're talking about. Can Parker Meadows do these 2 months what he did last year in those 2 months?
Well, if he were to.
And quite frankly, what is he? A center fielder. And then one of their top prospects is a center fielder. So if he doesn't produce, he'll be replaced. But, who can lead him out of this? Well, 1 year ago, Parker Meadows helped lead him out of it.
Yeah, if he were to play like he did last year, I'd be all giddy and excited about it because I'd be saying, okay, great. Finish the season well. Hopefully we assume he's going to be healthy in the spring and then start next year and just pick up where he left off. But I don't know if he's even going to make it back to this team. And your point about they've got the player in waiting in Max Clark, who's already at Double-A as a 20-year-old.
Yeah, this isn't about whether or not Parker Meadows is going to be a fit on this team long term. It's can Parker Meadows repeat his August and September? Yeah. Please and thank you. 248-539-9797. And that's not the only way they're going to win the division. But that would be a huge, huge boost for this squad. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we'll tweet out Gator's taste test of the Ludington Bay Sea Salt and Lime beer after the show. Hopefully you follow us on Twitter at Dungator971. If you don't, go join up and then we'll see what he thinks. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Sean in West Bloomfield. Hi, Sean.
Hey, boys. I think Lovett makes this team, and I'm just using Brad Holmes' track record here. I'm racking my brain. I swear to God, I don't think he's ever, even seventh rounders, cut a draft pick straight out of camp. Not one.
So
unless I could be missing one.
I don't think he's cut one straight out of camp either. He's managed to get guys through to the practice squad, right?
I don't.
Well, they have to be cut.
Has he put?
Yes.
Has he put a draft pick on the practice? I don't think he has, Doug. I'm trying to think of it. I could be wrong. But
it's hard. You know what's hard to find is history of a team's practice squad.
Oh.
But here's the thing, Sean, and we've talked about this a little bit. When you first take over and the team's terrible, you got a lot of roster spots available.
Absolutely.
And then each year there's fewer and fewer roster spots available. I think you're right.
100%.
And it gets harder and harder and harder.
I agree with you. The team is much better now. It's harder to make it. However, I think it's a source of pride for him. I really do. So I don't. I mean, I'm going to say Lovett makes the team. I swear to God.
The other thing is that here are the receivers they've drafted him, and Amon St. Brown was obviously great out of the gate. The next wide receiver they took was Jamison Williams, first-round pick. Antoine Green was a seventh-round pick who has caught one pass in his NFL career. So does that qualify? Did he make the team?
I forget receivers. I'm just saying players in general. He's never cut a draft pick straight out of camp. I can't think of one. Like, never.
I'd have to go back and look and see if any of those guys did get cut to end up on the practice squad. But you might be right. But it's definitely getting harder.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I can't think of one, though. I racked my brain. I mean, okay.
Kang, is he right?
I think he is. But you made the great counterpoint, Doug. I mean, when he started, the cupboard was bare. Now it's just harder to make the team. And I think everyone always roots, and I know he's talking in all draft picks, but the receivers specifically, people like those skill position players. You know, when you draft, I don't care what round you draft one. You're like, oh, look at this guy. You know, look at his tape when he did this. Those guys have a really hard time making rosters, man. They're 6th, 7th round picks for a reason. I don't think Lovett's making the team.
I wonder what the hit rate. I mean, hit rate's the wrong way to word it, but how many draft picks in general make a roster for any team, not just the Lions? Like, I feel like most of the, I think it's a really high percentage of players that are drafted stay on the team after they've been drafted, whether it's they make the 53 or they're put on the practice squad.
It looks like Antoine Green made it. I'm just going back to look at their initial 53-man roster, and I did find something from 2023, and he wasn't on the initial practice squad. So I assume he made it. Ooh, was this one? No. What year? You don't have the list of the players drafted in front of you, do you?
Sure I do.
What year was Chase Lucas taken?
I just looked up Chase Lucas. He was taken in 2022, and he played in 6 games that year.
Okay.
But I don't know if did he make the team right away, or was he a practice squad guy that got promoted that season?
248-539-9797. Kyle and Flint, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Kyle.
How you doing, sir?
We're great, thank you.
Good. So, Gator, you told me that your mom, I'm going back to food substitutions.
Yeah.
Okay.
You told me that your mom replaced an ingredient, a very important one, was water with mango
juice.
Mango juice. Okay.
Yeah.
So, as an executive sous chef, I understand it would taste very good. However, I'd like to bring you back to my childhood where my mother was on a lot of food kicks, and she replaced what she claimed to me and my 4 brothers was mozzarella sticks with eggplant.
So there's fried eggplant sticks instead of fried mozzarella sticks.
Which, don't get me wrong, if I had the understanding that that's what it was, I might have enjoyed it. But when you're expecting to bite into deep fried mozzarella and you get deep fried eggplant, it's disappointing.
Actually, you know what's funny, Kyle, is and you being a chef now, like if I saw that as an appetizer on a menu, like fried eggplant sticks, I'd probably say let's get that for the table. And
Sure.
dip it in marinara. It sounds like pretty good.
Actually
And a
sounds
little-
pretty good. He's
Little
right, yeah.
Parmesan shaved on top of it or
Yeah,
something.
I'm all into that.
And that's not bad. The problem is my mom's not good at cooking, so it was a very poorly deep-fried eggplant that she sold to me and my 4 brothers.
Yeah, you got hoodwinked.
Man, she got me good, buddy.
That's
and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, no, that sounds actually doesn't sound bad. Randy in Dearborn, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Randy.
Doug, I have the way you can get there for sure to Canada.
Oh, okay.
As long as you have that temporary enhanced, which is a piece of paper they're going to staple to your license, you must have your birth certificate with it also. I have a lot of friends that come up to our ice fishing camp in Canada that nor have the enhanced or passport, and this is the way. I've had a few that have had the temporary enhanced that get turned at the border because they don't have the birth certificate. As long as you have the birth certificate, you're in.
Dude, we're bringing everything because we have to take it all to the Secretary of State today. And so we've got it all like in a folder ready to go. We'll get the temporary enhanced on our way to getting the full-time enhanced. And yes, we will bring all of that stuff with us. I will not be denied, Randy.
They will tell you the same thing as Secretary of State. It works every time.
Birth certificate, I think, is something that I Googled it and it says, yes, you can get in with a birth certificate. Because that was a thing years ago when they started to make changes that as long as you had a birth certificate, you were in. I had to get in there and I didn't have an updated passport.
Oh, no.
And I didn't have the right ID at the time, an enhanced ID, but I did have a passport or a birth certificate. They're like,
King said something to me today in the office. He goes, not to pile on, but why the hell didn't you finish the process of reapplying for your passports? I'm like, well, Kang, that's exactly what you're doing. You're piling on. I know. I said it yesterday in the air. I know. It was stupid. It was weird. Oh, it was not like us to just go, oh, it turns out we're not going to go to London. Let's just stop applying for our passports, which we know expire soon.
It's not like Doug.
No, I expect it from Gator, but not you, Doug.
Oh.
Why am I doing this work? Don't need it.
Yeah. There's believe me, I'm kicking myself that we didn't just, because we were like started the process and then we decided we're not going to London. We're just going to Montana. They don't need a passport to get into Montana. So we just stopped.
Even though your passport was going to expire and these things last for 10 years.
Yeah. And I'm upset. And you piled on.
But I said, I don't mean to pile on.
Well, that doesn't mean you weren't.
Well, it's like saying with all due respect, right, Gator?
Yeah.
Right. You get a full
Once I
license.
say that, I
don't
can say whatever I
don't mean
want.
to be a jerk, but and then you proceed.
Yeah, with all due respect. Stupid.
Feedback coming in. Thank you. Safest bet in town is that Scuba will not pitch a complete game. I mean, yeah, very few pitch complete games anymore, but
I feel like that would go a long way.
A complete game from Scuba.
Yeah. Or just go out and I mean, he doesn't have to pitch a complete game. The Tigers' offense scores like 8 runs. I feel like it's going to calm things down. He can leave after 7 innings, bring guys in from the bullpen. And as long as the guys they bring in don't give up runs, it's just a big collective sigh.
Unnamed texter, the Scuba starts have become stop what you're doing. Sorry, I can't hang out. No plans. Kind of appointment viewing. Yep. Let's go. Rico Beard is here in studio. Hello, sir.
Hey, so like you guys have always followed this stream stuff. This is new to me. You don't have a passport?
No, I didn't. It expired. Yeah.
You need to speak into a microphone.
I am. It's not coming through.
Well, you got into it, not above. Yeah.
Well, I'm doing. I need to tongue kiss this thing.
You have to speak into it as a direction.
No, we our passports expire this weekend, and we were going to make a quick trip to Canada, and now I've got an expiring passport, so we got to go to Secretary of State and get the enhanced license, which can get us across the border. So, yeah, it was very irresponsible, and I'm actually starting to regret that I brought it up in the air because I'm getting shamed constantly.
You are getting shamed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. Yeah. I mean, wow. I would expect that from like Rieger, not you.
I know. Believe me, I know. I'm disappointed in myself. But what do you guys got planned coming
You
up?
got to get one done because you're going to Germany next year.
That's true. That is true. What do you got planned coming up next?
Kind of what you guys were talking about. The question of is tonight a big game? Is tonight's Tiger game a Tigers game, not the Lions game?
Right.
Only for Henden Hooker is tonight's game a big game.
Well, there's others, but he's certainly going to be in the marquee.
But is tonight's Tigers game a big game? I say it's only a big game if they lose. If they win, it's business as usual, and we keep going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kenny wants some marital advice.
He wants
Does he really want marital advice, or are you just willing to give marital advice?
I have no advice to give him.
I was going to say, you'd be as good as I would have.
No, he wants advice. So listeners, and I mean, I can give you advice. I mean, any idiot can give advice.
Yeah, I think I love a non-married guy giving married guy advice, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It just makes you realize how perspectives change once one gets married. So have a great show, and have a great weekend, Rico.
You know what? And get that enhanced license.
That's the plan.
Because you know what? I don't care what people say, Doug. You are responsible.
Thank you.
There you go, Doug.
Gator, let's go get smashed.
Let's do that.
All right. It's Carson Anderson. Have a great weekend. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
And welcome in on a Friday. We have got a jam-packed show today. And yes, we're going to get to the Tigers because I'm going to say something that's dumb. I know I'm going to say something. It's dumb. That on August 8th, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But
It's not dumb.
3 o'clock, we'll get into the Tigers. We got some Lions to discuss. We have part 2 of the Rico Beard college football groupings quiz. We had fun with this yesterday. One of the hints for one of the coaches was loves hookers and hospital beds.
He comes from a hospital bed. Yes.
Tremendous stuff. We'll get to that in the 4 o'clock. Who said it? But we have to start with something. All week, we have been dealing with something. Not Kenny. We have been dealing with something. And what we've been dealing with is Kenny. He is stressed. He is worried. He has not been himself this week. He's been a disaster. Kenny's getting married tomorrow.
What a setup.
Now, I know. Well, he's been disastrous. Kenny.
I think I've been keeping it together all right. You couldn't tell in the air. That's all that I go for.
Right, but see, there's that whole other part of the day called off the air.
Right, yeah,
And
that's a
you've been
little bit
wearing
more
a Pampers.
problematic. I'll
Let's
catch
just get into this momentarily because there are 2 things. Kenny has something about his wedding that I have no understanding what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But then there is the marital advice. I do think our listeners would like to give Kenny a word. I think all of us collectively, not only as a show, but as a community, are very puzzled that Kenny found someone to marry him. So with that, how do we give Kenny the best shot at not effing this up? So
Wow.
I think if you'd like to pass on some sage advice to Kenneth G. Cott, that can be a part of what we do pre-Tigers. But the other angle, before I begin lecturing Kenny, basically, what the hell is your wedding issue you wanted to bring up? What do I have to solve for you?
So you said something pre-show a couple of days ago when we were discussing these matters, and it had worried me that I didn't even know I should be worried about. I said some of my guests, I asked you this question. I was like, how do you feel about the Airbnb, Vrbo, those types of places? And you said disaster. You're going to have a terrible time. Never use them. Why
I did not.
That is exactly what you said.
You left out a key word. It can be disastrous.
Right.
Because it used to be you were getting someone's home. Now you're getting someone's business plan. I mean, it's
With
like
basic IKEA furniture in there.
Right. Like, it's like when you talk to somebody and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm selling my house. And it's like, well, do you need a realtor? Oh, no, my cousin Barb's a realtor. Like, everyone's cousin just got their real estate license, and everyone's cousin now does Airbnb as some form of business. You got to be careful. And you're getting married in Hillbillyville. Now, that brings the amount of available Airbnbs that are not kill sheds or meth labs or black tar heroin shops, that brings it to a smaller level.
Okay,
Let's clear this up real quick.
I'm going to throw a flag on that.
That is a flag.
Okay,
A massive flag.
we went to the booth review. That's a flag.
I just said the geographical location. He is shrinking available Airbnbs.
It's a where I won't say the name of the city.
No,
but
don't.
It's a vacation town. It's a beach lake type of a town
for meth heads,
which is the entire state of Michigan.
Right, you could go anywhere in Michigan and get that. So like, I feel like if you're doing one of these business plan people, I feel like you might have a spot there because that's where the audience is going during the summertime.
Are you more worried about this or the wedding?
I'm more worried about, I'm worried about everything. There's no one thing that is more, because I'm not worried that she's going to say no. Like, that's not on the table for me. That's a non-negotiable.
See, and I think he's worried about this because earlier in the week, let me give you a little backstory on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Earlier in the week, I guess Kang, the producer of Carson Anderson, had a problem with his Airbnb where he had a boys' trip, and I guess the owner had a Ring camera and saw that he was there, and like 11:30 at night was like, hey, you guys up? And then they were like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I need to come by and get something out the garage. So that freaked Kang out. So that they got into this long discussion, and Kenny was just like, I never even thought about it. The creepiness that this Airbnb stuff could actually be. And so that sent him down this rabbit hole. Just to give you a backstory.
So I guess Jeff has a horror story now, which is not good for me.
Oh, Jeff, please join us.
Jeff Gussman.
Hello, Mike.
I love you.
How's
Jeff.
it going, Rico?
I don't know about the new hairstyle, but I'm happy to see you.
We're not doing that today. But
what happened?
The last time I stayed in an Airbnb, there was a bat flying around at night.
See?
They sent someone, I think it was like the owner's nephew, with a butterfly net to catch it.
Okay.
So those are horror stories. That
now,
can happen.
what region of America was this, Jeff?
Near where Kenny's staying.
See, Hillbillyville,
but not on the water. It was a little more inland.
Kenny,
So
I would say
we're on the water.
I would say because we're in a Saratoga mindset, I give you 6-1. There's a dead body on property.
Jeez, these are not good odds, Mike. I hope this isn't how you're handicapping these races you're giving me picks for. Because,
well, first of all, true or false? Are you alive in a double right now?
That's true.
Okay,
that's true.
So here's my point. People, can you help Kenny on this? I mean, frankly, what I'd like to do is just scare him bleepless. All the Airbnb Verbo horror stories. But realistically, what are the tips we can offer Kenny to get on to get on the right foot to start this? He's already in an 0-2 count because he's Kenny. So
I'm not in all the slander in the first 8 minutes of the show.
Kenny, you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Floral.
You're 31.
Allow me to be festive. One day of the week.
You're in a polo. Okay. Which features something Kenny has to Google. It's called a collar.
Okay.
It says a little baby collar.
Listen. But look, the Airbnb thing, I think you're in some trouble. You don't strike me as a detail-oriented guy. I don't think you did a lot of research.
So
you're in Hillbillyville. I'm scared for you.
The one saving grace I will say is there's a member of my family attending this wedding who does, as a side gig, do travel agent things.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Everybody's got one.
I'm trying to pretend.
Oh, Aunt Lois does travel agency.
No, it's not Aunt Lois. It's a trusted member of my family.
Why do you hate Aunt Lois?
Aunt Lois is a perfectly fine woman. No, but I trust in her judgment that the place she set everybody up with, because it's not just me staying. This is the problem, too. It's not just me staying in the Airbnb. There's also guests that I have helped book through the same method. Also staying there. So if that messes up, I not only mess up myself, which is already bad enough, and the wife, already bad enough, and then guests on top of that, this could be a complete disaster.
Oh, go ahead. You're nodding your head over there.
No.
What do you want me to do? If the guy was getting married in a semi-civilized area,
we could very civilized. We're not staying in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, really?
It's a vacation town. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so is Amityville.
It's civilized in the summer.
Wow.
It's civilized in the summer. In the winter, not so much.
I don't need it to be civilized in the winter.
Oh, boy.
Rico, you want to come in and help me at all here? You want to say,
You know what? I tried. Kenny, I tried.
Fine. Pat on the back, pat on the back.
No, I tried until all of a sudden you're like, well, I have a family member. Like, you just threw a fastball right down the middle of the plate.
Ping! It's somebody I trust is my point. That's all I'm saying. And they've done great work for me in the past.
Okay.
I can't give you any advice, Kenny, because I've never done that before. So, yeah, I've never rented the home, anything like that, at least not in my name. So, because chances are I probably wouldn't get it if I rented it in my name.
Listen, I think the biggest thing for you is you're worried about the actual wedding.
I'm worried about all of the lead up to it, getting everybody in the same place at the same time because
let's clear something.
A distance away.
I feel like there's something going on here, and I feel like I'm a little out of bounds if I say it.
Here we go. Well, I mean, it's not like you haven't said anything out of bounds in the first 10 minutes of the show.
Kenny, you have an aversion to collared shirts. What do you want me to tell you? Listen, now you're not having any hesitation about the whole who you're marrying.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
so you're good there.
100%.
Are you concerned that you're going to have some form of like loss of control of your bowels? Or you feel like you're going to pass out, lock your knees?
Fine.
What's going on here?
I will be just fine with that. It's just the planning and the minutia of the whole ordeal, the whole affair. It's going to be...
But what amount of planning did you do versus her?
She did most of it.
Okay, so then what the hell what are you stressed about?
The execution of it.
What's
Making
the
sure all
hold
the
on,
pieces come together.
Hold on. You said to everybody it's a casual event, a small event.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Is there a procession? Are you having like juggling acts? What is the execution? Are you going to come in on a trapeze?
If this was around the corner from everybody, that would be one thing. But we have people coming in from one side of the state, the other side of the state, this side of the state.
Is your family from Appalachia coming in?
No. Jesus.
So this is stressing you more than the actual.
It's all of it. The whole. I just want to fast forward to right after it's done, where we're having a party. So I can stop being stressed about all this once and for all.
But there's nothing.
Well, Kenny, I was saying my advice is, Mike, to use the horse is in the barn.
That's it.
There's nothing else for you to do except for sit and wait. And you know what? Where do I need to stand? Okay. Tell me when I need to say I do. Okay.
Hey, Kenny, horse is in the gate. You're not running the race. You're done. Stand there with a stupid look on your face. Say I do it to do, and you're done. What's the problem?
I can do the stupid look thing, but my problem is I'm sorry, am I not allowed to be nervous before one of the biggest days of my life?
No.
Is that okay?
I don't understand it.
I guess, Kenny,
should be happy.
The nervousness would be, like if she was like a runaway bride. This is a layup. This is, you know what? For you, it's there's no goalie in front of the net, and you're 5 feet from the net.
I've seen people miss it.
I'm trying to help.
I know. I hear like the way I look at it, and maybe I'm wrong. He's absolutely found the one person who would marry him.
Oh, absolutely.
I would just look at this like, don't screw this up, because after this, you're done.
Hey,
you're going to live like a monk.
There's definitely a little bit of don't screw this up. That's definitely part of this equation.
I don't know what the hell this woman's thinking, but she's here. She's here. She's ready.
We found her. We found the one.
That's my point.
So
just say yes.
So the nervousness should have been the day you said, "Will you marry me?" Once she said yes,
I'm more nervous.
Everything
now
else is downhill
than I was that day, and I was still very nervous that day. But I'm more nervous right now.
Really?
Yes. I don't know what's happening.
Because see, I figured asking because that's when you find it out, right? The rubber's about to hit the road, and if it's I've never been married.
That's the honeymoon.
But I gotta assume that it's kind of like the Hall of Fame. If there's a hesitation, then maybe you're not deserving of the Hall. Do you want to marry me? And if there's a pregnant pause, it's like
a what?
A pregnant pause.
No, that'll be Thursday.
You know what? Hey, well, you know what?
Listen, Kenny, it's twins. Congrats.
No. You got to stop.
Listen, people, can we pass some marital advice to this man? And second of all, this Airbnb thing. What the hell is this guy doing in hillbilly land, putting everybody in the same house? How did you not get yourself your own place? You really want to see all these people?
I do want to see all these people, and that's half. We'll get to it after the break, I guess, but half of the nerves are I want to make sure not just we have a great time, but everyone has a great time.
F them. You're done. You already provided everything. If they choose to not have a good time, that's on them. What are you going to do, Kenny? You going to put on one of your T-shirt, maybe a tuxedo T-shirt? You're going to walk around, hand out, as your family calls it, whores divorce?
You have this weird caricature idea of my wedding in your brain. That's
Hawaiian shirt tux?
I'm not wearing a Hawaiian shirt tux.
Oh, that would be sweet right there.
This is Rico trying to put bad ideas in.
Kenny's going to wear a tank top with a Chippendales bow tie on it.
Seriously.
He's going to look like Patrick Swayze in the Saturday Night Live skit.
It'll be one that looks like a chest, but it actually is not a chest.
You wore the tuxedo shirt.
That's a good idea. I don't know why I don't do
Kenny,
that.
all you have to do, simply show up, stand there, say I do. When the preacher nods to you, yes.
And what are you not going to do before the wedding?
Crack?
You're not going to drink. Don't be drunk at your own wedding, you degenerate.
This is maybe a little bit, though?
Nothing.
No.
Kenny, you're already nervous enough.
Thank you.
I think that would help.
Stop. 248-539-9797. Help this man.
Ooh,
we'll get to the Tigers at 3.
I'm going to finish this statement after this.
Next.
You know, it's officially moving season, like for Kenny. Time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you need to do is when you're moving into your new home is make sure your Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time that it takes to parallel a moving truck. Then you're back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment with Xfinity, so you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while somebody else deals with all those boxes, because with Xfinity, the only thing you need to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on the Open Signal Award USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Yes, we are going to get to the Tigers. Yes, I promise. We'll get to the Lions. We have a major happening on this show. Somehow, Kenny's getting married tomorrow. And he's scared. He's nervous.
I don't love the surprise, by the way. Oh, wow. Somehow Kenny magically found somebody.
Well, that's the general sentiment of Earth, Kenny. I can't change that. You've kind of made it an astonishing accomplishment. Someone is willing to deal with you.
Kenny, let me help you with when we last left off, you were talking about having a drink before.
That was a great segue.
Your nuptials. Thank you.
Nice job.
No. Absolutely not.
Turning into Steve Eiserman on me.
No.
It's because there's no debate to this. It is Steve. It's just no. Because you don't want to screw this day up, right? That's the general sentiment, right? You want everything to run smoothly. You're thinking you're taking the edge off, but you may go one too many.
May.
If you really want to send this thing down a rabbit hole, tick off your bride to be, because this is her day, and if she has to explain you to the in-laws and Kenny looks a little
look.
You don't want to start. No. That's why just wait to the reception. Let slick back hair Kenny kick in, because at that point, because this is the one time she's going to get married. You ruin this for her, you'll never hear the end of it. Ever.
Here's Kenny at the altar after a couple of 7 and 7s. Don't do it. Right, don't do it. Let's go to the people. You know what? Katie is going to get the first word. I want a female perspective on this. Katie, welcome to the show.
Oh, hello. Wow, that's an honor.
How are you?
Hey, Katie.
Don't get. I mean, if you do a little shot or something with how many groomsmen or a brother, don't get bombed. I had a drunk toast from my husband's now a brother-in-law.
Ooh.
I didn't know what he was talking about. He was up there rambling for like 20 minutes about his brother, the slurry speech.
Katie, I was at a wedding about a decade ago for a dear friend, and one of the bridesmaids got up there, and she had clearly been overserved, and she started telling stories about the bride's past. Let's just say the Pink Panther, they got her off stage in a hurry.
It was like amateur night at the Apollo.
It was bad.
Sandman came in.
Everyone was looking around like, oh, God, don't get to the end of this one.
Well, back when we took that girls' trip to Hawaii, nope, we're done.
Rico and Katie, worse than that.
Oh, yeah.
Much.
Grandparents are there. I keep it peace.
Yeah, Katie, you bring up a good point. I want to ask Kenny about it. Kenny, what is the oh boy, the people on Ticket Text are having fun. Kenny's just worried there aren't enough possum available.
You know what? That's a foul right there.
Just slander for 2 straight
Are you doing possum fillet or possum kebab? What is the way you serve possum in the summer at a wedding?
Just let me know when you're finished.
Kenny, as your lawyer, don't answer that.
Don't answer that.
When you're finished.
Okay, so how many people are at this wedding?
Just shy of 20. Very small, very intimate wedding.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. A small wedding, just wait. Don't even, because it'll start off with a shot. Okay, one more. Just wait.
Kenny can't be trusted.
They're going to want to start the party nice and early themselves.
Kenny can't be trusted. You just don't understand it. You cannot allow this man to drink.
Because you don't want to upset your bride to be. And
Kenny's not responsible.
And basically saying, well, I had a little tipsy. That's not an excuse.
See, we've talked about this, though, before on the show, so this isn't breaking news or anything, but my sister works in the bar industry.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure.
There's industry people on her side of the family that work in the service industry and the bar industry. So they're all going to be starting the party nice and early.
Okay, that's fine for them.
That's for them.
You want to know why?
Not for you.
That's their life. You do not start this journey of your life off stumbling out the gate. Don't do it.
No matter how accustomed to that behavior she is, just not tomorrow.
I don't care how many people try to peer pressure you, Kenny. I would rather see you break out the hot dog roller at the altar than take a drink.
Another great idea.
Okay, to the people, we go to Ricky, 97.1. Ricky, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. So, hey, Kenny, what time is your wedding? Is it in the morning or at night?
It's in the evening time. It's in the mid-afternoon evening time.
Oh, see, that's where you screwed up. So,
everybody.
I agree with the rest of the guys. If you're going to get married at night, do not drink. It's like a job interview. You've applied. You went in, you interviewed, you got the job. Now you're waiting for your first day. So you're sitting there waiting all day. But as soon as the moment comes, it's 10 minutes. So don't drink. After, you're going to take some nice photos, no red eyes. Do what you got to do, and then enjoy yourself. But on your second marriage, I suggest you do it in the morning.
Ricky just went top rope.
Mike, you invited this. I blame all of this on you. This is 100% your fault.
Ricky came to the ring with a chair behind his back.
But for your third wedding,
well, for me, I'm living like Quagmire the rest of my life if the first one don't live out.
That's it. But so is he. Listen, Ricky, you got to understand, we work with him every day. This is his only shot right here. Jeez. This doesn't work. He's going to be a Chinese monk the rest of his life. What is it? Tibetan monk. There is no other human that'll marry this man.
It's not that big of a deal.
He's found someone. He's okay.
I feel you may be selling me just a tad short.
10, 12, 14 hours sober? Come on.
That's a challenge for Kenny. It's hard enough.
Yeah, let's relax a little bit.
Look, 2 to 6 is a challenge, Ricky. What do you want? Just, Kenny, don't do it. Just don't.
I'm not
gonna.
And
don't get bombed after it. Don't.
Everybody else is doing it.
I can't speak to him. I'm going. You know what?
Kenny,
we're going to do the phone calls.
Kenny, look.
We're going to go to football.
We're joking with you right now.
I'm not.
But when it comes to this, I'm not joking at all. Don't do it. I know you're thinking, I can handle this. You can't. Don't do it. Wait.
You know,
just wait.
I actually looked. It is saying that stewed possum is the summer preparation for that type of Appalachian delicacy.
I would have thought grilled.
I don't know. They have grills at your locale.
Just let me know when you're finished. Let me know when you're
fricassee.
finished. Character assault, possum stew. Keep going. Any more?
Well, no, I'm going to help you because after Kenny inexplicably gets bombed at his wedding, you can then enjoy Hungry Howie's. Kenny by himself after his wife has divorced him in 7 minutes.
Is this with the 73?
The 73 classic.
Oh, my goodness.
73 pepperonis.
Pepperonis, though.
I want an equal amount of blueberries on each side of these muffins. $9.99 for a large. And again, it's all premium ingredients. It's a limited run pizza. If you like pepperoni, this is the deal. I am solving your dinner problems this weekend. Dinner in 20 minutes. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Get there now. All right, we're going to get to the ticket text. Yes, football in about 15 minutes. Yes, Tiger Talk at 3. But look, member of this show's getting married. We just, and Kenny has been sweating bullets all week. We wanted to offer some suggestions, but also give him some real advice. Kenny, your plan to do 21 shots in 21 minutes, that's
Nobody
not
said,
happening.
by the way,
We're not doing the
maybe
power
I'd have
hour.
one drink. Maybe.
What are the ticket you know what? Should we have Jeff read the ticket text? Because I know what Kenny's going to do.
He's going to find the ones that agree with him.
He's going to leave out any of the fun ones.
I actually just wanted the ones with the Airbnb Verbo advice stuff, not the slander Kenny's character possum stew stuff.
You're a proud Appalachian.
Which didn't have to be part of the conversation.
Okay.
I would like to point out.
What do you have?
Preach, Mike. Verbo and Airbnb sucks. Rented it, and it was exactly what you described. Advice, Kenny, grow a pair and chill, dude. All right. Didn't the Tigers start losing when Kenny announced he was getting married? That's from Gary at work. Actually, that tracks.
Yes, I blame Kenny.
Kenny Papa Xanax, everything will be smooth then from Cooper.
No, you do not want Kenny drugged.
Nope. No alcohol, no drug. Just all natural Kenny. That's it.
Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
Guys, I'm telling you, you did not touch the one thing that usually happens at every wedding.
Okay.
He had better dance with mom, the mother-in-law, and the bride. He dances with anyone else and there's drinking. I got filleted at my wedding.
Uh-oh. What did you do?
Because there was dancing amongst everybody. Well, what are you dancing with her for?
Oh.
Well, she's your friend.
Oh.
Well, I thought, I'm telling you guys, with the drinking, if he starts drinking, he dances with anyone else, the explosion that'll happen, Appalachia State will be on fire.
Yeah, Jack.
All the cousins will check in. It's going to be hilarious.
It's only 20 people there. Jack, I got to be honest with you.
Mine was a small wedding, too, and I'm telling you, that's when things are seen better.
Mm-hmm.
When it's smaller, you can...
I feel like there's underlying issues, Jack, that we need to talk about.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's going to be there. I'm telling you guys, watch what happens, and he'll be the innocent one.
Yeah, no, it's true. And Jack, I just do want to say factually, we were thrilled to find out he wasn't marrying his cousin. So look, we're off on the right foot.
That's your second warning. That's your second.
Said that's only two. That's only a second warning, Rico.
None of the other ones qualify. You can
qualify.
You can call holding on every play. It's a subjective.
It was egregious.
A little bit more than just a hold, Mike. There.
Couple of personal fouls. Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Kenny, you got to listen to your colleagues, buddy. They're giving you some sound advice. And don't worry about the things you can't control. You can't control the seating, the food, etc. That's done. You got to worry about yourself standing up there, being cool and calm, like Rico said. You have to worry about things like, okay, I can't pass out. I'm not going to blow chunks. And for God's sake, I'm not going to fumble the ring. So listen to your colleagues, man. Don't drink beforehand and moderation afterwards, because she's going to remember it all. And then after 45 years of marriage myself, you got to get used to saying this one line: honey, it's your world. I'm just trying to live in it.
Good advice, Chuck. And Kenny, she will remember any and everything you do. It's like,
absolutely.
It's gonna, Kenny. It's you're gonna create unnecessary leverage,
and kind of like when you get arrested, it's anything you do can and will be used against you.
When am I getting arrested?
No,
now?
I'm
This is
saying
not escalating.
No, I'm saying by doing something stupid, it can and will be used against you. So don't give her any fodder.
Let's go to Pat, 97.1. Pat, what's going on?
How are you guys? It's good to hear from you.
Excellent. Welcome aboard.
Hey, thank you, Kenny. A couple things. I don't know what thing is, but which rocked me. I will say a couple things to you. Don't worry about the Airbnb. It's out of your control. It's going to be fine. You'll do well. But I did want to ask Mike one thing.
Yeah.
You said who would marry Kenny?
Yes.
My question is, who would marry you?
Well, that's an interesting point.
Get him.
I would say this.
Tell him about it.
I would say this. My advantages over Kenny are collared shirts, a general level of maturity, hygiene. Listen, I'm okay outside of work.
Yeah.
But, Pat, it's fair. It's totally fair.
You're beautiful. That was great. But, Kenny, this is the other thing that one of your colleagues got ahead of me on. The hot dog roller needs to be at. It has to be.
I mean, Kenny, it would keep the possum warm.
Well, I'm not sure where this is in Michigan. But,
you don't want to know.
Canton, in Canton, we have possums. So,
no. Let me tell you, this is in a much, much, much more isolated area, Patrick. Much.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, Xavier Legette may be invited to this thing. Honestly, Kenny, is that Xavier Legette or is that a member of the family?
Yeah. And
Kenny, here comes the drinking thing. If you're going to be in a room with your groomsmen and you want to have a shot, one only, that's cool. Congratulatory, right? But make sure you rinse your mouth out before you kiss your wife.
This is the advice I'm looking for.
Yeah, but Pat, here's the thing.
Anything she wants.
Pat, have you ever seen the movie? You ever seen the movie Old School?
Here we go.
Yes, I have.
He's Frank the Tank. He can't just have one.
So good.
It's so good when it hits your lips. You can't, Pat. You're saying, Pat, your advice is sage, but he can't do that. There is no just one.
Oh, just one. Okay. All right, Frank the Tank. Yeah.
You're turning me into Rodney Dangerfield from that one movie where he had to stop drinking and smoking and doing all the bad stuff.
What movie did Rodney Dangerfield have to do that?
I don't know. It's like half of his movies, man.
Okay.
Like maybe I'll knit myself a beer.
No, you can be. You're fine for the reception, but once again in moderation because you do not want to embarrass your bride.
Well, hold on. Let's go to Sam. Sam's going to ask a probing question.
Easy Money is the movie.
Sam, welcome aboard. What's going on?
Hey, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Kenny on getting married.
You'd be the first person all day, actually, on the show, so thank you.
Second of all,
yes.
I'm wondering, is Mike and Rico, aren't you invited to the wedding?
No, and respectfully, this is a very
private
small family wedding. I take no offense to it, Sam. He's got 15 people there.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I was picturing the help that you guys could give him. It'd be like you would be like his bodyguard.
No, we'd be like his babysitter. There's a difference.
Exactly.
And Rico and I might be the only two people in collared shirts. We wouldn't fit in.
And I would probably stick out like a sore thumb.
The latter half is true.
Sam,
Kenny, where's your black friend?
Kenny would sound like that. No, what's the one? Sammy, he's going to sound like that other drop when we got the president one we play for David.
So it's Kenny, hot dog roller, and whatever else.
Yeah, possum stew and a bunch of hard liquor. All right. What? Anything else?
Anyone wearing a raccoon hat like Davy Crockett?
No, I think the whole thing is really great. I just hope it turns out,
As long as Kenny behaves himself, Sammy, he's going to be okay. But if he starts getting tuned up, it's going to turn into a disaster.
It'll be fine.
And the Airbnb thing, let's be real. 10 years from now, unless you have Airbnb'd the money pit, no one's going to remember.
Right.
You need to let that go.
But you do something tomorrow, everybody will always remember.
That's forever.
Because remember,
she'll hold it over your head.
And with cell phones, it'll last forever. People can actually watch it virtually.
I guess with the Airbnb thing, too, is the photographer that we're using is a guy that I think is a great photographer. He's done many weddings.
Possibly the best one.
Maybe the best ones. I don't know why that turned into Trump. But I put him up as his, he was like, I'll do it for you if you can just give me a place to stay. That'll be, we'll call it even trade. So that's what we're doing. And I don't want to mess him over any. Don't do it. What?
You know what? You already got 2 warnings. Is this good enough for you to get tossed out of here? Is this good enough for you to say? Because I'll be doing the show till 6.
He's not even looking at me anymore. This is bad. What did I do?
Nothing.
Say what you feel, Mike.
No,
say what you feel.
No. No, the pontiff over here has given me a
Go
warning.
ahead.
No, I'm all set. I just have so many questions about what he just said.
Yeah, I know that was. So in lieu of money, just
He asked for it. I didn't say it. He said
Kenny's
it.
got a homeless guy taking pictures. I was thinking that. He's got Ashy Larry taking pictures.
not Ashy Larry.
I've never heard of this. You didn't have to pay him? What the hell have you gotten yourself
he
into?
asked for this. I didn't say, hey, give me a deal.
Hold on. He has a business of taking pictures for weddings, right?
Yes, and he also happens to be a close friend of mine.
Okay.
Who said, I don't want to charge you because you are a close friend of mine.
So much better. Okay. I thought this
What about that was unclear?
I thought it was a stranger.
Right. You should have led with.
I didn't Craigslist my way to a wedding photographer.
Kenny. You
Kenny's
should have
over
led
on
with the
back
fact
pages.
that yeah, this is a close friend of mine who didn't want to charge me.
And he just said, if you just find a spot for me to stay, that can be the plan.
Okay, because I was picking up the same thing. Like, wait, so this guy's business model is just pay for me a place to stay.
Right, I envisioned that he hired Todd from Wedding Crashers and they were going to play tummy sticks.
I worded that wrong. That's on me. Terrible wording.
Now you put the part in that he's a close
that makes
personal
so
friend.
much more
Because he's invited to this very small wedding. I assume that was implied.
No, because he's a photographer.
Because Kenny, it's like the DJ and the bartender. I don't assume that they're your family member.
Can't
or
be
your
two
friends.
things at once.
He made a deal with the DJ. Hey, let me drive your car up there and I'll play some tunes.
Hey,
You
promote
get
my
the aux
mixtape.
cord. We can just switch off.
All right, just promote my mixtape at the honeymoon, and
Jeez, I painted a terrible picture here, huh?
You really did.
Yeah. This football season.
Larry.
elevate your tailgating game, Moran Buick GMC. Tailgating starts with the right truck. 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Lease it right now. Moran Buick GMC for $199 a month, $999 down. Also, you can lease a 25 Buick Encore GX, $249 a month, $1495 down. Inventory rolls in every day. Go to MarinExpress.com. You can check it all out. And your certified service, you know you're getting the loaner. So you get about your day. You don't have to sit and waste your life in a waiting room. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MarinExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll touch the table on some football here. The music guides us. Kenny Nuptial's Cot. Hit it.
This, my friends, we've been doing the top 25 type of things. Well, Sports Illustrated came out with something very interesting in college, Mike. We've done the top 25 teams and quarterbacks and all of that. How about I give you the top 25 college football scandals of the past 25 years?
Oh, dear. Okay. I feel like this is a setup, but go ahead.
Now, would you guys like to guess any, or we can just go in order, and I'll start at 25.
Michigan.
That's on the list. That is on the list.
I give you 3. Tennessee, Michigan, and then North Carolina with their no-show classes.
Yes, yes, and yes.
All right, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Let's start at number 25. This is something where we made a lot of fun of, Mike. The Jaden Rashada recruitment.
Explain to the people.
Basically, before Nico Iamaleava, there was Jaden Rashada, who started off. He's been in nearly every program in the country since his 2022 recruitment. He started off as Miami Hurricane, but then he flipped to the rival Florida Gators that December after signing an NIL deal with the Gators Collective that reportedly ran north of $13 million for 4 years. The NCAA started poking around and was close to bringing a case before a lawsuit paused the enforcement of the early NIL rules. Still, Rashada asked to leave the Gators. He spent 2 seasons in Arizona State before making his way to Georgia. He transferred again to Sacramento State.
Yeah, I was going to say, bottom line, kid's probably just not that good, and now Sacramento State has about $50 million to spend. They're trying to go D1. I think this kid's nothing more than a bag chaser.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good luck.
24 is the Iowa players versus their strength and conditioning coach.
Oh, and they all had kidney failure or whatever it was, right? I remember this.
Yes. They all had...
they did. They all were dying.
Yeah, it was a rare condition where muscles break down and release protein into the blood. Yes.
I don't know that this qualifies as a scandal, though, does it?
He was kept around.
Oh.
Yeah. Despite the lawsuit, strength coach Chris Doyle was kept around and went on to become one of the highest paid off-field coaches in the country. So, yes.
Noted.
23, Tennessee fans revolt over the supposed hiring of Greg Schiano. In 2017, Tennessee was looking for a new head coach. The then athletic director, John Curry, started to closing in on Ohio State defensive coordinator Greg Schiano, and at one point even signing a kind of a deal with the coach. Fans were upset and they revolted against them, and they came out with all types of stuff saying that Schiano was there and had to do with Penn State during the whole Sandusky thing at State College. The school backed off, and they had to.
They didn't hire him.
Yeah,
they
did not hire them.
Revolt.
Yes,
cost the school who they wanted to hire.
Yes,
and didn't they end up with Jeremy Pruitt instead?
Yes.
How'd that go? McDonald's bags.
Wait.
There's more.
22, Michigan scandal number 1.
This is Burgergate, COVIDgate. Got it.
Cheeseburger violations. Yes, this is the J.J. McCarthy.
Illegal recruitment.
During COVID, they just happened to meet up, apparently for breakfast, but he ordered cheeseburgers for the meal.
What are you doing here? I don't know. What are you doing here?
Well, are you not going to Columbus, Ohio? No, Coach, I'm having cheeseburgers with you. 21. We just saw this play out as Nico Iamaleava, the sign and trade with UCLA, where basically they swapped quarterbacks. It was like it was the pros. Nico went in, he wanted a lot of money. Tennessee said no. He ends up going to UCLA. The UCLA quarterback then leaves, Joey Aguilar, and winds up in Tennessee.
Wasn't Aguilar the quarterback at James Madison? I feel like this kid's been everywhere.
He may have been.
I'm not joking.
No, he Mike, I will never doubt you on anything. At number 20, Pat Fitzgerald was ousted.
This one shocked me.
Yeah. Northwestern was a month away from opening camp in 2023 when longtime head coach was initially suspended for 2 weeks after the university reported hazing and potentially sexual assault going on in the team locker room that apparently had been going on since Fitzgerald was a player there. In the end, he got fired. And of all the people, it's just like, really?
I was shocked.
Yeah. 19. Phil Fulmer. This one's weird, but Mike, you remember everything. But it was Phil Fulmer, and it was a guy named Albert Means. He was a highly touted recruit from Memphis. He initially signed with Alabama.
Wasn't he a D tackle?
Yes, and then supposedly Alabama. This was before NIL gave him $150,000 to attend the school. Then Tennessee head coach Fulmer had reportedly detailed the scheme to the NCAA investigators who brought a case against Bama. And then all of a sudden, the NCAA case comes up and Fulmer elects not to even show up for media day in 2024 because he didn't want to have to face the music. So, and he was just like, no, Tennessee came out and said, no, he was fine. He just had something else to come up rather than just saying he didn't want to face the media because he blew the whistle.
You know what's weird?
Bama.
All of this cheating, none of it's on field. I wonder if there's ever been an on field one.
How about 18? Jeremy Pruitt's fast food payout.
This was money in bags. There's your story.
This was the story that we've all been hearing about. But basically, it was initially believed that McDonald's bags, but it was later confirmed by the coach to be Chick-fil-A bags.
Oh, big difference.
Right. Was several hundreds of dollars to recruits and his mother in fast food bags. Yes, they investigated the matter, but yeah, that was Jeremy Pruitt in Tennessee and the fast food bags. And technically, not McDonald's.
No.
But, yeah.
Same concept.
17, Auburn. It's called Jetgate. Basically, it was this. Tommy Tuberville was in charge of the Auburn Tigers, but some wanted to replace him with a friend of yours, Mike Bobby Petrino. They had secret meetings and arranged for a few Auburn folks to fly on a private jet to meet with Petrino. In fact, it eventually got out and made everybody look bad. The athletic director was eventually fired while Tuberville remained and later led the team to an undefeated season. So they tried to work behind his back. He found out, and it all blew up in their face. 16.
That is pure Auburn. People up here don't realize, of all the SEC programs, of all the crazy boosters, no school has more booster drama. Mm-hmm. It would be A&M and Auburn. Auburn is an absolute zoo. Mm-hmm. It's chaos.
Well, here's some funny ones. We just combined them. 16 is Mike Price and George O'Leary blow dream jobs.
That wasn't all. The tide is rolling.
Yeah.
Mike Price decided he was going to have a good time with the hooker. Congrats, you're not Alabama's coach anymore.
Yeah.
George O'Leary lied on his resume, which, honestly, who cares? You hired George O'Leary for the work he did at Georgia Tech.
Right, but you're going to Notre Dame, and I guess Notre Dame didn't want the stain. So, yeah. At number 15 is called WikiLeaks. And they said this would have been a bigger deal if it involved one of this would not have been a big deal if it involved a smaller program, but it was Wake Forest. Nevertheless, former Demon Deacon QB turned radio analyst Todd Elrod had access to inside information about the team and their plays and apparently leaked it to all the several opponents dating back to 2014.
Good God.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This was to what end? For betting or just for funsies?
Just
because.
For
just
funsies?
Because. Yeah.
Yeah. He was reportedly a coach on the staff when the school, but reportedly was out for revenge against Dave Clawson's program after not being retained.
Okay.
There it is. Revenge. All right.
All right. So look,
It
save
was
the back
revenge.
half of these,
Okay.
and let's do a part 2 later. I like this.
Okay.
This is good. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best
Once again, a Donald Sterling imitation turned into a song. 3 o'clock, it's good to have you as we are at the Kenny Cott nuptials celebration. We are live at the Cott wedding. Listen, if you have marital advice for Kenny, it can be a part of your call. I do want to bring up the Tigers. And I know what I'm about to say might sound really stupid, but just please give me 30 seconds to explain something. I want to sell you this pen.
Okay.
Baseball is a death march. We know. You got to play all 162. And yes, from a technical standpoint, they're all valued the same. All right? We know this. But the situation the Tigers are in, losers of 16 out of 23. July 6th, so a month and 2 days ago, you had a 15.5 game lead in the division. Tonight, you will take on the Angels. Your lead's down to 6. The fan base is teetering. I think some people are too panicked. I don't feel a ton of confidence, but people are at least concerned. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
All right. When I say this, please don't laugh.
Okay.
But isn't tonight a big game? Like, Scooble on the mound, at home, sold-out ballpark. The Tigers are minus 300 to win tonight. If you don't, after losing to the Phillies 2 out of 3, losing to the Twins in embarrassing fashion 2 out of 3, the prior, 12 out of 13 losing streak, everything adding up, Rico, isn't tonight a big game? If they lose tonight, then you're in a position where if Scooble couldn't stop it, who's going to stop it? And people, as you're maybe planning to go to the game tonight, look, if you want to laugh at the assertion that any one game is more important than another, I'm totally okay with it. But as people who sit, look, Rico and I are here 20 hours a week on the air with you guys. When you look and you get the pulse of the people, everyone's really nervous. There's an edge tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if you guys agree with me. I want to know. Rico hasn't laughed yet, guys, so I got a shot here.
I haven't laughed yet, Mike. I can meet you halfway, and you kind of stumbled upon it. If you win tonight, it's business as usual. You shake this thing off, and you go back to being the Tigers that are leading the Central Division. It's a big game if they lose tonight, because if they lose tonight, it's the thing that I said. Schoolboy has to be perfect for the rest of the season, and it means that he wasn't. It means that now that guaranteed victory that you just know the Tigers are going to get, they didn't get it. Mm-hmm. So now you start questioning, well, what's wrong? Because even it's affecting Tarek Skubal when he's out on the mound. This is normally so yes, if they lose tonight, this is a big game. Because now you're thinking to yourself, well, who's going to stop the bleeding?
That's right.
Because that's all Skubal is here for. He's that stabilizing force.
He's our Ray Donovan.
Yeah.
He's our fixer.
He's the warm blanket. It's everything's going to be all right. Here's a cup of cocoa. And now you lost this game.
Here's the other thing.
This team?
Yeah. Listen, I'm asking, guys, are you feeling like this is I'm never going to use the term must win in baseball unless it's like the last week of the season. I'm not doing that. But guys, while you're playing the Angels and struggling or winning, dominating, who knows? The Guardians have the White Sox. And then when you play the White Sox, they got the Marlins. You lose with Skubal on the mound, I think it means there's something seriously wrong with this team.
You lose with Skubal on the mound, and we come back here on Monday, and it's going to be a different type of story. So you're halfway correct. If you win, nobody's going to remember this. Nobody's going to remember the panic.
Correct.
But if you lose, now it's, well, who's going to fix this? Who's going to be the person who steps up and stops the bleeding? So that's why I'm not laughing at you. It's weird to hear.
I know.
But it's actually true, because I told you, I go into panic mode if their lead drops for 5 or below. Now I'm concerned. They're already scoreboard watching. Skubal has to be perfect, and if he's not perfect, if he gives up, he has a bad inning, and he gives up 4 runs in that inning, and you end up losing a game, man, good luck.
Or heaven help you, he pitches great.
And I was about to say.
They're up 2-0, and then the bullpen spits the bit. Whatever it is. Look, if you think it's ridiculous, I'm not mad at you. I feel ridiculous saying it. But there are certain games, Rico said it. This is like this is your blanket. This is your couch. You need a win tonight because if you don't, now you're gripping to hopefully take 2 out of 3 from a bad Angels team. Is tonight an elevated sense of urgency for you as a fan? Because look, the home games matter. Sellout crowd. You're playing a team you should beat, and honestly, your biggest favorite in the league tonight. They lose this game. I'm with Rico. I think things are going to turn for a lot of fans.
The bullpen gives up, a 3-run bomb, and you end up losing 3-2.
Oh, boy. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Kenny, where now again, if it wasn't your nuptials weekend, where are you at on all this? I mean, am I insane saying what I'm saying?
So you're not insane. And we talked about this the other day. We've been talking about this for the past few days. Tigers fans reaching panic point, right? They're calling us the Twins of last year. They're worried about that. That's an actual concern that's prevalent amongst this fan base. So to call this game maybe not a must win, but it'd be pretty good to get a win here. Yes, I think you're in the right mindset doing that because I think at some point you have to instill a calmness in the fan base, but also you have to turn the momentum of this around. Because, God, if I have to look at another 2-1 series loss, that's a real problem. And then you start looking, maybe are we actually? Is the Twins conversation a real thing?
I wouldn't be able to go there unless we return Monday and they got swept or something, which I just have no belief they will. I'm with Rico, though. The Scooble starts feel different now. It was all ha-has and hee-hees. You're playing great. Scooble's going to win. It's gotten to a point outside of school. I heard the morning show say this, and I really I like it. I think it's actually kind of funny. It's Scooble and Scary and Finnegan and Friends. It's Scooble, and then the rest of the rotation, I don't know what I'm doing. And then it's Finnegan and Friends, meaning I got one bullpen arm I like, and then it's who knows. You lose with Scooble on the mound, I think it absolutely, from a psychological standpoint, is going to start to affect people, and they're going to go, wait a minute, if this isn't working, then what the hell will?
Now you need Charlie Morton to step in and be the stopper.
Because can you trust Flaherty? Don't know. Can you trust Mize? Don't know. I mean, it's a start-by-start basis with them where they either look like studs.
Right, and while Morton's been better, let's not twist this. 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 4 innings, 7 earned runs. Go look at his game logs. Just because he's not unpitchable like the first 2 months, he pitched great the other night. Charlie Morton can still be unpredictable, especially at an advanced age. Yeah. So, yes, I would love to hear from the people on this. Kenny, what do the ticket techs have to say? And obviously, if there's any nuptials advice you want to pass along. Are the ticket texters involved?
The ticket texters are. This is a big game, especially being as desperate as I am of a fan for a win right now. Not there yet with the Tigers, but I'm a week away from using words like must win.
Mm-hmm.
I've fully turned. I'm done with this team.
No, you cannot be done with this team with a 6-game lead in the division and you're 15 over. Come on now, people.
And the last one here, if the Tigers lose a series and Cleveland takes their series, it's panic time in Detroit. That's from Johnny and Rochester.
I would largely agree with that. Obviously, if we take the air and the lead's down to 4 on Monday, yeah, you got yourself a real problem. Yep. The inverse of it is if the league's out, if it's out to 7 or 8, you take a little bit of a breath. Mm-hmm. But tonight sets the table for it all. Look, I get it. It's not cool to call a radio show and say you're scared. Okay, fine. But it is a relevant topic, and it is going to be a jam-packed park tonight. Mm-hmm. And it is Scooble. And you need him more than ever. Here's the other thing.
Or is just the confidence so much there in Scooble? This is inconceivable that they can lose a game without him.
Here's the other question I would have for you. It's August 8th. Now, I think they've done a borderline brilliant job managing Scooble. About 6 innings, about 90 pitches. Do you begin to unencumber him at this point in the season, or is it still too early? It's a question. I'm not trying to plant a flag, but like tonight, let's say the Angels in the 6th get 1st and 3rd with 1 out, and he's on 94 pitches. I'm at a point where this team, in this moment, they need him.
I'm with you.
I think you, not irresponsibly, we're not doing Edwin Jackson no-hitter with 300 pitches. Would you push him a little more?
Yes. I mean, I'm to the point now where, especially wherever your pitch count is or the feel of the game, I'm even willing to go the beginning of the 8th inning. Like, Let's see, because Scooble, if you're dealing, I'm just going to leave you out there because I trust him on the mound more than I do the bullpen.
What's your pitch count? What's your pitch count? Don't get crazy on me now.
It's a feel of the game type of thing, Mike, but right now you kind of need him. I'd be willing to go to maybe 110.
Done. Same number I had in my mind. Yes. I just, and guys, no, I'm not saying run him into the ground. I'm also not saying that if you have an honest conversation with the player and the player's tired or if there's something going on we don't know about. I'm saying outside looking in, I kind of feel like you can't run the risk right now. You need 7 strong innings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he can complete 7 in under 100 pitches, cool. That's the middle ground. But there's just no scenario I'm taking this guy out of. Now, look, if he pitches poorly, that's a different thing. But I do think certain games you kind of, hey, we need you. There's nothing else I can say.
Right.
248.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, especially if he's out there and he's getting it done. Yeah, just leave him there, man. I don't trust the bullpen.
248-539-9797. Come on, guys. We're not doing National Pogo Stick Day. Oh, I want to know where you're at. And if you're so confident you think the topic is so ridiculous, then speak. Say it. We're not doing what's your favorite pickle. Get involved. Rico, take him to church, will you please?
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the August Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Silverado EV Crew Cab 4x4 for $379 a month for 24 months. It's just you walk in there with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a 2024 Silverado EV for under $400 a month. Man, you know what I say. The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, let's get to the people. Is it accurate? Is it fair? Or is it simply radio folly to call tonight a big game for the Tigers? Obviously, no one game means more than anything else. Usually heightened games are divisional opponents in the month of September, but it just feels like no team in baseball needs a win more today than the Tigers. At home, with your fixer on the mound, you're the biggest favorite in baseball tonight. You don't win tonight. I'm with Rico. I do feel like people mentally, they're going to be shaken.
Yeah.
Let's get to the people, see what everybody's got to say. Aaron's going to bat leadoff, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. A great show. I listen to you every day.
Thanks,
great
Aaron.
show.
Thank you.
I think tonight is a very big game. You're correct, Mike. I think if we don't at least match Cleveland in the next 6, I think Cleveland's going to go like 5-1. The cupcake schedule they have here coming up. Us too a little bit, but Detroit needs to match them at least.
Yeah.
Go 4-2, 5-1. I think we're going to be just fine. I think we're going to be all right. We need to cut the strikeouts down a little bit. We're striking out too much. I don't know what it is there, but also Kenny, congratulations. No more than 2 drinks, brother. I promise you, you're going to have a great time. And during the marriage, some advice: be honest with her, okay, and be there for her. Show her that you care every day.
Basically,
right?
Kenny, do the opposite that you do for us. Show that you care, be there, be reliable.
Yeah, exactly. Try.
I thought we were talking about the Tigers. I don't know how I'm taking strays at this point.
Listen, Aaron wanted to pass along real advice to you. That's all. Callers, hey, as Doug Harsh likes to say, it's an open line format. That was close.
It was.
All right, let's go to Bruce. Bruce, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Bruce.
This topic is similar to yesterday. I called yesterday and didn't get on at the end there. But, it's a huge game, and it all started before the All-Star break, and I think you admitted to it, but so did Costa when they said, it's over. It's over. 13 games ahead. Oh, it's over. I said, oh, for crying out loud. What are you even saying that for?
I know.
But anyways, superstitious doesn't count. Just so back, I'm just turned 70 this year. And so I remember all the way back to the 68 Tigers. And I was like 13, and that was one of the most exciting years ever. I could name you the starting players on every American League team. That's how serious I took it. Now I don't know who was anybody. They've been so bad for so long, and now they're coming back good. And like I said, I couldn't even name last couple of years, two players maybe, and didn't care. So now that they're doing good, okay, I kind of dipped my toe back into caring, right? But now with the, things in life and whatever, and now it's this and giving it up, it's just the other topic of is sports dying? Is it losing its luster? It is. When a guy can make more in one at bat than the average person makes in a year, we're out of reality. You know what I mean? So for this streak right now, the Tigers right now, yes, it's a huge game. And me personally, I'm turning off the carrying meter. I hope they do good. I hope they win.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll, you know what I mean?
Bruce, it
But
plays
I don't
into
need
what
the
we
stress.
talked about yesterday, and I'm happy to just revisit it briefly. No, you're right. Look at the cost to watch sports, much less attend sporting events. It does turn a lot of people off. And as time goes by, future generations are just not going to care as much. It's not as accessible as it was. And look, I don't care what players make. They're incredible at what they do. They're the 0.01%. However, I admitted, it was months, 6 weeks ago, when SGA signed his contract. And I go, we've reached our first $1 million a game player. He's making the better part of $75 million a year now. Yeah. He'll play 72 games. It just hit me where you're like, remember Cabrera? We always used to talk about it as he made like $40,000 in at bat.
Yeah.
But now you're seeing baseball like, look at Ohtani. He makes $70 million. No, it is. It's getting goofy. And I'm not attacking the players, but I have a right to feel the way I feel, which is We've lost cabin pressure. We just have. Yeah. I mean, if Tom Cruise made a Mission Impossible and it was the one movie he made a year, he made $20 million. So, even then you find it hard to figure out. But this?
Yeah, but it's like, okay, in order to pay that person that much money, that's when all of a sudden, well, guess what? You're going to help us pay these people. It's like, well, it's not really our fault. We didn't ask you to overpay for this athlete. So, yeah, I think that's where you start losing people. And I do think that that's where you're going to lose a large chunk of a generation where they won't become fans because you won't have somebody to take them down to the ballpark and say, okay, let me introduce you into this game that I love, because there's no such thing as cheap seats anymore. It's everything costs and everything comes at a price. And it's like you have to save up. You just can't. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Come on, let's go to the game. Let's meet you. This is last second trip. Let's go to the game. Let's have some fun. No, you got to plan this thing. You got to make sure, because it's going to cost you at least $200, maybe $300, depending on how many kids you take down there.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, pal?
Gentlemen.
Hello.
Hey. I'll tell you, two drinks? Hell, I had 2 drinks before I walked on the aisle. What kind of advice is that?
Mark, we're dealing with a wild card. Kenny, don't stop at 2. Come on now.
Kenny, don't let anybody govern your alcohol intake, bro. It's your night. You go have a good time and party.
Oh, boy.
Mark, you're the man. All gas,
boy.
no brakes, brother.
Okay, Mark, you're taking the liability. What do you got on the Tigers?
I'll tell you what, Rico. I thought I heard a little bit of the spark return in Mike's voice about college football. What that happened yesterday. I hope you guys finish it today.
We are. We're doing part. We're going to do part 2 in the next hour. I promise.
Awesome. So the Tigers, Mike, the topic is really interesting, and why I think it's interesting is, look, I get it. I call about baseball all the time, and it's not football. You're not going to have Dan Campbell go out to the reporters at, A.J. Hinch and talk about biting kneecaps and tossing over tables and going crazy. I understand 160 games. It's a mental sport as much as it is a physical one. But what really, really concerns me is that if you try to read through the tea leaves and, all of that stuff, and you kind of do a deep dive into what's going on with the team, I feel like there's this weird combination of and on the one hand, I don't feel like there's nearly enough of a sense of urgency. So when you guys say, would Scubo go 100 or 110 pitches? My answer is, hey, Mike, if you're my bench coach and you say that to me, I'm like, hell yeah, we're sticking them out there for 115. If we need to win this game. Yeah. I don't think the Tigers would do that. I saw the Tigers, sit Riley Green and Gleyber Torres in the same game this week, and look, I get it. Torres had some tingling in his arm, and Riley Green looks terrible, but it doesn't seem to me like there's nearly enough of a sense of urgency from either Hinch or the players.
No, and look, Mark, look, you're making a great point, and look, we have to allow for it that, hey, forward-facing, there's not. Privately, you hope there is. But, yeah, I would like to see a little more fire. And, I mean, if they lose tonight, I need a little Hal McRae throwing a pen at somebody.
I was about to say, Mike, if they lose tonight, I think you're going to get the infamous, closed-door team meeting.
97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for a place to watch the Tigers game or maybe college or pro football, you want to do it in your basement, you need to give my guys at Matrix Basement a call. Check them out at matrixbasement.com for tons of great ideas, great before and after photos, including something on their YouTube page, because, guys, guess what? They're redoing my unfinished basement. Free consultation. They came up to me with some awesome ideas. We made some changes on the fly. Heck, I even made a change the other day, and they're like, hey, Rico, no problem. We want to make this the best thing for you. So whether you're looking to finish your unfinished basement, add a new room, bar, bathroom, exercise room, Matrix Basement does it all. Check them out at matrixbasement.com. As I said, you'll see a ton of great ideas. Matrix Basement will make your dream basement turn into reality. Matrix Basement, proud sponsor of the Detroit Lions.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Did the Tigers not just acquire Luke Jackson? Congrats, he's been DFA'd.
Well,
now, will there be a memorial or some form of like plaque for the Luke Jackson era here? I mean, my goodness. Sorry, Saratoga Racing in the background, everybody.
maybe Akil Badu will come pick him up.
No, we just had a photo finish at Saratoga. Sorry. This is it. I'm not going to go nuts about it, but Wojo did say something last night that I think it's a different way of saying what I've said. He led with maybe just Scott Harris just doesn't think the team is that good. That maybe that was Harris's way of just telling us. Yeah. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm looking at the actions and giving you the review. But Wojo basically said maybe he's sitting back saying, I don't even think we're.
No, but it's why I said a while ago, I don't think they're going to make marginal moves because he can't say we're not a World Series team, but it's how he's been reacting. It's how he's been moving. It's more we had a plan. We're ahead of schedule on the plan, but we're nowhere close to actually competing for a World Series. So let's just keep this thing going. Let's just tweak it here and there, but let's just stick to the script. And we'll wait for the guys on the farm to come up here and for this thing to come to fruition. So, yeah, he's been acting this way without actually saying it because he can't say it because it'll undercut his team. But his actions show, I don't think we're World Series champions as of right now.
Well, and it's why I got so annoyed earlier in the week because you always get one of these, smarm-ass callers. Oh, what do you want to do? He added 6 players. And I'm like, yeah, and like 5 of them aren't good. Yeah. 4 aren't good. Like, here you go. You get a guy, and a week later you DFA him. I don't know. So it was interesting because for Wojo to say that tells you something. Wojo's the last guy to say something.
Right, like I said, I've been saying this is why I said I don't think they're going to do anything because they haven't really been making those moves because I think he saw we got off to a great start, but I don't think this is sustainable.
Kenny, what do the ticket texters have to say? And then we'll move on to some football. And we do have to do our college football tiers 2.0. People really enjoyed it yesterday. We will follow through with that today. Go ahead.
People are really all over the map with this because the first text I got was, it's over, already bet on Cleveland to win the division. And then the next one, no panic, we win with Scooble tonight. Cleveland loses back to 7 games, feel way more comfortable tomorrow.
That's it. That's all. Wrap it up.
100%. And also, somebody pointed out that the Tigers seem to be worried about this because I guess the lineup just came out and Riley Green is batting 6th. They've moved him down in the lineup. Which you can't argue with it at this point.
You have to. I mean, I know that sounds terrible, but you have to.
Yeah, I think you hit full panic once he hits 8 or 9. Now you know.
And no disrespect to Riley Green, but this isn't like, oh, we can't put Miggy down in the order. No. If you're not going to hit, guess what else? You don't turn it around. I drop you to 7th.
Earn your way back up.
I'm glad that they don't take the stance, though, that we've planted our flag in Riley Green being one of our guys, one of the guys, one of the core pieces. And they say, oh, he's not playing well. Let's just move him down. No sweat.
Yeah, but Kenny, I think he sees that. The team sees that. And it's like, dude, it's a revolving door. Start hitting, we'll move you back up in the lineup.
Not a must win. It's a please win. That's from Jimmy.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not in beg phase. No, they just go win the damn game. You're better than this team.
I'm not panicked yet, but give me a week of losing, and then I will be in absolute panic mode. I think that's probably the right response, right? Is you can be worried, you can be upset, but if you're panicking right now, if you're the guy that already bet on Cleveland right now, that's a little much.
I think this weekend could really just settle a lot of nerves, and it starts with tonight. You win. Back to business as usual, and the concern level, we go back to, DEFCON 3, where it's, okay, we got this. You lose, and there's going to be a lot of people moving from DEFCON 2 to DEFCON 1 because now our ace in the hole didn't get it done. And depends, especially, he goes out there and pitches this wonderful game, and you still manage to lose it. Oh, boy. With all the relievers that you picked up at the trade deadline and they couldn't get the job done, when Scooble pitches, it's going to tick off a lot of people.
Correct. Go ahead, Kenny. Sorry.
No, you're good. Another one just says, I'm questioning Scott Harris's talent evaluation.
Look, that's okay. You would have to separate, what you've done in free agency. Then, again, talent evaluation with what they've done in scouting. The farm system has been exceptional. They've built a farm system. It's the first time the Tigers have had a farm system in my time in this town. Now you want to start saying, yeah, but like look at the players we bring in, or what about Maeda? What about Cobb? Yeah, well, the other side of it is, he did find Jack Flaherty, or hey, Gleyber Torres has worked out. Now here's your problem. Last couple of weeks, you're starting to see the Gleyber experience. Ooh, double clutch at second, costs a double play. Here comes a run. Ooh, error. That's the issue. Like the more time goes on,
Water finding its level.
Yeah, he's a bad second baseman defensively. He's a good offensive player. But there's a reason nobody was offering him big money, and the one team who did said, look, you got to move to third. And he said no, he wasn't going to do it for the Nationals. So he came here. It's worked out for both parties. But I think Scott Harris overall has done a very nice job. My biggest issue with Scott Harris has been being rigid to his plan. I do think there's a little bit of prospect worship in this organization. And ultimately, if I got the best pitcher in baseball and I've got a 6, 7, 8 game lead at the trade deadline, I just believe different things. And I believe you do make a quality effort to get better.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you trade everybody and burn it down.
But Mike, once again, he showed you, let's get to the playoffs and kind of anything can happen if we get there, but he didn't say World Series, and that's a very smart man. And I think he didn't say World Series for a reason. Playoffs, that's the bar. We make it there, and anything that happens after that is house money. If we lose it all, oh well, at least we got to the playoffs 2 straight years. We're ahead of schedule.
And that's where I'll give Brad Holmes at least a little bit of credit. You may not agree with how he's done this, but he at least said Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl or bust. Dan Campbell also Super Bowl or bust. That went away pretty quickly after last season, but at least they said it out loud.
And that's the key. I appreciate when teams do that. To me, it's way more honest, right?
I'm with you. So,
Kenneth?
Another one. This makes me more bummed out by the trade deadline. I wish we would have done more. The same goes for the offseason.
Oh, that's, again, your care factor about that, it's going to be in 2 phases. If they do or don't get out of this, and then however the season concludes. If you win, no one cares. If you lose early in the playoffs, it will be a thing. If you don't get out of this tailspin, it's going to be untenable.
So I guess maybe this is probably a topic for closer to the end of the season. But do you think fans would be happy with a season that ends the way last year ended? You win a round of playoffs and then you get bounced.
You're asking me to be mean, and
no,
I really don't.
I'm not. I'm asking for honesty.
No,
it's a real question.
Kenny, I think realistically speaking, fans will be okay with that because I don't think that anybody was really thinking World Series. Because I've yet to hear any callers or any ticket texters say, yeah, this team can win a World Series. It's, well, anything can happen, and maybe if this and maybe if that. And to win a World Series, you go into that knowing we got the best players and it's expected.
But am I a bad fan then? When I see a team that's at the very top of a Major League Baseball in the standings, it's very hard to be the top team in any sport in any league. If I see you there, to me immediately you're a champion caliber team.
No, because
you should have that expectation.
No, because I remember it's a different sport, but I remember David said that the year that the Steelers were undefeated, and he kept coming and said, guys, they're undefeated, but they're not that good. They're not good enough to win the Super Bowl. I think this is the same with this Tigers team. They were good. They had the big lead. They were winning series. They were winning games. They sent a bunch of people to the All-Star game. But in essence, you realize still maybe not a World Series team.
248-539-9797. We'll touch table with some football. We've got Who Said It in the 4 o'clock. We have part 2 of our college tiers with immense sarcasm. Lots left to do. And yes, we will bring up the Lions, where Rico's going to give you the 38 things he's looking for in tonight's game.
Yes.
I just hope both teams have fun. Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you call if you get in an accident, period. But what if you don't have to make that call? That's why David Feminino has started the Driving Edge. It's about keeping you safe, preventing that crash. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com How about / Driving Edge? You'll find driving tips, real reminders for the road. Accidents happen, and when they do, David's got you. But the real win, not having one at all. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get back to some football briefly. Kenny, music, please.
All right, we went through some of the top 25 college football scandals in the past 25 years. We're going to pick it up at number 14. Mike, we all remember this. We can talk about it all the time on this show. Auburn and Cam Newton.
Scam Newton. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the recruitment of a player, the way it went down, the idea that there was a lot of smoke about Cam's dad pricing him and shopping him from junior college after the laptop incident in Florida. I guess I got numb to scandals like that.
Right.
Pay to play was kind of a part of the deal.
Right, but right now, this wouldn't even be a scandal if he came out right now.
No.
At number 13, people up here remember this one, Tattoo Gate.
Oh, you mean where Jim Tressel lost his effing job
Yes.
and took a suspension while he was in the NFL for it?
Yes.
All because players were selling pants for tattoos.
Yes.
Not stealing signs, not infiltrating stadiums. No. Pants.
I'm noticing a theme with Mike here. Have you noticed this theme, Rico?
Have you noticed the theme that all of these are off-field scandals and the one we've talked about is on? There's a real separation of church and state there, Kenny.
Yeah, well, this one is, I guess in the grand scheme, this maybe should have been in the top 5, but it's not. The LSU booster who got caught stealing money from a hospital to pay extra benefits for a player.
I dig it.
You really don't, Mike.
Look, at this point with Michigan State, I think I'd rob the change tray at
No, you
7-Eleven.
wouldn't.
I don't care.
No.
We need help.
No, you wouldn't. In 2019, he pled guilty to embezzling $500,000 from a foundation that raised money for a local hospital. There's certain lines, even you, Mike.
Did the hospital need all the money? Could we do a profit share?
I think I did that in NCAA 25 last night.
Yeah, he submitted vouchers to the foundation to pay for what was labeled as medical expenses and other items for children's hospital patients.
Okay, now the kid, you can't F with the kids now. Come on.
Okay.
Now, hold on now. What players did he get? Because that would factor into my equation.
No, we're moving forward because we're going to move forward, Mike, because here's one you talk about all the time.
Sure.
I'll simply just give you 2 words, and I'm going to let Mike take
No.
Hugh Freeze.
Oh, boy. We're talking hookers and hospital beds. I mean, Hugh Freeze, Ole Miss.
They were tipped off by some calls made by his phone. That university
escorts.
phone. Yeah.
I thought it was for, well, at least the recruits were. But never forget that Hugh Freeze was once wheeled into the press box in a hospital bed at Liberty to coach the game. That's a real thing.
And just when you thought Hugh Freeze was ridiculous, I give you at number 10, Bobby Petrino.
Neck brace, sunburn, motorcycle crash,
yes.
Co-ed volleyball player. Did I get all 4 of the ways to destroy your life? How did he show up at that press conference? That sunburn, that neck brace.
Yes.
And then it comes out he had a co-ed on the back of the motorcycle.
Yes.
I mean, is it scandalous? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yep, definitely. But how did anyone at that school let him get up at that podium? The sunburn neck brace look is all time.
I guess they were trying to get ahead of this. And this may have been one, let's take a step back. Let's let you get some cream on. Yeah, right now, you look like a lobster.
Correct.
At number 9, Toomer's Corner poisoned by Harvey Updike.
The fact that guy called the Feinbaum show and admitted to doing it, the fact that you poisoned a 200-year-old tree because you lost a football game.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
And the reason why.
Ken, are you related to that guy?
Again, every segment today.
And the reason why? He said he had just too much damn Bama in him. Yeah.
And meth.
Number 8, a little bit of a Michigan State connection. Manti Te'o's fake girlfriend. They interviewed him after the state game because he was like, oh, his girlfriend's dying or dead or whatever. Yeah.
Look, it's not a nefarious on-field scandal. It's not even a recruiting scandal. It's Manti Te'o's an idiot scandal. Mm-hmm. I don't really know another way to put it.
He was an idiot, and according to him, he just didn't know how to back out of this and just say, you know what? Okay, she wasn't real. I got duped. He let it go on, and now she's dead, and people are sending flowers, and oh, my God. And I remember they beat State, and they're interviewing him like, oh, your grandmother and your girlfriend died of leukemia. Except one thing, she never existed. Number 7.
Right. She actually is named like Steven and lives in Portland or whatever it was.
Leilani or something
I
like
don't know.
that.
I didn't even know if it was a real person. It might have been ChatGPT.
No, the girlfriend was Leilani Kakia or something.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, number 7. Wouldn't be a scandal nowadays, but it was then. Reggie Bush, USC.
Mom got a house, beginning, middle, and end. I don't really have a problem with it. Pay to play never really bugged me. The on-field stuff bothers me.
Well, we'll get to that. At number 6, Nevin Shapiro in Miami.
Amazing. Uncle Luke, strip clubs, booster sales, chaos. Everything the U is about. I actually would like to found a bill that Miami can legally cheat. College football's just more fun when they're dirty as hell.
Dozens of players caught up in the NCAA investigation, which found everything from yacht trips to cash payments to wild parties and strip club visits were paid for by Shapiro.
All by a dude who kind of looked like a poor man's Scott Storch. What a time to be alive.
All right, we've been waiting for this one for a while. At number 5, Connor Stallions and the sign stealing at Michigan.
It's not high enough. No, again, show me the other ones. If you want to say Pony Excess is number 1, you want to show me SMU in 1984, I'll live with it.
Well, top 20 last 25 years. At number 4 is North Carolina and the academic fraud.
I would say academic fraud is at every college because these players haven't received real educations for a long time. But fine.
Okay.
I will put on-field cheating over not showing up to basket weaving.
Well, then I know you'll put on-field cheating over this. At number 3, the destruction of the Pac-12.
No, you could leave that one right there. I'm actually more offended by that.
Okay.
Look, honestly, destroying the West Coast's major power conference, the way it went down, the fact that they could have merged with the Big 12 years ago and created an unbelievable football conference. Yes.
And I think the worst thing about it was you really found your place in life if you were Washington State and Oregon State. Nobody wanted you. You're looking like Will Smith at the end of The Fresh Prince, looking around like, where did everybody go? At number 2, yeah, these are worse than the sign stealings. They're off the field, but still worse.
What do you got?
Baylor, Art Briles.
Yeah, we're talking about a mass cover-up of rapes.
Sexual assault.
Local law enforcement was involved in the cover-up, I believe, if memory serves me right. An atrocity.
Yeah,
Baylor's a hellhole and should have been burned to the ground.
Dismissal of the school president, resignation of the athletic director, and several others, especially coming from a Christian academy. And at number 1 is Jerry Sandusky and Penn State.
Yeah, there's no arguing.
Yeah.
Now, again, I put on-field cheating in a completely different manner.
So you would move it up ahead of North Carolina classes?
Find
so
me
at
another
4?
on-field cheating scandal in the list. Keep looking.
No, there's not.
You won't find one.
No, there's
so
not.
it's unto itself. Now, again, I'm not going to do a power ranking of, cover-up of sexual assault, power ranked versus victimizing children. No, you're all going to hell. I'm making a point. When you do a top 25 like this, only one of these things is not like the other.
No, you're right. You had improper benefits. That was a major thing throughout all of this, but
then you have criminal activity, but on field is its own silo.
I guess the Wake Forest thing, you had the former coach who got angry and leaked out the plays to the other teams.
You know what? I got to be honest. I didn't even remember that.
And they said because it was Wake Forest is why most people don't remember it.
How could you do that to the claw fence and the slow mesh? All right.
Just saying. That's your Blitz, 97.1.
All right, we'll get to some Lions conversation a little later in the show. We got to do some college football tier lists, part 2 today, but we always do this. Look, without David, we have a shot because I think Kenny will be far nicer, or this will be a total disaster. Our coworkers say things. Kenny's going to tell us, read them. We have to guess what it is. It's time for Who Said It. Evan Jenkins joining us off of 32 ounces of Red Bull. Rico, he's literally drinking out of a paint can.
Let's go!
Okay. Kenny, go ahead. Who's eligible?
Anybody from the 6 o'clock time slot to the end of the 8 o'clock time slot.
All right.
6 to 8.
And
okay.
Wojo factually worked yesterday.
He did.
He would be in the mix. Go ahead, Kenny.
All right, number 1. Henden Hooker was light years away last year and not even close, and that's why they had to go out and get Teddy Bridgewater.
I'll say not Jim Costa.
Wait, one more time? He was...
Henden Hooker was light years away last year and not even close, and that's why they had to go out and get Teddy Bridgewater.
Wow.
Over-exaggeration, I'm going to go with Jeff Rieger.
Why did you say not Jim Costa?
Because he's a Henden Hooker bathwater drinker.
Oh, he's a big fan. Okay. I'm going to say Gator.
Yeah, but that would be criticism. Gator doesn't play in criticism.
No, but I think he's just mentioning that happened, and now this is our chance. We get to see what kid can really do. It was like the precursor to like crazy positivity.
All right, you're going Gator.
I'm going Rieger. There's no way it's not him. I'm with Rico.
Why do you say it though, Jeff?
Because when he's by himself, like late at night, he starts like getting a little crazy. And
I feel like you're admonishing
over-exaggerating.
Rieger right now. I feel like you're making fun of Jeff.
I'm not making fun of him. I'm saying that's what he does. After
Sounds like,
6
feels
o'clock.
like, seems like. Okay, Rieger, you're going Gator. Read it one more time and I'll guess. I promise.
Henden Hooker was light years away last year and not even close, and that's why they had to go out and get Teddy Bridgewater.
I'll say Doug Karsh. I don't know why. It's just Karsh.
Okay.
Kenny, who said it?
I mean, dude, we were tiptoed around it. We tiptoed around it.
I can't take it. I don't even know when the guy's at work and he's not. I like, how do you want me to guess it? Next. I hate you.
First time I had it, I said, I'll give it a shot. I'm like, this is my summer beer now.
I got to jank myself.
I got to jank myself. I heard this right before I turned it off.
Okay.
No, I didn't mean, come on, wait a minute. I didn't mean it that way. It just, well, I wasn't interested.
Let me flip a coin. Doug or Gator? Doug or Gator? Doug or Gator? Jeff, you got anything?
I'm going to go with Gator, I guess. I have no idea.
I'll go with Doug.
Well, Rico's going to be right. He
Yeah,
was talking about salted lime beer things.
And then they were trying it out back.
Oh, that's spicy for Doug.
It's a summer brew.
Okay.
Why do people do that? Like, isn't it all the same? Anyway, just
leave me out of it. Like I said, I heard it and I go, no, that's not what I'm looking
I will
for.
not drink that beer in the winter.
Okay.
Get it out of here.
Can we just move on, please?
If they stay consistently good and keep making the playoffs, who's going to look around and go, this isn't good enough?
Me.
I feel like I said that. That sounds like it was a part of my Tampa Bay Rays with better payroll support deal we did the other day. So does that mean I have to exclude myself?
No, that just means you feel very confident. And,
I think I said that.
And I'm ashamed because I didn't hear you say that.
Buddy,
So I
honestly,
sat across from you.
you're here 20 hours a week sitting here. Do I think you're going to remember everything I said? I'd have a bigger problem if you did.
I'm going to guess that Rieger stole your material and he did that.
Okay.
He has been known to do that.
He's been known.
Wait, one more time, Kenny.
If they stay consistently good and keep making the playoffs, who's going to look around and go, this isn't good enough?
No, I'm going to go with Mike. He seemed confident.
He did. I just wanted to be.
I'll just follow
Going
the
against
leader.
the grain.
I'll go with Mike.
Have your own thoughts, Jeff.
I'll just go with Mike.
Or is it Mini Mike? Is it
Costa?
No, I'm gonna stick with the original.
Yeah, I still think it was Jeff. that
I'm
stole it.
going with the Oreos and not the Hydrox.
All right. I want the Hydrox. Give me Hydrox. No? All right.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Always stick with the Oreos.
I ain't got that kind of money, man.
I hate that guy. All right, let's keep it moving. I've gotten 2 of these, and now I can just, who cares?
I got 2, yeah.
Go ahead, Kenny.
They're just up there now swinging at anything. There's no discipline. There's no concentration.
All right, obviously Tigers. No discipline, no concentration. Who would play to concentration?
John Jansen. Pro athlete. You got to concentrate. Get it right. That's my guess.
That's a good
concentration.
I think they're concentrating.
Would that be Rieger?
No.
Does he know what that word means?
Not at all.
No.
I
Too
can't
many
concentrate.
syllables.
Have you seen him? Bops all around this office.
Yeah, I'm going to take his partner. I'm going to go with a little bit of the smarm. I'm going to go with Costa.
You're going Smarms?
Yeah.
Smarms. Smarmershine cheese.
The concentration line is the one that really throws me off. Can you read it one more time for me? I'm sorry. I'm not breaking your balls. I'm being serious with you.
They're just up there now swinging at anything. There's no discipline. There's no concentration.
Question mark?
Question mark?
Question mark?
Give us a guess.
Costa.
All right.
I'm going to go with Jim, too. It sounds like something he would say, but.
Wow. He's just riding the hot hand right now. This is unbelievable.
Well, you guys said the name earlier already, and I'm bummed out for you.
Come on.
There's no concentration.
Come
Negative for Rojo.
That's the most negative he's ever been, actually.
He was probably saying
Hey,
it.
I was
He
about
was
to say,
mocking somebody
yes.
saying that probably.
He was reading a ticket text.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right,
Next.
we got a last one here. This regarding Tate Ratledge, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. I'm keeping him healthy, and I need him humming at the end of the season, so I'm cool if he doesn't play.
He could still hum if he hurt a limb.
Whoa. You're talking about a rookie offensive lineman and
Humming
you
along.
don't want him to get live reps in a preseason. Okay. Wow.
Well, I don't know who said it, but we can do process of elimination. I know that Costa and Jansen did a big topic on it. And one person thinks the scrimmages that are inter-squad are more important than actual preseason.
And I would agree with that. But I don't think you're not playing Tate Ratledge.
I'm going to go Gov. He's just humming along out there in Tecumseh.
You're going Guff? I was going to say John, saying he
I
doesn't
don't imagine him saying humming along. I just don't see that from a
like,
former...
what is he, Andy Griffin? I'm like, oh, hi diddly do neighbor, just humming along.
I'm gonna go John.
God, I couldn't imagine. If it's John, wow. That's amazing.
I actually like
I hope he does say that.
I think the Gov one is interesting. The Ned Flanders vernacular.
Humming along at the end of the year.
Hey, diddly do, neighbor. How's Luda Pier?
Not playing along, but just humming along.
Yeah,
you don't play well.
I can't see Jim saying this. I really can't see John saying that you shouldn't play in the preseason. So I got to go with Tom.
Watch it be a completely different show.
All right.
Steered us wrong.
Kenny, who said it?
Mike, you let me down with your old man impression because who talks way older than they actually are?
Jim Costa. Ah! He was there again for us.
Guy may as well put a sweater vest on.
Humming along.
Kenny, it's a nice job. I got 2 of them. Leave me alone.
That's the only reason you think it's a nice job.
No, it's because we all got some right. And we all had fun. David is
anything
Right,
right.
it wasn't. We got. You know what? This is the last one.
dude,
I got to go for broke.
I got one more here. It just says football.
Okay.
David is like Satan.
All right.
All right, that's who said it. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? You want your AC to blow out, then you call Mastercraft? No. Upgrade your system now. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, and upgrade that system. Save up to $1,000. New AC, new generator, new furnace, all save up to $1,000. Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft Honest Work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we will get to the Lions in about 40 minutes, kind of in the walk up to the preseason game. We did talk Tigers. Look, I know it sounds goofy. We all feel like, yeah, kind of tonight's a big game. Like it's added juice, it's added pressure. I understand it's 162 games. I understand they all count. But, man, it's chicken soup for the soul at this point. You got Scooble on the mound. It's going to be a sold-out game. Your biggest favorite in the league tonight. If you don't win tonight, you start to get the, wait, is this really happening feeling? So Odyssey.com rewind on that. You wanted part 2 of our groupings.
Yes.
You want to do that here?
Yes.
All right, I got you. So we did the first half of it yesterday. And what this is, guys, ESPN did groupings, but not in a boring way. I'll give them credit for this. It was some fun names, different things. So, for instance, what they say is the championship game group, and it was Ohio State and Texas. Then it was best of the rest of the best, and it was a 3-team grouping, and it was Oregon and Penn State and whatever. Then there was the playoffs or bust. Michigan was in there. It was a grouping of about 8 teams. Well, we had some fun ones towards the end, positive and negative regression, different. Right. So today, we're going to start with one that I think is, and again, I provide hints when necessary, but these guys did a great job. So you ready?
Yes.
We're going to start the Big Ten's ticking clocks. Make sure you say that slowly. This is teams under and coaches under immense pressure. 3 Big Ten teams were listed in this grouping.
USC has to be one.
That's one. Correct. Lincoln Riley, show or go. Yeah. They gave you a house. They gave you a private plane. They gave you everything. Time to do something. 2 more. You want a hint?
Kenny?
I would love a hint because I have drawn a blank.
Think Rob Riggle.
Wisconsin.
Luke Fickell.
Wisconsin?
Yeah, well, listen, he's going to get fired this year. You can put that on the whiteboard. It's almost like bringing the air raid to Wisconsin was a bad fit.
Okay. I see what you're doing. Yes.
The last one.
Nebraska.
Got it. You're right. I mean, it's...
Because you brought in that top QB in Raiola, and you were only average. Matt Rule, yeah, they spent a lot of money to come get you.
Now, Tier 10B, and I'm going to give hints for this. This is the group of 6's top playoff contenders not named Boise State. So, let's start with one. I will. Do you want me to run down the list of hints and you can select one?
No. Let me see. I'm going to go with Memphis.
That's one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They actually have a little bit of money. They actually have talented players. And the American Conference is actually not totally awful. That's one. 5 more.
I've been reading a little bit of juice on UNLV.
Yes.
Did they make it?
Dan Mullen, even though they can't afford the back end of his contract.
Yes.
Go Google it, guys. They don't have the money to pay the man. But basically, they are last chance you.
Yeah.
Every failed 4- and 5-star transfer portal guy, like Denver Harris,
yeah,
the 5-star corner who started at A&M, then LSU, then UTSA. Now he's at UNLV. They're there.
This year, this screams a 30 for 30, no matter what happens with that team.
4 more. Think the guy who holds the camera while the pool boy goes to town on his wife.
Liberty.
Bang! Jerry Falwell makes an appearance. Liberty on the list. Jamie Chadwell. They basically have $10 while the rest of their conference has 0. They're the kings of the poverty NIL.
Gotcha.
3 more.
I don't think anybody's at Coastal Carolina this year.
No. Kenny, do you have a guess?
Just refresh me. What was already picked?
Liberty, Memphis, UNLV. There are 3 left. One is a city I love. One is the most depressing city in the Midwest. And one is the name of a former president.
Is the depressing city Toledo?
Correct. T-Town. Welcome to the Glass Bowl. Toledo, they're always there. Jason Candle is always there. And now without Daquan Finn, they'll complete a forward pass.
Stop it.
Okay, 2 more.
Green Wave.
Yes, Tulane, New Orleans, love
Yes.
it. And Yulman Stadium, food trucks are outside of Gate B. All right, former president.
James Madison.
Got him. The Dukes. The Dukes.
Not as dumb as I look.
No.
It's that OU.
So they're, okay, now.
It wasn't that, I'll tell you.
I got a grouping of 7 teams listed as sleepers. They are from the good conferences. Okay, so how do I give a hint? Creepy coach. Girlfriend's 50 years younger than him.
Belichick.
North Carolina's on the list. 6 more to go. Who's a sleeper? I've got 3 from the Big 12. I've got 3 from the ACC, 1 from the Big 10.
Big 12. Sleeper team.
Who would be the Big 10 sleeper? Because the Big 10 to me is largely trash.
You said 1 from the Big 10?
Yes. It's featured in a show that we all celebrate. Kenny usually mumbles a phrase.
It's not Rutgers, is it?
It is for the 3rd year in a row.
Sleeper.
This is the year Greg Schiano does anything.
Oh, my God.
All right, keep going now. 3 from the Big 12, 3 from the ACC. I've given you 1 from the ACC with creepy cradle rocker Belichick.
Big 12.
Think ex-coach of Tulane. I loved him. Program builder. Former home of Tom Herman.
Oh, it's got to be Houston, Mike.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay.
Thank you. Willie Fritz. Okay. Think attention whore.
Oh, Colorado.
No.
Bang. I didn't make the list. I'm just reporting it. Think of city that adores the most disgusting chili God's ever seen.
Cincinnati.
Correct. Why they're on this list, I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you were going the sandwich direction because I was going to say Pittsburgh.
No, the permanent. Oh,
Yeah.
so overrated.
Yeah.
All right. 2 left. 1, the coach hates MSU, even though he coached at MSU.
Pitt?
Nailed
Okay,
it.
you just said? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said Pitt.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was reaffirming
yes.
with him. The other, I can't figure this out at all. I don't feel like they've had a good football team since Herman Moore played there.
Virginia?
They're on the list. I think they got an Italian quarterback, that Bob Calandria kid. I don't know. What do you want from me? I didn't make the list. All right, let's continue. The Even Stevens. These are your teams that essentially are 6-6 personified. Wow. I have the following. I've got 2 from the SEC. I have got 3 from the Big 10. And I have 2 from the ACC.
Can I guess the SECs?
Yes.
Arkansas?
Yes. Woo Pig Sooie is one of them.
And let's go to Kroger Field.
Yes.
All right.
Mark Stoops should have a 6 on his left ass cheek and a 6 on the right ass cheek.
The only reason I'm thinking of this, by the way, is because I was watching that SEC doc thing on Netflix last night.
How is it? I haven't started it.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It breaks down some big games that happen.
Okay. So our own Feinbaum killed the SEC. Okay. You dominate the Big 10. There's 3 of them. MSU. One of them, MSU's there. Yes.
Okay.
One of them, you adore the coach. You are a slap for this idiot. wait. We have a drop about your love of this school.
Maryland.
Yes. The other one doesn't belong in the Big 10 and plays in front of 10 people. Famous
UCLA.
stadium. UCLA. All right. ACC. I'll give you this. 1 is not on the Atlantic coast.
Not on the Atlantic coast. ACC.
Cal? Is it Cal?
Yeah, my next hint was hippies and earthquakes.
There you go.
I'm glad he guessed it. All right. The next one.
Not on the Atlantic coast. That's so
best I can offer. Beat MSU last year.
BC?
Yes. The Even Stevens. All right, here we go. Stars and Stripes. In order of how good they'll be this year, your service academies.
Army,
Yes.
Navy, Air Force.
You had it in the total wrong order. It's Air Force, Army, Navy. All right. Oh, my Lord. All right. I'm skipping the group of 6 with upside category. The at least you tried category. Basically, 3 power conference teams that are complete and utter cluster bleeps. No hope, no window to a bowl, no improvement, no positive regression. These are dead in the water. Blow your whistle for help.
Purdue.
1. Yes. Excellent work. Kenny?
I'm going to need a hint here. This is tough. This is where it gets tough.
The least desirable city in the SEC.
Mississippi State.
Yes, Stark Vegas.
Yeah, all right.
The last one. Fired their coach amid scandal after spring ball this year.
Stanford.
Got it. You guys are great. The Lost Boys.
Okay.
Two teams.
So this is worse than these.
These are two teams that they woke up as Will Smith in the last episode of Fresh Prince.
Oh, that's Washington State and Oregon State.
Correct. I'm skipping over the decent. Here, the best entertainment you'll find on a Tuesday night. This list is insane.
This must be MAC related.
You've got some MAC. You've got some Conference USA. I mean, these are some deep cuts.
What about Costa's team? He's got to be on there, right?
Central?
Yeah.
They're there.
Western?
Western.
What about Eastern?
Yes.
Really?
How about this? Think Paul Serra's nickname is on the list. Stadium is named after Paul's nickname.
Paul's nickname?
Yeah, I always call him Mr. 305.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what's his name on TV.
Pitbull Stadium. Florida International is on here.
I forgot he did that.
How about Rich Rod's last team?
Jacksonville State?
Got him.
What about Marshall? Is Marshall on there? That seems like it would fit that bill.
Marshall is, except their coach took all his players to Southern Miss, but they're here. Two new teams to Division I. Both on here, including one of them who runs a wild offense.
Texas State?
No, they're
Delaware?
actually a member of the Pac-12. Delaware is one, and they run the most bat bleep offense on the planet. Double wings, veer, air raid, they do it all. The other's Missouri State, two new members, because we needed more D1 teams.
What about Tulsa? Tulsa seems like a fun team that might be on here.
They're never fun, but they're here.
All right.
No one walks into Skelly Field and walks out alive.
It's a Tuesday. None of these are fun.
I do like on third down, they have the hurricane horn. I mean, it's positive. They do something. All right, last one's participation trophies.
That's what I like about Cincinnati. They got the horn from the Purge.
Correct. All right, the 11 worst teams in America. Are you ready?
Wow.
Here's a hint.
And Purdue is not on that list.
No, this is like
Kennesaw State. Nobody has said Kennesaw State.
Kennesaw State is on the list.
Yeah.
All right, here's the next one. The actual university may shut down. So the football team's awful. The actual university itself may close.
That's I didn't think they were Division
UMass?
I was going to say
UMass is on the list, but no, UMass
wasn't
Amherst is not closing.
Akron?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember I read that
Their
headline.
enrollment is
yes,
plunging.
Yes.
No,
I was thinking Adrian College because I think that's closing as well.
Rico's guess, Northwood. How about this? Small team, small college, only 3,000 undergrads, yet they play in a 70,000 seat stadium. They tarp the entire thing.
Can we get a color?
Oh, I
Blue.
know, Mike. It's got to be Temple.
No, worse. Small school. Temple's a big
Worse than
school.
Temple?
Worse.
Which
The name of the school
no,
is
like geographically, where is the school?
Southwest. The name of the school is a food item.
Okay, I was gonna go.
I'm just going to give it to you. Rice.
Wow. Yes.
Two of the bottom 11 teams in America reside in the same state. And they both wear red.
This is the dumbest game ever.
New Mexico and New Mexico
Yes!
State.
The whole state sucks. Worst team in America, didn't win a game, and were down by no less than 50 seemingly at halftime every week last year. And MSU took a transfer from this team. Nick Saban started his coaching career there.
Bowling Green?
No.
No.
You got this. Come on, man.
Oh, hold on.
Come on.
He started his career.
He's killing me. We gotta end it.
No.
Kent State. I'm sorry, we're up against it. All right. There are your tier list. By the way, the other teams, Georgia State, Charlotte, Biff Poggi, and his sleeveless look is gone. Ball State, who cares, and Middle Tennessee State. Okay, there is your tier list. I did the best I could.
Amazing.
97-1. Hi, I'm Rico Beard here, booming at things.
No. I'm going to tell you about Specs at LTU. Just like my man answering the phone, Jeff here. He's a grad of Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio, television, graphic design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your path. Located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. So Specs at LTU has 3 certificate programs: the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics media arts. Like I said, you're going to be learning from day one in the lab. The hands-on approach is the Specs at LTU difference. So what do you need to do? Well, very simple. You need to go to admissions at LTU to set up an admissions counselor to discuss your next step and to make that appointment, or call 1-800-CALL-LTU. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today and make an appointment with an admissions counselor.
All right, about 20 minutes. We're going to get into the Lions. I know Rico has a different view of preseason than I do. I think a lot of you guys do too, and that's okay. I'm not going to poo-poo it. It just, in my life, I've just learned none of it matters. I just hope everybody stays healthy. But Rico's going to have a few things to look for or things he wants to see. We can get into it.
You just hope both teams play hard. Gotcha.
I don't even care if that happens. I just, everybody stay healthy. The Tiger thing, again, for the people who didn't hear the topic, if you're driving down, you're going downtown to hang out, whatever. I feel like, and if you want to mock this, go ahead. This is a big game tonight. This is different than a regular game because this fan base is teetering. I can't speak to the clubhouse. Forward facing, they seem pretty calm. Now, AJ, on our airwaves the other day, seemed to have a little bit more fire. No team in baseball needs a win worse than this one. Mm-hmm. And you have Scooble on the mound against a subpar Angels team. You're the biggest favorite in the sport tonight. You need to, this is a big game tonight. If they lose the Scooble start to start the weekend and continue this, what are they? They've lost 16 of 23, 17 of 24. Like, Rico, I think it's a big game.
It becomes a must-win tonight.
Oh, you can invoke must-win. All right, I'll allow it.
Wait, you just said it's a big game.
I know, but the must-win thing scares me.
No, because if you win, all pressure is off, no big deal. You lose, and there is panic. There is gripping. There is a lot of people questioning everything about this Tigers team. So, yeah, it's semantics. I'm just saying it in a different way, the way that most people don't want to hear. It is must win because it's Scooble. Scooble is the ultimate fixer of this team. No matter how bad this team is, no matter how bad things get, no matter how many losing streaks you have, when Scooble pitches, all is right with the world, and we win the game, and we all take a deep breath. And if you lose this game, not because of him, he can pitch a great 6 innings, and then you blow it with the bullpen, yeah, there's going to be a lot of anxious people in this city.
248-539-9797. Kenny, you got a couple Tiger texts coming through. Let's hear them.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's more than a couple, but it's basically people that just can't find the middle of the spectrum here because there's one that says, I just bet Cleveland I could win $4,000 to win the division. And then there's another one that says it's going to be fine. It's just a couple of good weeks, and then we're back where we wanted to be in the first place.
And I tend to agree with that person. But to get a couple good weeks, you have to get it started. Cleveland plays the White Sox and then the Marlins. You've got the Angels and the White Sox. There's a very real possibility any game you lose this weekend, they're picking a game up.
And how did you say the morning show positioned it? It was like Scooble and stuff, or what?
It was. I think Jim said Scooble and scary because it's Scooble and then we don't know in the rotation.
I'm going to say Scooble and stuff.
I like that. Scooble.
That's fine. Stuff. And then it's Finnegan and Friends.
Jeez, Dana Horgerson looks a little
rough
right now. Looks like his better days are behind him.
I'm going to leave that alone. Kenny.
Text here. Tigers panic level is a 7 out of 10. I'll be an 8 or 9 if we lose this game. I don't know if that makes this game must win, though.
No, look, I get what Rico's saying. It's not like a literal thing. It's just, yeah, if you don't want to go into freak out mode for the weekend, you're minus 300 tonight. You have Scooble on the mound against Kyle Hendricks, who a lot of people don't even know he's still in the league.
And must win, not like, all of a sudden they're out of the playoff race. No, must win as you need this to be a stabilizing force. You need this to turn the ship the other way. If you lose this game, now you're going to be asking yourself, okay, are we going to lose another series? So that's why I say must win. Not as if, if you lose, the season is over.
Correct.
If you lose, man, this thing will sink even further because that's your best chance at fixing it.
I'm sure no one's going to miss the nuance that you put with that. No, don't worry.
You definitely won't go over anybody's head.
No.
Right into what you're saying.
No, never. Not in this town.
My question to you guys, though, is we're not panicked yet. We've established that we're not in panic mode.
No.
We're worried, but we're not concerned. We're not panicked. But if not now, when? What has to happen? Is it a bad week? Is it a bad couple of games?
It's this 10-game run. I mean, honestly, if they play poorly enough this weekend, it would be Monday. But it's the end of the 10-game run, 3 against the Angels, 3 against the White Sox, 4 against Twins. At the end of those 10 games, if you pull a 4-6 or 3-7, Tribe within 4, within 3, no, it's full-blown panic. but they can also equally be 8 games up. Go 7-3 the next 10, and it's like nothing really happened.
Correct.
So
And it starts tonight.
That's right.
Which is why I say that's why I would classify it as must win. But you're
Rico
right.
said if they don't win tonight, the season's over. 248-539.
And Mike just said it, so it's a gospel in law.
That's right. 248-539-9797. Get ready for football season. Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all training camp coverage. 971theticket.com. Elevate your tailgating with the right truck. The 26 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab. Lease one now, $265 a month, 24 months. Check out the all-new 26 Equinox as well, $295 a month, 36 months. And if you're thinking about going electric, the Doug Karsh Edition 2025 Equinox EVLT, lease it, $209 a month, 24 months, all payments, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. Find your ride fast and easy at moranexpress.com or stop on by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This, my friends, we've been doing the top 25 type of things. Well, Sports Illustrated came out with something very interesting in college, Mike. We've done the top 25 teams and quarterbacks and all of that. How about I give you the top 25 college football scandals of the past 25 years?
Oh, dear. Okay. I feel like this is a setup, but go ahead.
Now, would you guys like to guess any, or we can just go in order, and I'll start at 25.
Michigan.
That's on the list. That is on the list.
I give you 3. Tennessee, Michigan, and then North Carolina with their no-show classes.
Yes, yes, and yes.
All right, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Let's start at number 25. This is something where we made a lot of fun of, Mike. The Jaden Rashada recruitment.
Explain to the people.
Basically, before Nico Iamaleava, there was Jaden Rashada, who started off. He's been in nearly every program in the country since his 2022 recruitment. He started off as Miami Hurricane, but then he flipped to the rival Florida Gators that December after signing an NIL deal with the Gators collective that reportedly ran north of $13 million for 4 years. The NCAA started poking around and was close to bringing a case before a lawsuit paused the enforcement of the early NIL rules. Still, Rashada asked to leave the Gators. He spent 2 seasons in Arizona State before making his way to Georgia. He transferred again to Sacramento State.
Yeah, I was going to say, bottom line, kid's probably just not that good, and now Sacramento State has about $50 million to spend. They're trying to go D1. I think this kid's nothing more than a bag chaser.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good luck.
24 is the Iowa players versus their strength and conditioning coach.
Oh, and they all had kidney failure or whatever it was, right? I remember this.
Yes. They all had...
they did. They all were dying.
Yeah, it was a rare condition where muscles break down and release protein into the blood. Yes.
I don't know that this qualifies as a scandal, though, does it?
He was kept around.
Oh.
Yeah. Despite the lawsuit, strength coach Chris Doyle was kept around and went on to become one of the highest paid off-field coaches in the country. So, yes.
Noted.
23, Tennessee fans revolt over the supposed hiring of Greg Schiano. In 2017, Tennessee was looking for a new head coach. The then athletic director, John Curry, started to closing in on Ohio State defensive coordinator Greg Schiano, and at one point even signing a kind of a deal with the coach. Fans were upset, and they revolted against them, and they came out with all types of stuff saying that Schiano was there and had to do with Penn State during the whole Sandusky thing at State College. The school backed off. And they had to.
They didn't hire him.
Yeah.
They
did
not
not hire him.
Revolt.
Yes.
Cost the school who they wanted to hire.
Yes.
And didn't they end up with Jeremy Pruitt instead?
Yes.
How'd that go? McDonald's bags.
Wait.
There's more.
22. Michigan scandal number 1.
This is Burgergate. COVIDgate. Got it.
Cheeseburger violations. Yes, this is the J.J. McCarthy.
Illegal recruitment.
During COVID, they just happened to meet up, apparently for breakfast, but he ordered cheeseburgers for the meal.
What are you doing here? I don't know. What are you doing here?
Well, are you not going to Columbus, Ohio? No, Coach, I'm having cheeseburgers with you. 21. We just saw this play out as Nico Iamaleava, the sign and trade with UCLA, where basically they swapped quarterbacks. It was like it was the pros. Nico went in, offered, he wanted a lot of money. Tennessee said no. He ends up going to UCLA. The UCLA quarterback then leaves, Joey Aguilar, and winds up in Tennessee.
Wasn't Aguilar the quarterback at James Madison? I feel like this kid's been everywhere.
He may have been.
I'm not joking.
No, he Mike, I will never doubt you on anything. At number 20, Pat Fitzgerald was ousted.
This shocked me.
Yeah. Northwestern was a month away from opening camp in 2023 when longtime head coach was initially suspended for 2 weeks after the university reported hazing and potentially sexual assault going on in the team locker room that apparently had been going on since Fitzgerald was a player there. In the end, he got fired. And of all the people, it's just like, really?
I was shocked.
Yeah. 19. Phil Fulmer. This one's weird, but Mike, you remember everything. But it was Phil Fulmer, and it was a guy named Albert Means. He was a highly touted recruit from Memphis. He initially signed with Alabama.
Wasn't he a D tackle?
Yes, and then supposedly Alabama. This was before NIL gave him $150,000 to attend the school. Then Tennessee head coach Fulmer had reportedly detailed the scheme to the NCAA investigators who brought a case against Bama. And then all of a sudden, the NCAA case comes up and Fulmer elects not to even show up for media day in 2024 because he didn't want to have to face the music. So, and he was just like, no, Tennessee came out and said, no, he was fine. He just had something else to come up rather than just saying he didn't want to face the media because he blew the whistle.
You know what's weird?
Bama.
All of this cheating, none of it's on field. I wonder if there's ever been an on-field one.
How about 18? Jeremy Pruitt's fast food payout.
This was money in bags. There's your story.
This was the story that we've all been hearing about. But basically, it was initially believed that McDonald's bags, but it was later confirmed by the coach to be Chick-fil-A bags.
Oh, big difference.
Right. Was several hundreds of dollars to recruits and his mother in fast food bags. Yes, they investigated the matter, but yeah, That was Jeremy Pruitt in Tennessee and the fast food bags. And technically not McDonald's.
No.
But, yeah.
Same concept.
17, Auburn. It's called Jetgate. Basically, it was this. Tommy Tuberville was in charge of the Auburn Tigers, but some wanted to replace him with a friend of yours, Mike Bobby Petrino. They had secret meetings and arranged for a few Auburn folks to fly on a private jet to meet with Petrino. In fact, it eventually got out and made everybody look bad. The athletic director was eventually fired while Tuberville remained and later led the team to an undefeated season. So they tried to work behind his back. He found out, and it all blew up in their face. 16.
That is pure Auburn. People up here don't realize, of all the SEC programs, of all the crazy boosters, no school has more booster drama. It would be A&M and Auburn. Auburn is an absolute zoo. It's chaos.
Well, here's some funny ones. We just combined them. 16 is Mike Price and George O'Leary blow dream jobs.
That wasn't all. The tide is rolling.
Yeah.
Mike Price decided he was going to have a good time with the hooker. Congrats, you're not Alabama's coach anymore.
Yeah.
George O'Leary lied on his resume, which, honestly, who cares? You hired George O'Leary for the work he did at Georgia Tech.
Right, but you're going to Notre Dame, and I guess Notre Dame didn't want the stain. So, yeah. At number 15 is called WikiLeaks. And they said this would have been a bigger deal if it involved one of this would not have been a big deal if it involved a smaller program, but it was Wake Forest. Nevertheless, former Demon Deacon QB turned radio analyst Todd Elrod had access to inside information about the team and their plays and apparently leaked it to all the several opponents dating back to 2014.
Good God. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This was to what end? For betting or just for funsies?
Just
because.
For
just
funsies?
Because. Yeah. He was reportedly a coach on the staff when the school, but reportedly was out for revenge against Dave Clawson's program after not being retained.
Okay.
There it is. Revenge. All right.
All right. So look,
It
save
was
the back
revenge.
half of these,
Okay.
and let's do a part 2 later. I like this.
Okay.
This is good. 97.1. 5 o'clock, good to have you with us. If you're looking for Tiger Talk, Odyssey.com rewind right now. Rico would like to sell you this pen. You have Lions preseason tonight. You know my general response to that, but I am not going to poison the jury because this man's excited.
No, I am not excited, Mike. Okay. My thing is really, are you just Team Mike or are you Team Rico? Because the way I see this, I would like to see some starters playing in the game. Last night, I'm watching Joe Burrow out there for game number 1 for the Cincinnati Bengals, and they look, he goes 9 for 10. They score. It looks like the offense is humming. And okay, why? Because the Bengals said, you know what? In the last 5 years, we've been like 1-9 in the first 2 weeks of the season. Our offense has kind of been sputtering. I don't want to wait. Let's kind of jumpstart this thing now. I want to see the same with this Lions team, especially Mike. I want to see Jared Goff. I want to see some of the starters out there for that first series. Why? I mean, last year it took you week 4 before the offense finally started clicking. You scored 20. You got 26 points in week 1, but it took overtime to get that. You had 16 points in your loss to Tampa, and then you beat Arizona, by scoring 20 points. And that's with Ben Johnson here. You have a new coordinator. I would like to see what this offense looks like, and I think that it would be beneficial for them. Guys, I'm not asking for a whole game. But, yeah, if you can go out there and give me 2 series, I don't think that I'm asking too much to see Jared Goff and the starting offense, the number ones out there. You got a new O-line. I don't want them to hit the ground running with that schedule that they're starting off with. So that's why. Nah, man, I don't care about guys who are going to get cut. I just want to see the first 2 series and see the number ones out there. That's me. That's what I would like to see.
For me, I don't care. I did just stay healthy. I mean, Rico's point about the Bengals, spot on, but that's the Bengals. Now, if you want to say the early part of the schedule scares you, cool, you're Team Rico. I totally get that. I'm just so jaded by preseason. Oh, Jamar Chase can't catch a football. He's going to be a bust. Cutscene, he's best player in the league. Like,
no, it's not that. I just need to see the new offensive coordinator. Your offensive line is being revamped. I need to see, I don't want them going into Green Bay and then you got to, the X is coming back home against the Bears, and then you got to play the Ravens. These are not 3 games. And last year, it took you 4 weeks before that offense looked normal. And then it started clicking. I don't think you can afford that this year.
So what do you want out of this preseason game tonight? Are you Team Rico? You want the starters. You want this team to at least get their feet wet, get some of the players out there, play a little bit, pull them early, or are you like me? I hope everybody has fun. Just stay healthy. I don't want to read about a Rashawn Slater situation where somebody blows out a patella tonight. Right. And I'll check you next week.
But he got hurt in practice. So for people saying, well, I don't want, if you play him, they're going to get hurt. Yeah, players go down in practice.
Very true.
See Enix Racestraw. See other players. So it's a contact sport. Collisions happen all the time.
Point for Rico Beard.
I just want to see this offense so that it's not struggling in week 1, in week 2. And we got to wait till all of a sudden you play the Cleveland Browns to be your get-right game.
Kenny?
So I'm wondering if any of the fans of the Lions out there are a little bit snake-bitten from last year in that. What was the biggest problem at the end of the season? What was always the crutch that Lions fans used at the end of last season was, oh, they're all banged up. Well, if they were all healthy, none of this would have happened. So I feel like Lions fans, and I think I might fall in this category myself to a degree, not quite like that, but I don't want to see anybody in the game. I don't want to see, even if you have a name and a number, I want you as far away from the field as humanly possible.
What do you want, the water boy in the game with an orange jersey on?
All of the water boys.
Then, Kenny, what's the point of the preseason?
There isn't one. I've never found any particular value in them because you're not running your real offense. You're not running your real defense. You're just using this as a scrimmage.
Right.
And there's no value in that. You can do that in practice.
Right. So I'm saying go up against, you know what? You can't script a game. You can script practice. You can blow the whistle and say, you know what, guys, do it over again. In a game like this, even though it's preseason, you screw up. All right, figure it out. Get yourself out of this. Let me see what you got. Like I said, give me 2 series with a new OC and a revamped offensive line. Because last year, with Ben Johnson at the helm, coming back, I know you finished the year 15-2. You started off 26 points And it took overtime to beat the Rams. And I still say if the Rams won that coin toss, they win the game. 16 the very next week and 20 out in the desert.
So the difference to me, though, becomes in a scrimmage in practice, you can install your actual offense, whereas in a preseason game, you're not doing that. You're not showing everybody your tricks. So at least I get that. I don't need to do both of those things because you're already doing the scrimmage in practice. You're already installing your offense. You're installing your defense. I don't need any starter in addition to that.
That's okay. So here, without smarm, this is where I am with preseason, right? I screwed around a little. The scrimmages and the practices are where the most valuable reps take place. When you are talking about the guys you know are going to make the team, the games don't play a role. So like Tate Ratledge, it doesn't really play a role. But if it's the fourth string guard fighting for his life, well, the game matters. I lean Kenny's way because here's where the league has gotten to. The players, the coaches, the football people much prefer the scrimmages. And certainly practice period. But the scrimmages are where the magic happens. So I lean Kenny's way. I don't think it's right or wrong. I think it's preference. And the people are saying they just don't care.
Yes, 248-539-9797. I just look at it as, okay, here's your opportunity to kind of get this offense jump started so that you're not coming out flat-footed in week one. Yeah, does everybody stay healthy? They do, but they're rusty. And you're going to see that, and you're going up on the road against a divisional opponent. I'm thinking you want to be there. And it's not like I'm asking you for the whole game. If you gave me 2 series, I'm fine with that. I get it, the scrimmages and all of that, but I want to see how this offense, especially the offense, works when you can't just blow the whistle and reset the play. Okay, now it's 2nd and 15. We're not going to go back to first down again. Figure it out, work this out, get a first down. Go score the touchdown.
Rico wants starters. I don't. You team Mike or team Rico. It's that simple. And again, I apologize if you don't think my take on preseason football is nuanced.
I understand. I just, for the Lions, you need to come out there and you need to make sure that offense is working correctly. You're not being afforded time this year with this schedule, the way it looks on paper, to just say, hey, it's all good. Your OC, he ain't there anymore. You got a new guy, that old new center, guards. It's different. You don't want to figure this thing out in Lambeau.
Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
What's up? You are out your damn mind, Rico. We're coming off a season where we're 15-2. The only reason our outcome was the way it was because of injuries, and you want to play our guys in a week 2 of preseason?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No, the Niner guy wants to get the Lions players injured.
No. Okay, Sean, don't be so small-minded, okay?
Come on,
No, Sean, don't be so small.
Well, hold on.
Sorry. Wait, so you started off the year and you could barely score. You have a new OC, a new offensive line, but it's all good because you went 15-2.
That's right. Yes. It was
okay, you know what?
Hey. Hold on. But Sean, hold on. Sean, hold on. He brought up the Bengals, which is a real point. Like the Bengals have a lot of high-priced talent. They have the Eagles week 1. They have been slow starters. They played their starters. So, it's not like Rico didn't say 2 + 2 is 5.
Right, I want them to all go out there and get hurt.
Okay, but this is the thing. If you're not going to play Decker, you're not playing Jared Goff. Right? I mean, you can't not have your starting offensive line out there and put your starting $50 million quarterback out there. You can't do it.
Sean, I said zero. Play the ones for 2 series.
Decker is not playing right now.
No.
Decker is out.
Okay. So then look, the point can remain, if you don't want to play Goff, don't play him. But if you want to play everybody else for a series, look, I'm not going to freak out about it. Sean, I'm with you on it. I don't want to play anybody. I don't even think preseason football plays a role anymore. But for some teams, it still does. And that's why Rico's point has relevance. I mean, you and I disagree with it, but again, Rico didn't say the earth is flat.
I get it.
All right, I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
I'm just Niner guy who wants all the Lions to get killed.
That's a little bit of a sarcasm.
Come on, I was taking a crack at you. That's
I'm just saying. I want
the
this.
Bengals. The Bengals are not a good football team outside their good weapons on offense. Their offensive line still isn't very good. Their defense is not going to be very good. The Bengals have a lot of problems. So
maybe the Lions are above it. Okay, that's fair.
And Sean, if the Lions were going out there playing some bad teams on paper to start the year off, I'm okay with that. But you're not given that luxury this year. Like the Browns are weak. If the Browns were week 1, man, figure it out. You'll win that game. But no,
we also do see a lot of weird results in week 1 of the NFL because a lot of teams, they don't play anybody, and maybe it gives Rico credence. I mean, why do you think these survivor pools in Vegas, half of people are dead in week 1? Because some idiot team,
I'm taking the Chiefs,
beats an alleged
and
good
then they
team.
lose to the Lions in week 1.
Well, last year, wasn't it the Pats who were god-awful beating the Bengals that we were talking about? That was like a 10-point spread. So there's this idea that maybe there is credence to what Rico's saying. I don't know. I don't run a football team. Kenny, ticket text coming in. What do you got?
Normally, I'd agree with Mike on the preseason, but with all the changes in the offense under these circumstances, I agree with Rico.
Okay.
Rico wins. All I got to say is amen. I'm with you. That's from Marlon in Walled Lake.
All right.
Team Rico all the way.
That's 3.
And then it swings the exact other direction. No value in preseason games. Hey, guys, it's August. I'm good with playing backups. I'm Team Mike. So it's basically a 50-50 split amongst the ticket
And
tests.
like I said, 2 series, and then you're done. That's it. And I would even put incentives. If you can score on 4 plays, your day's over.
Rico's the opposite of Greg Williams. He's giving out fun points instead of a bounty.
I'm starting the water boy. He's starting everybody.
Hey, Jared, scoring 4 plays, you guys are done.
248-539-9797. Distracted driving's an epidemic. Look around. You see it. People not paying attention to the road, texting, doing whatever else they're doing. If you don't have life insurance, you are at risk. You need to call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. And what makes Mike and NBP different? Well, for starters, 30 years of experience. They'll also shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They'll guarantee you the best possible rate, and you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over and wonder what's available or not. It's very simple. He streamlines the process for you. NBPhealth.com. That's NBPhealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right. Lions on tap, Tigers on tap. We will get a football today as well. And look, just to finish the point, because we were running towards, overtime there. Look, first of all, I don't think it's a hill to die on. I mean, teams are going to run themselves in a myriad of different ways. Right. Hell, it's the same thing at the end of the season. Certain coaches believe in sitting their players. Other coaches believe in, we're going to play through and do it all. I trust Dan Campbell's going to do the right thing. I mean, I know that sounds like just cliche and lame, but I'm not going to scream and yell. I mean, in the end, Rico's right. If you play your players in preseason and they get hurt, well, how's it really different than what happened to the Chargers yesterday when Rashawn Slater, a day after signing a $120 million contract, blows out his patella and he's out for the year? He practiced.
Yeah.
You're not going to arrive at a point where you're not practicing and not playing. I guess for me, I think preseason football is the most dishonest thing in the world. The fact that you're made to pay for it, the fact that the game, they don't even run game plans. I mean, it's Tecmo Bowl out there.
It really is.
But you have seen another team that has Super Bowl aspirations. You may not think much of the Bengals, but they spend a lot of money, and they have a really good football team if that defense is even average. They played everyone.
Yeah, and they said, we're tired of starting off the year 0-2 or 1-1. They were 1-9 in the last 5 years and said, yeah, you know what, guys, go out there. Let's play. Let's get this offense working so that come week one, we're not behind the 8 ball. I look at the Lions schedule, and I say the same. Look, with Ben Johnson last year, the guy who ran the offense, and Jared Goff, and you had all your pieces, you started off slow. I don't think you're afforded the same thing of starting off slow, going up against 2 divisional opponents, and, oh, by the way, on the road at Baltimore.
248-539-9797. Kenny, a few of the ticket texts. And you know what? The best point, I know it got lost in the argument you were having with the caller. With 2 new coordinators, no, you're not going to unleash your actual scheme. But live fire, not practice, not a scrimmage, calling in, cadence, getting plays in, checks at the line, if you even have any in a preseason format, which can be rare. I totally understand your point. I do. I just look, I've arrived at a very jaded point of view when it comes to preseason.
No, most of it is fugazi.
But it doesn't mean it's right. And I think if I'm the guy who screams about all the changes, all the lack of continuity, then you know what? Maybe you're right. Because in the end, you can't bubble wrap your players.
Right.
It's rake straw's done.
Right. And you can sit there, well, they're going to scrimmage against the Dolphins next week. Okay, but once again, both coaches can just kind of blow the whistle. Okay, we're going to reset and do that play. No, let's see how it actually looks in a real situation where, you know what, you succeed or you fail, but you have to work through whatever problems or whatever situations happen out on the field rather than a controlled environment where, all right, I didn't like that. Let's run the red zone. No, you have to get to the red zone to run the red zone.
You know, I've actually heard that. 248-539-9797. Kenny, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
So I guess my question before I get to these texts here is Atlanta, that's who they're playing, right? Are they putting their first stringers in at all?
Couldn't tell you.
I know Penix is not, but this is the Lions' second game. So this is their first game. So
originally I had
it's
the
not
thought
apples
of
to apples.
Well, originally I had the thought of, well, if they're starting their ones, at least you're not going to see our ones fighting a bunch of school children. But then I realized if they're not up to game speed against the second stringers, then we have a bigger problem in this organization than that. So I feel like, and a texter came in here that said they get hurt in practice as well, in all caps. And I guess my response to that might be, then why double the chances? If it's still possible, because that is still possible for you to get hurt in practice, why add an extra risk on top of that?
Kenny, it's not, but I mean, heck, if we want to use examples like that, Aaron Rodgers goes the whole preseason, third play of the game, blows out his Achilles, done for the year. It happens.
I don't really have a counterpoint for this, so he's right.
I guess my counterpoint would be
very terrible way to finish the week, but he's right. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, case in point. But he also was 100 years old off. But that's fine. Go ahead, Kenny, with the text.
This one from what you said in the first segment. The way Rico's talking, he does sound excited about Lions preseason football.
He's amped for it. He's got something you need to see.
Look, it's going to be on TV. I'm going to watch it. Probably, I don't know. I'm going to watch the entire game.
You know who's
But
in the
yes.
booth, right?
Who?
TJ.
TJ.
And you know what he's not going to have?
The dip.
He ain't going to be able to do it. I told him, you're going to be losing your mind.
Oh, well,
He goes,
you
I
know
don't
what?
want the camera to catch me. I'm like, listen, dude, your head is the size of a pumpkin.
Then
All
maybe I
right. The
stick
last
around
thing
for the
people are going to be
fourth quarter.
worried about is his ins.
Maybe I stick around for the fourth quarter then.
He's going to be struggling.
Sweating.
TJ's in a state of permanent overheating.
He's going to be looking like the Arizona basketball coach.
Sean Miller?
Yes.
That's TJ in the booth
Every
tonight.
time I see him, he looks beat red.
He's got usually about 1,000 milligrams of caffeine running through his system, plus some form of tobacco product. Plus, he's in the sun all day because he's unemployed. He golfs. And
I mean, he did retire, so unemployed, it makes it sound like
Did he retire? He's constantly running his kids around to like hockey tournaments.
Yeah,
and
he ain't
stuff.
retired.
Yeah.
He was less busy when he played for the Lions. Here's the other thing. This is the other problem for TJ. He's also the size of a house. He's got a lot of things happening. The guy sweats a lot.
I mean, he's in better shape, I think, than he was when he played. Look, when I watched the game tonight, I don't care about Henden Hooker. I think this is a failed experiment. I'm going to gain nothing from watching him. That's just wasted snaps. But I think that I speak for Lions. I would feel better if I watched this team go out there and Goff is, you know what? He's 6 for 7, 2 touchdowns. Okay.
That sounds fun.
Maybe this offensive transition will be a smooth type of thing. But I guess we'll just have to wait until Green Bay.
Kenny?
No interest in seeing the starters in tonight. Feels like an injury risk, waste of time.
Who the hell even watch? See, this is the thing. And look, I'm fine if you watch.
You'll have both games on tonight.
But Jeff said it best. This is the type of thing you turn this game on, and in 2 minutes you go, what the hell am I doing? It's unwatchable.
I think you'll have 2 screens. You'll be watching School Bowl, and you'll kind of be looking to see, okay, who just scored over here.
Okay.
Unless you got a favorite gym class hero that you're hoping makes the team.
I know you're rooting for Tesla.
Ah, yes.
Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I was just gonna say the Fox 2 pregame will make it sound like the Super Bowl's about to come on, and then
now
preseason football.
Man, they got stuff to sell. You know it.
See, I honestly, I'm more. I kind of want to see Shador Sanders' first couple series. Just
you need help
to see.
You really need help.
It's kind of interesting.
Come on.
He's amped up, dude. You said it. The texters are noticing it. He is
Preseason
excited.
Rico. You've heard of top 10 Rico. That's college football. Preseason Rico.
Yeah, I like football.
You're watching this tonight.
The Lions game?
Yeah.
No, like I said, I'm not watching the entire game. I'm watching the first part of the game. Like,
how angry are you going to be if it's all players you can't even tell who the hell they are?
Then it makes it easy for me because I don't have to watch the rest because
There
I'm
you
never
go.
going to talk about it for the rest of the year.
But how will you know who's going to be the 8th wide receiver on the team? I always love those articles. Training camp battles. And you're like, these are not battles.
No,
It's
they're not.
essentially one guy stays, the other guy's working at Home Depot. I don't care.
Yeah, I guess, sue me.
Who's going to be the 6th running back?
Like, I've never heard of either of these guys ever.
Right. Person A, person B, DGAF. 248-539-9797. All right, let me take care of a little business momentarily. Northville Lumber, it's very, very simple. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. And if you see it at their brand new showroom, it's in stock. You don't even need to ask. So call Northville Lumber, or better yet, just stop on by, take home some samples. It's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, we went through some of the top 25 college football scandals in the past 25 years. We're going to pick it up at number 14. Mike, we all remember this. We can talk about it all the time on this show. Auburn and Cam Newton.
Scam Newton. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the recruitment of the player, the way it went down, the idea that there was a lot of smoke about Cam's dad pricing him and shopping him from junior college after the laptop incident in Florida. I guess I got numb to scandals like that.
Right.
Pay to play was kind of a part of the deal.
Right. But right now, this wouldn't even be a scandal if he came out right now.
No.
At number 13, people up here remember this one. Tattoo Gate.
Oh, you mean where Jim Tressel lost his effing job and took a suspension while he was in the NFL for it?
Yes.
All because players were selling pants for tattoos.
Yes.
Not stealing signs, not infiltrating stadiums. No. Pants.
I'm noticing a theme with Mike here. Have you noticed this theme, Rico?
Have you noticed a theme that all of these are off-field scandals and the one we've talked about is on? There's a real separation of church and state there, Kenny.
Yeah, well, this one is... I guess in the grand scheme, this maybe should have been in the top 5, but it's not. The LSU booster who got caught stealing money from a hospital to pay extra benefits for a player.
I dig it.
You really don't, Mike.
Look, at this point with Michigan State, I think I'd rob the change tray at 7-Eleven. I don't care. We need help.
No, you wouldn't. In 2019, he pled guilty to embezzling $500,000 from a foundation that raised money for a local hospital. There's certain lines, even you, Mike.
Did the hospital need all the money? Could we do a profit share?
I think I did that in NCAA 25 last night.
Yeah, he submitted vouchers to the foundation to pay for what was labeled as medical expenses and other items for children's hospital patients.
Now the kid, you can't F with the kids now. Come on.
Okay.
Now, hold on. Now, what players did he get? Because that would factor into my equation.
No, we're moving forward because we're going to move forward, Mike, because here's one you talk about all the time.
Sure.
I'll simply just give you 2 words, and I'm going to let Mike take
No.
Hugh Freeze.
Oh, boy. We're talking hookers and hospital beds. I mean, Hugh Freeze, Ole Miss.
They were tipped off by some calls made by his phone. That university phone. Yeah.
I thought it was for, well, at least the recruits were. But never forget that Hugh Freeze was once wheeled into the press box in a hospital bed at Liberty to coach the game. That's a real thing.
And just when you thought Hugh Freeze was ridiculous, I give you at number 10, Bobby Petrino.
Neck brace, sunburn, motorcycle crash, co-ed volleyball player. Did I get all 4 of the ways to destroy your life? How did he show up at that press conference? That sunburn, that neck brace.
Yes.
And then it comes out he had a co-ed on the back of the motorcycle.
Yes.
I mean, is it scandalous? Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay. Yep, definitely. But how did anyone at that school let him get up at that podium? The sunburn neck brace look is all time.
I guess they were trying to get ahead of this. And this may have been one, let's take a step back. Let's let you get some cream on it. Yeah, right now, you look like a lobster.
Correct.
At number 9, Toomer's Corner poisoned by Harvey Updike.
The fact that guy called the Feinbaum show and admitted to doing it, the fact that you poisoned a 200-year-old tree because you lost a football game.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
And the reason why...
Kenny, you related to that guy?
Again, every segment today.
And the reason why? He said he had just too much damn Bama in him. Yeah.
And meth.
Number 8, little bit of a Michigan State connection. Manti Te'o's fake girlfriend. They interviewed him after the state game because it was like, oh, his girlfriend's dying or dead or whatever. Yeah.
Look, it's not a nefarious on-field scandal. It's not even a recruiting scandal. It's Manti Te'o's an idiot scandal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know another way to put it.
He was an idiot, and according to him, he just didn't know how to back out of this and just say, you know what? Okay, she wasn't real. I got duped. he let it go on, and now she's dead, and people are sending flowers, and oh my God. And I remember they beat State, and they're interviewing him like, oh, your grandmother and your girlfriend died of leukemia. Except one thing, she never existed. Number 7.
Right. She actually is named like Steven and lives in Portland or whatever it was.
Leilani or something
I don't know. I didn't even know if
it
it was a real person. It might have been ChatGPT.
No, the girlfriend was Leilani Kakia or something.
Sure.
But yeah. All right, number 7. Wouldn't be a scandal nowadays, but it was then. Reggie Bush, USC.
Mom got a house, beginning, middle, and end. I don't really have a problem with it. Pay to play never really bugged me. The on-field stuff bothers me.
Well, we'll get to that. At number 6, Nevin Shapiro and Miami.
Amazing. Uncle Luke, strip clubs, booster sales, chaos. Everything the U is about. I actually would like to found a bill that Miami can legally cheat. College football's just more fun when they're dirty as hell.
Dozens of players caught up in the NCAA investigation, which found everything from yacht trips to cash payments to wild parties and strip club visits were paid for by Shapiro.
All by a dude who kind of looked like a poor man's Scott Storch. What a time to be alive.
All right, we've been waiting for this one for a while. At number 5, Connor Stallions and the sign stealing at Michigan.
It's not high enough. No, again, show me the other ones. If you want to say Pony Excess is number 1, you want to show me SMU in 1984, I'll live with it.
Well, top 20 last 25 years. At number 4 is North Carolina and the academic fraud.
I would say academic fraud is at every college because these players haven't received real educations for a long time. But fine.
Okay.
I will put on-field cheating over not showing up to basket weaving.
Well, then I know you'll put on-field cheating over this. At number 3, the destruction of the Pac-12.
No, you could leave that one right there. I'm actually more offended by that.
Okay.
Look, honestly, destroying the West Coast's major power conference, the way it went down, the fact that they could have merged with the Big 12 years ago and created an unbelievable football conference. Yes.
And I think the worst thing about it was you really found your place in life if you were Washington State and Oregon State. Nobody wanted you. You're looking like Will Smith at the end of The Fresh Prince, looking around like, where did everybody go? At number 2, yeah, these are worse than the sign stealings. They're off the field, but still worse.
What do you got?
Baylor, Art Briles.
Yeah, we're talking about a mass cover-up of rapes.
Sexual assaults.
Local law enforcement was involved in the cover-up, I believe, if memory serves me right. An atrocity.
Yeah,
Baylor's a hellhole and should have been burned to the ground.
Dismissal of the school president, resignation of the athletic director, and several others, especially coming from a Christian academy. And at number 1 is Jerry Sandusky and Penn State.
Yeah, there's no arguing.
Yeah.
Now, again, I put on-field cheating in a completely different manner.
So you would move it up ahead of North Carolina classes?
Find me another
4?
on-field cheating scandal in the list. Keep looking.
No, there's not.
You won't find one.
No, there's
so
not.
it's unto itself. Now, again, I'm not going to do a power ranking of, cover up of sexual assault, power ranked versus victimizing children. No, you're all going to hell. I'm making a point. When you do a top 25 like this, only one of these things is not like the other.
No, you're right. You had improper benefits. That was a major thing throughout all of this, but
then you have criminal activity, but on field is its own silo.
I guess the Wake Forest thing, you had the former coach who got angry and leaked out the plays to the other teams.
You know what? I got to be honest. I didn't even remember that.
And they said because it was Wake Forest is why most people don't remember it.
How could you do that to the claw fence and the slow mesh? All right.
Just saying. That's your Blitz, 97.1. Hey, change is always happening. Hey, it's even a part of life when it comes to music. Change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics remixed, bands, artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there is one thing that will remain the same, and that's the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price plan. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Well, hey, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. So we talked about Kenny and gave him some marital advice earlier in the show. You can use the Odyssey Rewind if you missed any of that. Plus, is this a must-win game for the Tigers with Skubal on the mound? You know what? I just realized what was not a part of that top 25 scandals in 25 years.
What's that?
Mel Tucker.
That is odd. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, no, you have a good point. The Mel Tucker thing, probably
losing your job, $80 million because in a hotel room, you technically didn't have sex with a woman who goes around and tells players, not to sexually assault women.
That checks a lot of boxes for top 25 scandal, right?
Yeah, it really does. But yes, you just signed a $100 million contract and you gave it all away just like that.
I don't get, where would you put that in the top 25? Because some scandals then would have to, at least one scandal would have to be bumped out of the list. But in terms of checking scandal boxes, this seems like it has all the criteria. Am I wrong?
What scandal would I just drop out of the list? Maybe the Tennessee fan revolt over Greg Schiano.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worse than that, if you ask me.
I think if Michigan State was more relevant at the time, I know they came off
Wake
the year
Forest
with
was on here.
I know they came off the year with Kenneth Walker, but they had just played a game against Richmond, and you knew.
No, Jeff.
That
he
they
gave
weren't
away
gonna be that
$100
good.
million contract. So that kind of we're talking. Wake Forest made this because their coach got angry. Wake Forest. Most people don't even know their name.
I get what you mean, but at least in my head. But I know what you mean. He signed that huge deal, and then all of a sudden it was like it's a complete opposite of what you're supposed to be doing.
And it was how it's like if you're gonna put Bobby Petrino on there for crashing your motorcycle moped with your side piece on the back and then showing up looking like a lobster with the neck brace on to the press conference, you could probably put Mel Tucker on this list as well. Just saying. I thought about that after. It was like, he wasn't even. You freeze once again. Why did he give? Well, he had a bunch of hookers in his phone that he was calling. I think you could have put Tucker on there. I would have probably kicked out the Tennessee fans revolting over Greg Schiano, or I'm sure it was something you could have gotten rid of. But yeah, that is
odd. That's a good catch by you. Where was the Michigan scandals? The Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger was 22. Connor Stallions was 5.
See, I put that over Cheeseburger because it was just a recruiting violation. It wasn't anything crazy. Like, nobody got hurt. They just broke a rule, and then they were punished for it.
See, yeah, I mean, to me, you get it because you're just stupid. Like, you got busted for being on the phone for $80 million phone sex.
It was that, plus it was with who it was with. I mean, that's what I think. Kenny, to me, my eyes, that's worse than a cheeseburger.
Kenny, at that point, I said it before, and I'll say it again. That tells me that Mel Tucker didn't have any real friends, because real friends say, "Hey, you know what? Hey, Jeff, there's no way this can end well unless you marry this woman, because if you break up, you broke up with, Brenda Tracy, and this is what she does. She's not just Brenda Tracy; it's a long list of stuff, and your name's going to be attached to that. So, how about?" No, give me that phone number. Let me ball this thing up and burn it.
I just don't know. I'm not saying what he did. What he did was absolutely wrong, but it could have been anybody else.
And that's what I said.
And I just don't understand.
You can't win with a former rape victim. You can't win. Like, this wasn't going to end well for you, Mel. Seriously, what are you thinking?
Also, looks like, seems like, feels like, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything. So let's get that right out of the way. Looks like, seems like, feels like. Typically, let's compare this to a DUI. When you get a DUI, that's not the first time you've done that. Probably.
No.
Again, assumptions, looks like, seems like, feels like. Can't prove it, not accusing.
Right, but this is like getting a DUI because you hopped into a cop car and you got pulled over in front of the police station. Like, how did you think this was going to end?
It's like having Lansing PD come and talk to the guys about, hey, guys, don't drink and drive, and then you get in your car drunk after hosting that meeting and drive right by the cops.
Right, you get in your car drunk, and you get arrested Because you drove up into the Lansing PD police department by mistake, thinking it was Domino's. Like, no.
And that's why
no.
that's why I asked about cheeseburgers, because when I think about all the scandals that you had on that list, I thought it was a bad look for Michigan. They shouldn't have done it. They cheated. It's fine.
Well, the reason cheeseburgers is on here because I think it was just the cover up.
Maybe, and
cover
also
up
it's
was worth the crime. Had they just came out and been like, "Yep, you got us," it's not on the list. But it was. What are you talking about? You're right here. It's COVID.
Do you think branding had something to do with it too? Because it's Michigan and it's not Wake Forest. Like, it was a well-covered, notable thing that happened.
No, I think,
I think actually that's why it's so low. I feel like if it was what was that, ESPN?
Yeah. No, it was Sports Illustrated.
Okay, so I feel like if it was most other publications that don't have Michigan people in the front offices of such things, it might not even.
Nah, but I think it's kind of like Connor Stallion. It's like we're going to give you every opportunity to just, hey, mea culpa.